The profound Nether Mansion's vice mansion masters and the 10 inspectors had considerably high status in the mansion, and yet even they had not met the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion? After listening to Qi Tianming's words, Duanling Tian could not help but feel inwardly impressed by the mysterious pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. After 15 minutes, Qi Tianming brought Duanling Tian into a vast valley. The valley was beautiful with clear streams and lush greeneries. Qi Tianming brought Duanling Tian to a waterfall on one side of the valley. They stood on a huge boulder in front of the waterfall. Qi Tianming stood on the boulder with his back straightened before he bowed slightly in the direction of the waterfall. He infused his celestial origin energy into his voice before he said, "The profound Nether Mansion's Inspector Qi Tianming requests to enter the Imperial Tutor Pavilion to meet the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion." Qi Tianming's voice that had been laced with celestial origin energy ensured that his voice traveled beyond the waterfall, but there was no reply. Duanling Tian frowned slightly. Was the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion really behind the waterfall? Was it possible that the waterfall was not real and was merely the product of an illusory formation? After 10 breaths had passed, there was still no reply. Duanling Tian turned to look at Qi Tianming and said, "Maybe no one's here?" Qi Tianming remained calm and indifferent as though he had expected this. He continued looking at the waterfall and said, "Lord Pavilion Master, I've brought this young man next to me here so he could take the Imperial Tutor Pavilion's test to become an Imperial Tutor. I think he has the potential to be the first Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion in 30,000 years." After Qi Tianming finished speaking, there was still no response. However, he continued speaking, undeterred. "His name is Duanling Tian. He's a peerless prodigy whom sect leader Sun Liangpeng of the Simplicity Celestial Sect found. He's not even 100 years old, but he's already a 10 directions Celestial Duke. Moreover, he has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space." This time, as soon as Qi Tianming finished speaking, Duanling Tian saw the waterfall that was flowing down stir slightly. Although it was just a minor change, it did not escape his notice. At the same time, he felt as though he was being thoroughly examined from inside and out. It made him feel vulnerable. Despite feeling this way, he could not sense anyone's presence at all. However, he knew someone was using their divine consciousness to probe him, and it was likely that the culprit was the person behind the waterfall. The reason he could not detect anyone's presence was probably due to how powerful the other person was. Duanling Tian, who felt exposed, as though he had no secrets left, suddenly heard a low and hoarse voice saying, "He stays. You may go now." The voice sounded as though it came from all directions. For Qi Tianming, he felt as though his soul was cleansed when he heard that voice. The voice seemed magical. He could not help but tremble inwardly in fear and awe. On the other hand, Duanling Tian did not seem to be affected much compared to Qi Tianming. It seemed like the higher one's cultivation base was, the more one would be affected by the voice. "Lord Pavilion Master?" Qi Tianming's eyes were bright. Apart from not having met the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion before, he had also never heard the Pavilion Master's voice before. He could not help but feel slightly excited when he heard the Pavilion Master speak. It took him a while before he finally managed to calm down. Due to how his soul felt as though it was being cleansed when he heard that voice, he was 100% certain the person who had spoken was none other than the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. Who else in the profound Nether Mansion could affect a 10 directions Celestial King with just his voice alone? Not even the Mansion Master of the profound Nether Mansion was capable of something like that. Qi Tianming was still in a daze when a scoff rang from behind the waterfall. At the same time, the water began to stir violently. Whoosh! 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 Countless water droplets like scattered pearls shot toward Qi Tianming in the air. However, they disappeared suddenly when they were still quite a distance away from him. Nonetheless, the water droplets might have disappeared, but the wind generated from the attack swept out and hit Qi Tianming's face. Duanling Tian's robes fluttered in the air. The wind hit Qi Tianming, who was standing next to Duanling Tian, like a truck. Although he tried to resist, he was still sent flying back like a helpless puppy. Boom! A loud noise resounded in the air as Qi Tianming crashed into the side of the valley. After the dust settled, he appeared, looking miserable. His appearance was in a mess, and blood could be seen on the corners of his lips. He wiped the blood off the corners of his lips before he bowed in the direction of the waterfall and said, "Thank you for showing mercy, my lord." Before Qi Tianming left, he sent a voice transmission to Duanling Tian, "Don't worry about staying here. With your achievements at such a young age, the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion won't make your stay here difficult. I'll come back for you once you pass the test." "All right." Duanling Tian only regained his senses when he heard Qi Tianming's voice transmission. He had been shocked when Qi Tianming was sent flying. When the wind swept toward them, the wind only ruffled his clothes, but Qi Tianming, a 10-direction celestial king, was sent flying like a puppet. One could just imagine how powerful the person behind the waterfall was based on this. After a beat, Duanling Tian bowed slightly in the direction of the waterfall. "Senior." However, the waterfall was now gone. Only fragrant flowers and chirping birds could be seen. It was a harmonious scene. Clearly, just as he had suspected, the waterfall was just an illusion. What he was seeing now was real. As he was about to bow, he saw a plaque with the words Imperial Tutor Pavilion on the entrance. When he straightened his back, to his surprise, he found that his surroundings had changed again. He was now standing on a vast stone platform that seemingly had no end. Another illusion? Duanling Tian squinted his eyes as he surveyed his surroundings. Swoosh! All of a sudden, a figure seemed to materialize out of thin air on the stone platform. At this moment, Duanling Tian felt as though he was looking into a mirror. This was because the figure that just appeared looked just like him. Appearance, height, clothes, everything was the same. It was as though he was looking at his reflection. If it had to pick one difference, he would pick the eyes. As the saying went, the eyes are the windows to the soul. The eyes of the person in front of him were lifeless like a zombie. It seems like this is a test from the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. If I pass the test, I'll become the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. Duanling Tian thought to himself as his eyes lit up. At the same time, rich celestial origin energy coursed through his 99 heavenly veins. It was brewing under his skin, ready to surge out at a moment's notice. Duanling Tian stiffened when his opponent, the figure that looked exactly like him, began to make a move. Bam! His opponent stomped his foot on the ground, causing the ground to quake. At the same time, a green thorny bush grew before its thorny vines snaked toward Duanling Tian. The law of wood? Duanling Tian watched as his opponent attacked with the vines. At the same time, deadly thorns shot toward him in the air as well. Their speed was so fast that Duanling Tian almost did not react in time despite his celestial origin energy that was brewing under his skin. Teleport. With just a thought, Duanling Tian hastily cast the law of space's teleportation profundity with his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the space elemental profundity. In just an instant, he seemed to vanish into thin air. After Duanling Tian teleported about 100 meters to the left, his opponent that looked exactly like him sneered in disdain. Teleportation profundity? Just like before, Duanling Tian could barely react when his opponent began to move his hands swiftly. Countless thorny vines began to surround him as they moved like snakes toward him. There were so many of them. They seemed to cover every inch of the ground. Whoosh! 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 No! By the time Duanling Tian snapped back to his senses, he discovered his escape routes had been blocked. Vines covered the entire area within his teleportation range. He was trapped. Currently, Duanling Tian had only comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity to the rudimentary stage. The maximum range of his teleportation was a radius of 100 meters. Since his opponent had covered the ground within 100 meters with vines by using a profundity from the law of wood, he could no longer use the teleportation profundity. However, he remained calm. A smirk could be seen on his face as his celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the space elemental profundity surged out of his body to form a space territory around him. Do you think that's all I can do? Duanling Tian had just cast the law of space's territory profundity. As soon as the space territory was formed, the thorny vines were attacked by the space energy in the territory. In just a blink of an eye, Severed vines were strewn all over the ground. Unfortunately, the thorny vines did not disappear. They began to glow green, and when the green light faded away, the thorny vines had been mended. The energy inside the space territory kept trying to destroy the vines, but the vines would be mended after the green glow appeared and disappeared. Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes as he thought to himself, "Is this another profundity from the Law of Wood?" It did not escape his notice that from the beginning until now, his opponent, who looked like him, had cast quite a number of profundities from the Law of Wood. However, he noticed his opponent's cultivation base was similar to his. They were both 10 directions celestial dukes. Cross-dimensional / profundity. Duanling Tian looked ahead as he cast another profundity from the Law of Space. A hissing noise rang in the air as cracks began to appear on the void around him. In just a blink of an eye, a streak of gray light that resembled a sword ray shot out from one of the cracks. Swoosh! The sword ray sailed in the air, leaving ripples in the void as it moved to cut the vines. While Duanling Tian used the Law of Space's cross-dimensional / profundity to defend himself, wooden thorns were sent his way again. They shot toward him like sharp arrows and glowed with green light. It was clear that the space territory would not be able to stop them. Even with the cross-dimensional / profundity, he could only stop some of the deadly thorns. Distortion profundity. Faced with this vicious attack, Duanling Tian's robes fluttered as the void around him began to ripple when he cast another profundity from the Law of Space. The wooden thorns breached the barrier of the space territory and entered the distorted space. In just an instant, some of them were reduced to dust by the distorting and rippling void. Those that were not turned to dust continued shooting toward Duanling Tian like the god of death's scythe. They drew closer and closer to him. Did he use another profundity? Duanling Tian stared at the wooden thorns that were drawing closer and closer despite the deadly distorted space. Moreover, not only were the wooden thorns not weakened, but it seemed like they had grown stronger as well. With this, he was rather certain his opponent had cast another profundity. Restraining profundity. Duanling Tian was aware of two possibilities. The pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion was testing his strength to see if he was worthy, or this was the Imperial Tudor Pavilion's test itself. He was more inclined toward the first possibility. Therefore, to showcase his strength, he cast another profundity from the Law of Space even though he had other means to defend himself. Duanling Tian's eyes were trained on the wooden thorns, which were formed by celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the wood elemental profundity, as he used the restraining profundity to stop them in their tracks. At this moment, the wooden thorns seemed as though they were frozen in the air. As soon as Duanling Tian effectively dealt with the wooden thorns using the restraining profundity, a blinding light flashed briefly in front of his eyes. When his vision returned to him, he discovered his opponent had vanished. Not only that, but he was no longer standing on the stone platform as well. It was as though the battle earlier did not happen at all. It's done! Duanling Tian was back in the valley that was blooming with colorful flowers, and the sound of birds chirping permeated the air. He saw an ancient palace in front of him and the plaque with the words Imperial Tudor Pavilion hanging on the entrance again as well. At this moment, a low and hoarse voice rang in his ears. "Do you want to become the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion?" Duanling Tian could tell the voice belonged to the person who had sent Qi Tianming flying earlier. It must be the voice of the elusive pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion in the profound Nether Mansion. Thus, he hurriedly responded, "Yes, senior." Why? Duanling Tian was stunned when asked for the reason for him wanting to become the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. However, he quickly regained his senses and replied, "It is because this is the fastest way for me to join the profound Nether Mansion. Moreover, after becoming the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion, I'll have access to the mansion's cultivation resources. With that, I'll be able to improve myself. The profound Nether Mansion is the perfect stepping stone for me to leave the Southern Heaven territory for a larger stage. I don't plan to stay in the Southern Heaven territory forever." He sounded extremely passionate when he spoke. To others, it might seem like he was arrogant and was unwilling to submit to mediocrity. It was as though he would rather be ordinary in a bigger place rather than stay as the cream of the crop in the Southern Heaven territory. Only Duanling Tian knew that when he said he wanted to go to bigger places, He was not referring to any place in the Devata realms. He was referring to the divine offering land, a realm of gods. He was determined to go to the divine offering realm after 1,000 years to save his wives, children, family, and friends. If he still did not possess strength superior to everyone in the Devata realms at that time, everything would be for naught. You are ambitious but honest. The low and hoarse voice rang in Duanling Tian's ears again. It was obvious the person was slightly taken aback by Duanling Tian's words. The place fell silent again. Eventually, Duanling Tian broke the silence first. Senior, were you testing me earlier to see if I'm worthy, or was it the Imperial Tutor Pavilion's test? I only wanted to test your strength. It's not the Imperial Tutor Pavilion's test. Your strength is impressive at your age. You're certainly qualified to become the first Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion in 30,000 years. However, before that, you'll first have to pass the test. What test? Duanling Tian asked. The person did not beat around the bush and revealed the test to Duanling Tian. Enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and rank first. When you're able to maintain the first place for 12 months in a row, that's when you'll become the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. Upon hearing this, Duanling Tian could not help but smile wryly. Senior, although he had confidence in his current strength, he knew it would be difficult for him to maintain the first place on the scoreboard for the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for 12 months consecutively. During his journey to the profound Nether Mansion, he had learned from Qi Ming Tian that the 10 Directions Celestial Dukes who represented various Grade 6 Celestial Mansions were all remarkable. You may give up and leave the profound Nether Mansion. You can attempt to join the mansion again when the mansion recruits disciples from the 3 sects and 2 clans. It should be easy for you to pass the mansion's entrance test. Despite his words, the mysterious pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion seemed rather certain Duanling Tian would not give up. After all, Duanling Tian had expressed the reason he wanted to become the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion was so he could join the mansion as quickly as he could. I agree, Duanling Tian said with a hint of helplessness. He knew he had given himself away earlier with his words. However, it did not matter, his decision remained unchanged. Moreover, he was planning to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm sooner or later. With the test, he would just have to enter the middle realm sooner than he had planned. Additionally, the test was in line with his plan to rank first for 24 months in a row so he could enter the clan that controlled the profound Nether Mansion. The clan was one of the 10 major clans in the Southern Heaven Territory. Once he entered the clan, he would be among the elites of the Southern Heaven Territory. I agree. As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, the valley seemed to regain its peace as the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion no longer spoke. Duanling Tian waited for a moment before he called out, Senior! Swoosh! Before Duanling Tian finished speaking, a token flew out of the ancient palace. He raised his hand and caught it. After that, he lowered his head to look at the token. There were some complex patterns inscribed around the token's edges. The center of the token was blank. When he turned it around, he saw 3 bold words, Profound Nether Mansion. Underneath the 3 words were 3 smaller words, Outer Court Disciple. This identity token proves your status as the profound Nether Mansion's Outer Court Disciple. Inscribe your name on the blank space on the token and establish ownership by dripping a drop of your blood on it. With that, you're officially an outer disciple of the profound Nether Mansion. With this identity, you'll be allowed to use the transporting formation that'll bring you to the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, obtain an accumulative jade, and enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion's voice rang in Duanling Tian's ears again after he caught the order token. You're only allowed to stay in the middle realm for 10 days every month. Ask the person who brought you here to arrange your accommodation in the mansion. Once you successfully maintain your position at number 1 for 12 months in a row, you'll become the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. At that time, you'll enjoy the privilege and the cultivation resources that come with that position. Duanling Tian no longer said anything and contacted Qi Tianming immediately through a communication celestial talisman. He had exchanged soul pearls with Qi Tianming during their journey to the profound Nether Mansion, so it was convenient for him to contact Qi Tianming. Maintain the first place on the scoreboard of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for 12 months in a row? Shi Tianming was stunned when he learned about the Imperial Tutor Pavilion's test from Duan Ling Tian. The test was too difficult. After all, Duan Ling Tian was not even 100 years old. In the history of the Southern Heaven Territory, there were no 10 directions celestial dukes younger than the age of 100 who had placed first on the scoreboard. In fact, the number of 10 directions celestial dukes below the age of 100 who had entered the middle realm was incredibly low as well. Moreover, the few 10 directions celestial dukes under the age of 100 had only entered the middle realm for the experience. They would shatter their accumulative point jades as soon as they met an opponent. And yet, the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion had said Duan Ling Tian could only become the Imperial Tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion if he managed to maintain the first place for 12 months in a row. If that had always been the requirement to become an Imperial Tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion, Shi Tianming was no longer surprised there was no Imperial Tutor in the Profound Nether Mansion over the last 30,000 years. If he did not meet Duan Ling Tian, there would not even be a chance of someone being selected as an Imperial Tutor candidate even after another 30,000 years had passed. That's right. Duan Ling Tian nodded. I think the test is rather difficult as well. However, there's nothing I can do but to agree to it. Indeed, even Lord Mansion Master wouldn't be able to change the mind of the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion, let alone someone like me. Shi Tianming said with a sigh as he brought Duan Ling Tian back to his cultivation place, an independent courtyard located on another main island in the Profound Nether Mansion's estate. The cultivation environment in Shi Tianming's residence was the best Duan Ling Tian had encountered since he ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. Even the cultivation environment in the valley where the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion resided was not as good. Naturally, inside the pavilion master's residence, the cultivation environment was undoubtedly superior. You can live with me temporarily, Shi Tianming said. Elder Qi, will I bother you? Duan Ling Tian could sense Shi Tianming's kind intentions. Since I'm an outer court disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion, I'm sure there is a residence for outer court disciples that I can stay in. Of course, there's a residence for the outer court disciples. However, the cultivation environment there can't compare to the cultivation environment here, Shi Tianming said. It's a waste of your talent to cultivate there. You can stay here for now. You'll be able to live in the Imperial Tutor Pavilion once you pass the test. Although I've never been inside the Imperial Tutor Pavilion, I know the cultivation environment there is the best in the entire Profound Nether Mansion's estate. Even the Mansion Master cultivates in seclusion there all the time. The Mansion Master cultivated in seclusion in the Imperial Tutor Pavilion all the time? Duan Ling Tian was taken aback when he learned that even the Mansion Master's cultivation environment was inferior to the cultivation environment in the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. Although Duan Ling Tian did not place too much importance on his cultivation environment since he had the Divine Tree of Life's help, he still wanted to become the Imperial Tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion. He might not care about his cultivation environment, but he cared about the cultivation resources that could quickly improve his strength. After a moment, Duan Ling Tian looked at Shi Tianming and asked, Elder Qi, where's the transporting formation to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Why? Are you planning on entering the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm now? Shi Tianming was taken aback. During our journey here, didn't you say the scoreboard would be refreshed at the start of the new month? There are only 7 days left before the start of the new month, Duan Ling Tian said as his eyes flashed. You're planning to spend these 7 days in the middle realm and rank first on the scoreboard? Shi Tianming asked as he shook his head. Duan Ling Tian put aside the fact that the celestial dukes who enter the middle realm are all extraordinary. Even if you're so strong that you can defeat all of them, it's impossible for you to rank first if you enter now. Why? Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. It's because it's almost the end of the month. Most powerful celestial dukes have already used up the 10 days they could spend in the middle realm and have obtained their points. Usually, the competition is most stiff at the beginning and the middle of the month. Therefore, near the end of the month, there are very few people in the middle realm. With so few people, even if you're invincible, you won't be able to obtain enough points to rank first, Shi Tianming said. Since most of the stronger celestial dukes with a lot of points had used up their time in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, They could only wait for the scoreboard to be reset. It was not just strong celestial dukes. Most celestial dukes had already used up their time in the middle realm at the end of the month. Therefore, just as Qi Tianming had said, even if Duanling Tian was invincible, he would not be able to rank first. How was he going to rank first if there was no one for him to defeat? I see. Nonetheless, Duanling Tian still planned to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Even if he would not be able to earn enough points to rank first this month, he would benefit from familiarizing himself with the middle realm. It would make things easier for him next month. After Duanling Tian shared his thoughts with Qi Tianming agreed with him. You have a point. I'll bring you the transporting formation closest to us now. Each of the 3 main islands in the profound Nether Mansions estate had a transporting formation that led to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Soon after, Duanling Tian and Qi Tianming arrived at their destination. They had arrived outside of a huge courtyard. Unlike Qi Tianming's residence, the front yard was much more spacious. At this moment, there were many people gathered in front of a screen in the middle of the yard. They would point at it occasionally as they spoke among themselves. Hanqing Mansion's Lu Ji only entered the middle realm 5 days ago, but he has accumulated so many points. Moreover, his points are still increasing. I think it won't be hard for him to rank in the top 30 this time. I'm keeping an eye on the Green Spirit Mansion's Lang Yunyu. He's the latest person to break into the top 20. In just an hour, his time in the middle realm would be up, but he's already in the 11th place. He's close to surpassing the person who ranks 10th. He's only 10 points away from overtaking the 10th place. I wonder if he'll be able to do it with just an hour left. I have my eyes on Lang Yunyu as well. He ranked in the top 10 quite frequently last year. I don't think it'd be difficult for him to rank in the top 10 again. The people discussing among themselves in the yard made for a very lively scene. I think senior brother Zhou Hongjie hasn't ranked in the top 20 for almost a year now, right? As soon as these words fell, everyone in the yard abruptly fell silent. For this reason, the footsteps of Duanling Tian and Qi Tianming who were walking in at this moment were particularly loud. The sound caught everyone's attention immediately. Many of these people recognized Qi Tianming and greeted him immediately. Lord Inspector! Lord Inspector! With this, even more people began to greet Qi Tianming. The position of an inspector was rather high in the profound Nether Mansion after all. They were only behind the Mansion Master and the Pavilion Masters. Although the position might be slightly lower than that of a Vice Mansion Master, their strength was the same. After all, Vice Mansion Masters only got their positions due to them being descendants of the profound Nether Mansion's founding fathers. As Qi Tianming nodded in response to the greetings, he said to Duanling Tian through voice transmission, Zhou Hongjie is the disciple I mentioned previously. He's the 10 Directions Celestial Duke from the profound Nether Mansion who has comprehended 7 profundities from the Law of Wood. He's one of the few core disciples in the profound Nether Mansion who has yet to become a Celestial King. Previously, during their journey to the profound Nether Mansion from the Simplicity Celestial Sect, Duanling Tian had already heard from Qi Tianming that the profound Nether Mansion had cultivated some powerful 10 Directions Celestial Dukes to represent them in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. There were a few who had comprehended 6 profundities from a law, but there was only one person who had comprehended 7 profundities from the Law of Wood. Zhou Hongjie. Duanling Tian committed the name to his memory. Based on the conversation he had overheard earlier, it seemed like Zhou Hongjie, the 10 Directions Celestial Duke who had comprehended 7 profundities from the Law of Wood, had not broken into the top 20 for almost a year now. He has comprehended 7 profundities from the Law of Wood, and yet, he can't even rank in the top 20. It seems like the 10 Directions Celestial Dukes from other Grade 6 Celestial Mansions are incredibly strong. It was not difficult for Duanling Tian to figure out that the Celestial Dukes from other Grade 6 Celestial Mansions were incredibly strong. These Grade 6 Celestial Mansions should all have 10 Directions Celestial Dukes under the age of 1000 who had comprehended at least 7 profundities from a law. Otherwise, it would not be difficult for Zhou Hongju to rank in the top 20 with his strength. Apart from that, Duanling Tian was not surprised when Qi Tianming said Zhou Hongjie was a core disciple in the profound Nether Mansion. In the profound nether mansion, those weaker than celestial kings, with the exception of a few powerful 10 directions celestial dukes, were all outer court disciples. The test to become an inner court disciple in the profound nether mansion was rather difficult. Usually, only extraordinarily strong 10 directions celestial dukes and celestial kings were able to pass the test. As for core disciples, they were mostly those who became celestial kings before reaching the age of 1000. Strength was not the only thing that was important. The profound nether mansion placed much importance on talent as well. Although Xianxia was just a 10 directions celestial duke, his comprehension skills and the number of profundities he had comprehended surpassed most inner court disciples and a few core disciples in the profound nether mansion. Moreover, the reason Xianxia had not broken through and become a celestial king was probably due to the profound nether mansion's wish to suppress his cultivation base. For all these reasons, Duanling Tian was not surprised to learn that Xianxia was a core disciple of the profound nether mansion. The screen in the yard, as you can guess, is the current scoreboard for the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. If you want to see the rankings from previous months, you'll have to go inside, Qi Tianming said as he led Duanling Tian to the back. The profound nether mansion disciples in the front yard were extremely curious when they saw Qi Tianming leading Duanling Tian around. They were naturally curious about his identity. After all, for an inspector of the profound nether mansion to bring him around, he could not be an ordinary person. Who's he? I don't think I've seen him before. He must be outstanding if Inspector Qi is personally bringing him around. Inspector Qi is next to him, so I don't dare to probe him with my divine consciousness. However, my divine consciousness was close enough to detect he's not even 100 years old. He's not even 100 years old? Oh, I thought Inspector Qi found external help to raise the profound nether mansion's ranking in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. It seems like I was overthinking things. External help? They're not easy to find. Put aside the fact that there are very few sectless 10 directions celestial dukes under the age of 1000 who are powerful. Even if there's one, the other grade 6 celestial mansions would have found him first. The profound nether mansion has never been particularly successful in recruiting external help. External help? Duanling Tian was stunned when he overheard the conversations in his surroundings just as he was about to enter the building. He sent a voice transmission to Qi Tianming, who was walking in front of him. Elder Qi, are we allowed to seek external help? Yes. Qi Tianming nodded. The rules in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm don't prohibit us from seeking external help. However, it's incredibly difficult to find capable help. It's extremely rare for a sectless 10 directions celestial duke under the age of 1000 to comprehend 6 profundities from a law, let alone 7 profundities. Those who have such qualifications are naturally outstanding and have long been recruited into one of the 10 major clans and the top 5 sects. One isn't allowed to seek help from members of the 10 major clans and top 5 sects. Even if you somehow manage to get one of the members to help you, you'd definitely have to pay a high price for it. Most, if not all, grade 6 celestial mansions wouldn't be able to afford the price. Therefore, grade 6 celestial mansions could only look for sectless cultivators if they want to seek external help. Based on Qi Tianming's words, it seemed like many members from the 10 major clans and top 5 sects who met the requirements to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm could easily rank at the top of the scoreboard. He was not too surprised. After all, the 10 major clans and top 5 sects were the top forces in the southern heaven territory. The Blood Skull Gang was nothing in front of such forces. When Qi Tianming finished speaking, they had already entered the building. As soon as they entered, they were in a spacious hall. Both sides of the hall were lined with more than 10 counters. At the back of the hall, there was a stone platform with elaborate carvings. You can claim your accumulative point jade from any of the counters at the sides. You can also check previous rankings there. The stone platform at the back was where the transporting formation to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm was located. As long as one was younger than 1000 years old and possessed both the profound nether mansion's identity token and the accumulative point jade, one could use the transporting formation. You'll be given only 1 accumulative point jade every month. Apart from that, once your 10 days in the middle realm are up, the formation in the accumulative point jade would automatically activate and bring you out of the middle realm. At that time, your score on the scoreboard would be the final score for the month, Qi Tianming explained to Duanling Tian. Similar to when they were outside, people who recognized Qi Tianming began to greet him one after another. Lord Inspector. Lord Inspector. After that, they shifted their eyes to Duanling Tian and looked at him curiously. Like the people outside, they were curious about his identity. What kind of background did he have that an inspector of the profound nether mansion was showing him around? External help? Their guesses were similar to the people outside, and upon discovering Duanling Tian's age, most of them dismissed him as a young master from a prominent family. Give him an accumulative point jade, please, Qi Tianming said to a middle-aged man seated behind the counter. The middle-aged man was just an ordinary elder in the profound nether mansion. He was stunned when he heard Qi Tianming's words. Give the young man next to him an accumulative point jade? At the same time, Duanling Tian took out his identity token that proved his status as an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion before placing it on the counter. This is my identity token. I would like an accumulative point jade, so I can enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Although it was just an outer court disciple's identity token, it caused quite a commotion when those in the surroundings saw it. He even has an identity token from the profound nether mansion. It seems like this purple-clad young man really comes from a prominent family. He's not even 100 years old? Is he going sightseeing in the middle realm? Not only is Inspector Qi showing him around, but he also has an identity token from the mansion. Although it's just an outer court disciple's identity token, we all know how difficult it is to obtain one. That's right. Even the inspectors and vice mansion masters of the profound nether mansion don't have the authority to issue identity tokens. Only the mansion master and the pavilion masters of the profound nether mansion have the authority to issue identity tokens. Is there a possibility that this purple-clad young man is related to the mansion master or one of the 9 pavilion masters? Wow! This purple-clad young man is really amazing. Although the conversations in the surroundings were not loud, they did not escape Duanling Tian and Qi Tianming's ears. Qi Ming Tian did not care about the conversations while Duanling Tian felt that these people had overactive imaginations. Naturally, Duanling Tian knew these people arrived at that kind of conclusion all due to his young age. After all, what could someone who was not even 100 years old do in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm apart from sightseeing? The middle-aged elder seated behind the counter handed an accumulative point jade to Duanling Tian and said, You can inscribe your name on it. Once I confirm the name is the same as the one on your identity token, you can drip a drop of blood on it to claim ownership. As soon as Duanling Tian picked up the accumulative point jade, he could feel it was special. Even without using his divine consciousness or sending his celestial origin energy into it, he could feel the energy fluctuations from it. Duanling Tian could tell the minute fluctuations were from the formation that was inscribed on the accumulative point jade. After he inscribed his name on the accumulative point jade, he handed it back to the profound nether mansion elder seated behind the counter. After the elder verified Duanling Tian's name, he passed the accumulative point jade back to Duanling Tian again. When Duanling Tian dripped a drop of blood on the accumulative jade point, the drop of blood quickly seeped into the accumulative jade point. With that, the energy fluctuations grew stronger for a moment before they gradually calmed down. Duanling Tian. The profound nether mansion seated behind the counter racked his brain, trying to figure out Duanling Tian's identity. Was there a Duan clan among the 10 major clans? No, he was certain there was no Duan clan among the 10 major clans. Then, could he be from one of the top 5 sects? Alas, no matter how hard he tried, he did not find any information or clue regarding Duanling Tian. While the profound nether mansion elder's imagination ran wild, Qi Tianming looked at Duanling Tian and said, It's done. You can now enter the middle realm of the southern ancient realm with your accumulative point jade. However, are you certain you want to enter now? Yes, Duanling Tian replied as they walked toward the stone platform where the transporting formation to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm was located. When you're standing in the formation, send your celestial origin energy into the accumulative point jade, and it'll send you to your destination. To be precise, It'll send you to the profound Nether Mansion's base. You'll have to leave the base to enter the middle realm and accumulate points, Qi Tianming said through voice transmission. Duanling Tian nodded before he leaped onto the stone platform. He did not waste time and quickly sent his celestial origin energy into the accumulative point jade that he held in his hand. A streak of white light shot out from the accumulative point jade into the stone platform and the formation beneath his feet. The ground seemed to turn into liquid immediately. In the next moment, the ground beneath his feet seemed to have come to life as it shone with a dazzling white light that shrouded him. After a brief moment, the white light gradually turned into mist. Duanling Tian was nowhere to be seen when the mist dissipated. At this moment, another profound Nether Mansion elder who was familiar with Qi Tianming curiously asked, "My lord, who's he for you to personally show him around?" Before Qi Tianming left, he replied with a mysterious smile on his face, "You'll find out in the future." Is this the middle realm of the southern ancient realm? When Duanling Tian opened his eyes, he discovered he was in a vast valley. Apart from rows of crudely built buildings, he saw there was quite a number of people gathered outside those buildings. There were even some people who were sparring. After a brief observation, he discovered they were all 10 Directions celestial dukes. Apart from that, based on the identity tokens hanging from their waists, he knew they were from the profound Nether Mansion as well. However, unlike his outer court disciple identity token, their identity tokens were that of the inner court disciples. At the same time, Duanling Tian's arrival had attracted a few people's attention. A newcomer? Who's he? I don't think I've seen him before. I haven't seen him before either. I know all of the extraordinary 10 Directions celestial kings in the mansion, so I'm sure he's not one of them. It's not surprising that you don't recognize him. Didn't you see the identity token hanging from his waist? He's an outer court disciple. How powerful can he be? It's not just that. Have any of you discovered he's not even 100 years old? Not even 100 years old? Initially, only a few people paid attention to Duanling Tian. However, as the few people discussed among themselves, more and more people began to notice Duanling Tian. Even those who were in the midst of sparring stopped momentarily to look at him. It was not difficult for extraordinary 10 Directions celestial dukes to become an inner court disciple in the profound Nether Mansion. It was also for this reason that most 10 Directions celestial duke who entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm were inner court disciples. It was rare for 10 Directions celestial dukes who were outer court disciples to enter the middle realm. After all, the outer court disciples were mostly ordinary and not very strong compared to the inner court disciples. If they entered the middle realm and encountered a powerful opponent, they might not even have time to shatter their accumulative point jades before they were killed. What's an outer court disciple doing here? Isn't he afraid of dying? Many of the 10 Directions celestial dukes in the valley frowned as they looked at Duanling Tian. The valley is the profound Nether Mansion's base in the middle realm of the southern ancient realm. Therefore, as Duanling Tian had discovered, everyone here was 10 Directions celestial dukes and inner court disciples of the profound Nether Mansion. At this moment, a relatively young inner court disciple from the profound Nether Mansion said with a frown, "Lad, this isn't a place where an outer court disciple like you should come." "That's right. You should leave as soon as you can. If you run into 10 Directions celestial dukes from the other grade 6 celestial mansions, you might not even have the opportunity to crush your accumulative point jade to escape," a middle-aged man chimed in, trying to persuade Duanling Tian to leave. Duanling Tian had heard their conversations earlier, so he knew these inner court disciples did not think much of him due to him being an outer court disciple. However, he was not bothered by their opinion. If he was bothered by such trivial matters, he would have lived so long in vain. "In the end," he replied, "thank you for the warning. However, since I've come, I have no intention of leaving." Duanling Tian continued surveying his surroundings. He saw a stone platform in the center of the valley. He knew it had to be where the transporting formation that led back to the profound Nether Mansion was located. Then, he looked beyond the boundary of the valley for a brief moment before he suddenly vanished into thin air and appeared 100 meters away. He disappeared again before appearing another 100 meters away. In just a few seconds, Duanling Tian vanished from the inner court disciples' sight. Needless to say, they were shocked by Duanling Tian's movement technique. They could not even capture the slightest trace of his movement. This, it seems like he used the law of space's teleportation profundity. The law of space? An outer court disciple comprehended the law of space. If he comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity, there's no way we wouldn't hear of it. Although there are a few outer court disciples who have comprehended the law of space, none of them has comprehended the teleportation profundity. Maybe he just comprehended it recently? Impossible. As one of the four supreme laws, the law of space is naturally difficult to comprehend. Even the strongest outer disciple in the profound nether mansion has only comprehended two profundities from the law of space. Even if he has comprehended the teleportation profundity, he wouldn't dare to step into the middle realm. That's right. I've seen that outer court disciple who comprehended two profundities from the law of space 3 months ago. He's just an 8 trigrams celestial duke. Therefore, I'm certain that the young man is not him. Let alone an 8 trigrams celestial duke from the outer court. Even those outer court disciples who are 9 palaces celestial dukes and 10 directions celestial dukes wouldn't recklessly enter the middle realm if they have comprehended 3 profundities from the law of space. Apart from being shocked by Duanling Tian's technique, they were also curious about his identity. I'll go and ask around. One inner court disciple was so curious that he even returned to the profound nether mansion through the transporting formation in the valley, just so he could inquire about Duanling Tian. After a moment, that inner court disciple returned to the valley again with a strange expression on his face. When I asked around, I was told that the young man was personally brought here by Inspector Qi. It seems like he's a young master from a prominent family who's here to sightsee. Upon hearing these words, the inner court disciples began to discuss among themselves again. A young master from a prominent family? So that's why he dares to come here despite being younger than 100 years old. Right? I almost forgot about it. I couldn't sense the level of his celestial origin energy. But there's no way he's a 10 directions celestial duke. You're stating the obvious. How can he be a 10 directions celestial duke when he's not even 100 years old? He dares to enter the middle realm even though he's not even 100 years old? Where does he get his confidence from? It would be funny if he ends up dying here. All of the inner court disciples shook their heads. They were all of the opinion that the purple-clad young man was seeking death by coming to this place. Hey, I think we should tail him and see what happens. If he gets into trouble, we can save him. Imagine a young master from a prominent family owing us a debt of gratitude. He can't be from an ordinary family since Inspector Qi personally brought him here, an old man said with a hint of excitement. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly headed toward the direction where Duanling Tian left. A few others followed suit and left the valley as well. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian was naturally unaware of the commotion he had caused in the valley. After he left the valley, he continued using the teleportation profundity to travel. It did not take long before he arrived in a stone forest. He continued moving, and when he emerged from the other side of the forest, he was greeted by a vast and barren plain. He could see the stains of some dark substance on the ground. It was not difficult for him to tell that it was bloodstains. It seems like people have died here. It's not surprising since we're in a vast and barren plain, there's nowhere to hide here. It's inevitable that people from different grade 6 celestial mansions would fight if they meet here. Duanling Tian was not surprised to see the bloodstains on the ground. Due to the terrain, it became a deadly battlefield. One could only obtain points in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm from opponents from different grade 6 celestial mansions. Fellow members of the same sect could not obtain points from each other. For example, if a group of profound nether mansion disciples surrounded Duanling Tian, and they crushed their accumulative point jades, their points would not go to Duanling Tian even if he was in close proximity. This was to prevent fellow members from cheating their way to the top 20 ranks. Naturally, people from different celestial mansions could make a deal to cheat the system, but it rarely happened. First of all, it was too risky. If they were caught, the punishment was death. Second, even if they took such a huge risk, success was not guaranteed. Nevertheless, this did not stop a few people from taking this risk once in a blue moon. As the saying went, fortune favors the bold. As Duanling Tian continued forward, he saw a forested mountain up ahead. The mountain looked steep and perilous. It seemed like the perfect hideout. Since most of the people who entered the Middle Realm were 10 Directions celestial dukes, it was easy for them to avoid detection from other people's divine consciousness. First, it was a stone forest. Then, it was a vast and barren plain. Now, it's a forested mountain. It seems like these different terrains are deliberately created to simulate battlegrounds of all kinds. Different terrains had different advantages if one knew how to make use of them after all. Duanling Tian suddenly came to a halt as his eyes flashed. It was as though he had discovered something. Swoosh! In the next moment, a figure flew out from one of the mountain peaks. In just a blink of an eye, the figure had appeared in front of Duanling Tian, blocking Duanling Tian's way, with a sinister gleam in his eyes. When the figure appeared, Duanling Tian saw that it was a young man. Apart from that, he managed to see the identity token hanging from the young man's waist. From the identity token, he discovered the young man's name was Hong Ji, and he was an inner disciple from the Leaving Willow Mansion. Similarly, Hong Ji saw Duanling Tian's identity token as well. His solemn expression vanished without a trace as he muttered to himself, "An outer court disciple from the profound nether mansion?" With this discovery, he raised his head and looked in the direction of the forest mountain as he shouted, "You can come out now. He's just an outer court disciple from the profound nether mansion." Swoosh! As soon as Hong Ji finished speaking, another figure shot out from the place Hong Ji had appeared. The figure belonged to a young man as well, and based on his identity token, his name was Tong Qishan, and he was also an inner disciple from the Leaving Willow Mansion like Hong Ji. An outer disciple from the profound nether mansion? Tong Qishan, who also blocked Duanling Tian's path, raised an eyebrow as he studied Duanling Tian. Then, Hong Ji asked, "Lad, what's an outer disciple like you doing here?" "I'm here to compete for the rankings," Duanling Tian replied lightly. "An outer disciple from the profound nether mansion wants to compete for the rankings?" Tong Qishan's eyes widened, clearly stunned. Then he asked, "Can you tell me how many points you've accumulated so far?" Usually, Tong Qishan and Hong Ji would not waste time and would instantly attack their targets to prevent their targets from escaping. However, after discovering their target today was just an outer court disciple from the profound nether mansion, they did not think there was any risk of Duanling Tian escaping from them. Moreover, they did not have any intention of killing their opponents as long as they obtained the points. Therefore, if Duanling Tian crushed his accumulative jade point to escape, they would not mind it since the points would go to them anyway. So long as their opponents were willing to give up their points, they would not kill their targets if they had no grudge between them. Duanling Tian replied, "This is my first time in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Both of you are the first and second people I've met from another celestial mansion. The profound nether mansion's base is nearby. Did you just come from there?" Tong Qishan was speechless. Was this person before him a fool who was unafraid of death? Duanling Tian nodded. "I didn't expect to meet a rookie, lad. Crush your accumulative point jade and leave. You're lucky you met us. If you've met other people, it's likely that they'll kill you," Hong Ji said as he looked at Duanling Tian. Clearly, he had no intention of fighting Duanling Tian. For this reason, he encouraged Duanling Tian to surrender his points and crush his accumulative point jade to leave the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm through the transporting formation in the jade. At this moment, Tong Qishan, who had just probed Duanling Tian with his divine consciousness, exclaimed in shock, "Not only are you an outer disciple, but you're not even 100 years old." "Not even 100 years old?" Hong Ji was stunned by Tong Qishan's discovery as well. "Lad, you're not even 100 years old. But you dare to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? Are you seeking death? Although not everyone who enters the middle realm is a cold-blooded killer. If you run into those who have a grudge with the profound nether mansion, they definitely won't let you go. Come on, crush your accumulative point jade and leave. What's wrong? Don't tell me you want us to make a move." Tong Qishan said helplessly when he saw Duanling Tian showed no signs of leaving. He grew a little impatient when he saw there was no response from Duanling Tian. A wide smile appeared on Duanling Tian's face at this moment. The duo was baffled when they saw Duanling Tian smiling. "Why are you smiling?" Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed imperceptibly as he said with a smile, "Both of you seem like nice people, so I won't attack you. Crush your accumulative point jades and leave." Earlier, when Duan Ling Tian had gone to one of the sites where the transporting formation to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm was located, he had briefly looked through the scoreboard placed in the center of the yard. He could roughly remember the names of those who were ranked in the top 100, and he did not remember seeing Hong Ji and Tong Qishan's names. With this, he determined the duo was not a threat to him even if they joined forces and attacked at the same time. Naturally, he knew there was a chance the duo was strong as well. Perhaps they were late to enter the middle realm and had no time to obtain points to rank in the top 100. Even then, Duan Ling Tian was rather sure of his assumptions. After all, extraordinary 10 directions celestial dukes would not work together with another 10 directions celestial duke, since it would not only taint their reputations, but they did not need the help as well. "You're not going to attack us? You want us to crush our accumulative point jades?" The duo from the Leaving Willow Mansion was dumbfounded when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. A strange expression appeared on their faces as they exchanged a look and communicated through voice transmission. Did he lose his mind? An outer court disciple who's not even 100 years old entering the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. I won't be surprised if he's really crazy. Based on his words, it seems like he won't crush his accumulative point jade on his own accord. It seems like we'll have to force him to do it. Let's just attack. Hopefully, he'll regain his senses and stop this nonsense once he's defeated. In Hong Ji and Tong Qishan's opinion, it should be easy for them to deal with an outer court disciple who was not even 100 years old. Therefore, only Hong Ji made a move while Tong Qishan stood at the back. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Hong Ji cast 3 profundities from the Law of Metal as soon as he made his move. Dazzling golden saber rays appeared and formed a net as they swept toward Duan Ling Tian. However, Duan Ling Tian did not make a move at all. He remained standing in the same spot. In just a blink of an eye, Hong Ji's attack was just a few inches away from him. Upon seeing this, Tong Qishan was worried Hong Ji might accidentally kill Duan Ling Tian, so he said in a low voice, "Go easy on him. In the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, even if Hong Ji killed Duan Ling Tian, there would be no consequences." However, since the duo was of the opinion that Duan Ling Tian was a crazy fool who was not even 100 years old, Tong Qishan could not help but feel pity toward Duan Ling Tian, and as a result, he could not bear to kill Duan Ling Tian. "He's really weak." Hong Ji smiled helplessly as he prepared to withdraw his attack. However, at this moment, the dazzling golden sword rays flashed brightly for a moment before they began to dim. Upon seeing this, his eyes widened in surprise and horror. It seemed like it was too late for him to withdraw his attack. Swoosh! 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 The duo could only watch helplessly as the sword rays swept out like a hurricane. However, the moment before the saber ray landed on its target, Duan Ling Tian suddenly vanished into thin air. Hong Ji was so shocked when he saw Duan Ling Tian vanishing into thin air that he forgot to withdraw his attack. "What kind of technique is that?" "There he is," Tong Qishan exclaimed. Hong Ji turned back to look and saw a purple figure standing about 100 meters away. The duo from the Leaving Mansion Willow did not see Duan Ling Tian moving at all. When did he get behind them? It was as though he vanished and reappeared again in another spot. How did he end up there? Did you catch his movements? Hong Ji asked Tong Qishan after he gulped. "No, I didn't." Tong Qishan shook his head before he lowered his voice and said, "If I'm not mistaken, he had used the law of space's teleportation profundity earlier. The teleportation doesn't consume one's celestial origin energy and allows one to teleport to anywhere within a 100-meter radius at the rudimentary stage. The higher one's cultivation base is, the shorter the cooldown period between each use would be. Although the profundity doesn't use one's celestial origin energy, its cooldown period relies on the level of one's celestial origin energy." Based on his words, it was clear he had a certain level of understanding of the law of space's teleportation profundity. Teleportation profundity? Realization dawned on Hong Ji after he heard Tong Qishan's explanation. No wonder we couldn't catch his movements. He really did vanish into thin air. However, isn't the teleportation profundity the hardest profundity to comprehend in the law of space? He's not even 100 years old, but he managed to comprehend the teleportation profundity. After sending the voice transmission to Tong Qishan, he looked at the purple figure in shock again. He's really lucky. He must have comprehended the teleportation profundity as soon as he comprehended the law of space's space elemental profundity. If his cultivation base is similar to ours, we can only dream about catching him. However, he's not even 100 years old, so his cultivation base has to be lower than ours. As long as his celestial origin energy is weaker than ours, we'll still be able to catch him even if he casts the teleportation profundity, Tong Qishan said confidently. His eyes flashed nearing the end of his sentence. Hongji nodded. Then he looked at the purple figure and said, "Lad, you're not even 100 years old and have comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity. You really surprised us. However, if you think you're capable of escaping from us, you're too naive." Escape? Duanling Tian was slightly startled when he heard Hongji's words. A faint smile appeared on his face as he said, "When did I say I want to escape? Since both of you have no intention of killing me, I'll go easy on both of you. Don't hold back when you attack." Toward the end of his words, his smile grew wider. Go easy on both of us? Duanling Tian's words angered Hongji and Tong Qishan. Not only was this outer court disciple from the profound nether mansion unappreciative of their good intentions, but he even said he was going to go easy on them? Was he daydreaming? Hongji took a deep breath to suppress the anger boiling in his body. He looked at Duanling Tian and coldly said, "Lad, it seems like if I don't teach you a lesson, you'll never learn that there will always be people stronger than you in this world. Let me show you the difference between an outer court disciple from the profound nether mansion and an inner disciple from the leaving willow mansion." As soon as he finished speaking, golden light burst forth from his body, and he was bathed entirely in the dazzling golden light. Golden lightning bolts could be seen flashing around his body, giving him a formidable aura. The metal style profundity? Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes. He knew the profundity that Hongji had cast. The metal style profundity would shroud its user with the celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the metal elemental profundity. With that, the user's strength, speed, and attack would be enhanced even if one did not use celestial origin energy to attack. "Lad, today I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. A weakling like you shouldn't be arrogant." Hongji's body seemed to flicker and transform into a streak of golden light that shot out like a shooting star falling across the sky. Whoosh! The piercing profundity. The streak of golden light shot out effortlessly with almost no resistance from the air. The resistance was only minute at best. This was because Hongji had cast the law of metal's piercing profundity. As its name suggested, it could pierce through air and reduce its resistance to almost zero. Hongji has cast 5 profundities from the law of metal so far. Before I used the teleportation profundity, he had attacked using the metal elemental profundity, the slashing inches profundity, and the slicing profundity. And now he's using the metal style profundity and the piercing profundity. With Duanling Tian's current strength, it was not difficult for him to figure out the type of profundities Hongji had cast. Based on Hongji's attacks and strength, he safely concluded that Hongji had only comprehended 5 profundities from the law of metal so far. No wonder they're working today. He has only comprehended 5 profundities from the law of metal. Duanling Tian shook his head before he cast the teleportation profundity again to dodge Hongji's attack. Tong Qishan's expression changed drastically as he observed the battle from afar. He's also a 10 directions celestial duke. Duanling Tian had used the teleportation profundity 2 times now. Moreover, the interval between each use was incredibly short. For this reason, Tong Qishan was certain that Duanling Tian was a 10 directions celestial duke. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Duanling Tian to use the teleportation profundity consecutively. A 10 directions celestial duke who's not even 100 years old? Chills ran up Tong Qishan's spine when he thought about Duanling Tian's age. Moreover, he knew there was no mistake about Duanling Tian's age. After all, not even celestial emperors or the divine elements could hide a person's age. Territory profundity. Duanling Tian suddenly appeared behind Hongji. At the same time, energy surged out of his body and shrouded the area within 100 meters of Duanling Tian at lightning speed. Then the raging energy swept toward Hong Ji, leaving many dents on his armor. Restraining profundity. Distortion profundity. Before Hong Ji could react, Duanling Tian cast another 2 profundities from the law of space. The air around Hong Ji seemed to freeze at this moment, leaving him powerless. Then energy generated from the distortion of space swept toward him, shattering his metal armor. Although he was shocked by Duanling Tian's techniques, he did not lose focus. Under such circumstances, he knew he could not afford to be distracted. "Break!" Hong Ji cried out. Golden light surged out from his body again, transforming into saber rays. He clearly intended to break out from his restraint using the saber ray's penetrative force. Trying to break free of my restraining profundity? Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes. If he did not do anything, it was likely that Hong Ji would be able to free himself from the restraining profundity. At the critical moment, he quickly waved his right hand in the air. In just a blink of an eye, the void in a corner of the area where Duanling Tian had cast restraining profundity suddenly tore. Swoosh! In just an instant, a gray sword ray shot out in the direction of Hong Ji's golden saber rays. Swoosh! 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 The golden saber ray collided with the gray sword ray. However, the gray sword ray was quickly overwhelmed by the number of golden saber rays. Nevertheless, after a moment, another gray sword ray shot out from another crack in the void. At the same time, the first crack in the void suddenly lengthened before it merged with the second crack in the void. With that, the crack grew bigger. In just a short moment, a gaping hole could be seen in the void as a pulling force began to pull the golden saber rays into the hole. With this, it did not take long before all the golden saber rays vanished after being pulled into the hole. Territory profundity? Restraining profundity? Distortion profundity? Cross-dimensional / profundity. Tong Qishan was stunned. Duanling Tian scoffed. After the golden saber rays were absorbed by the cross-dimensional / profundity, the distortion profundity caused the void to ripple violently. When Duanling Tian stopped using the restraining profundity, Hong Ji was sent flying out. Hong Ji, who was severely injured, coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. On the contrary, Duanling Tian was completely unscathed. He did not even look like he had gone through a fierce battle. At this moment, Tong Qishan stepped forward and supported Hong Ji to his feet as he asked worriedly, "Hong Ji, are you all right?" Since the duo from the Leaving Willow Mansion was working together in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, it meant that they had a good relationship. Now that Hong Ji was severely injured, how could Tong Qishan not feel worried? Nevertheless, he did not harbor any intention to seek revenge for Hong Ji. After all, he was slightly weaker than Hong Ji. Although Tong Qishan had also comprehended 5 profundities, if he fought with Hong Ji at most, their fight would end in a draw if he used the law of Earth's power defensive techniques. In terms of offense, he was no match for Hong Ji. After all, Hong Ji had comprehended 5 of the best profundities from the law of metal, such as the slashing inches profundity and piercing profundity, which were the 2 main offensive profundities from the law of metal. Normally, even if Hong Ji's opponents had comprehended more than 5 profundities, Hong Ji was still capable of defeating them. It was not difficult for Duanling Tian to defeat Hong Ji with only 5 profundities from the law of space. Naturally, it would have been much faster if he had used 6 profundities. After witnessing Duanling Tian's strength, Tong Qishan knew he was no match for Duanling Tian at all. After all, Duanling Tian had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. Apart from that, the law of space was much stronger compared to ordinary laws since it was one of the 4 supreme laws. Even if Duanling Tian had only comprehended 5 profundities from the law of space and both of them joined forces to deal with Duanling Tian, at most, their fight would end in a draw. If Duanling Tian fought them one-on-one with the teleportation profundity, there was no doubt that both of them would be soundly defeated by Duanling Tian. "I'm fine. He's too strong. I couldn't retaliate at all," Hong Ji said with lingering fear. A hint of helplessness could be seen in the depths of his eyes as well. "Thank goodness we've never been the kind to kill indiscriminately. Otherwise, we would have died." If he didn't show mercy and hold back his strength, I would have died. His face turned even paler when he recalled his close brush with death. Let's get out of here. In the end, Hongji brought his accumulative point jade out. He looked at it with a hint of reluctance before he crushed it. After a short moment, white mist rose from the crushed accumulative point jade and shrouded Hongji. When the mist dissipated, he could no longer be seen. Crack! Tong Qishan followed suit and crushed his accumulative point jade as well to leave the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Needless to say, the duo from the leaving Willow Mansion silently committed the name they saw on the identity token hanging from the purple figure's waist to their memories. Duan Ling Tian. After Hong Ji and Tong Qishan left, 5 points were added to Duan Ling Tian's accumulative point jade. With this, he now had 6 points in his accumulative point jade. Each accumulate point jade came with 1 point. This meant he had gained 5 points from Hong Ji and Tong Qishan. Hong Ji had accumulated 3 points, which meant he had obtained 2 points from his opponents. On the other hand, Tong Qishan had 2 points, which meant he had accumulated 1 point from his opponent. With these points and the 1 point Duan Ling Tian originally had, Duan Ling Tian now had 6 points. I remember the person whose ranked 100th only had 4 points. Those who ranked from the 89th to the 92nd place have 6 points. The person ranked 93rd has 5 points. If the ranking hasn't changed since then, I should be at the 93rd place now, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Naturally, the 93rd place was far from his ultimate goal. After putting his accumulative point jade away, Duan Ling Tian moved toward the forested mountain. In just a moment, he appeared 100 meters away. Then, he vanished and reappeared 100 meters further. In just a few moments, he disappeared from the perilous terrain of the forested mountain. In the profound Nether Mansion's estate. At this moment, on the 3 main islands, a commotion had broken out in the 3 sites where the transporting formations to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm were located. This was due to a new name that had appeared across the 3 scoreboards. Normally, a new name appearing on the scoreboards would not elicit any reaction. However, this name caused an uproar because there were 3 words behind the name, Profound Nether Mansion. The people from the Profound Nether Mansion were naturally curious since they had not heard of this name before. After all, this meant the new person on the scoreboard was a disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion. Duan Ling Tian? Who's he? Since when did such a person appear in the Profound Nether Mansion? Someone who's capable of ranking in the top 100 should be well known in the Profound Nether Mansion, right? After all, we know many powerful 10 Directions celestial dukes who didn't even make it into the top 100. Does anyone know him? The news of a disciple from the Profound Nether Mansion ranking in the top 100 was naturally good news. Although the ranking was not enough to benefit the Profound Nether Mansion, it proved that the Profound Nether Mansion had many strong members. Apart from benefiting the Grade 6 Celestial Mansions, the ranking of the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm had also become a symbol of honor among the Grade 6 Celestial Mansions. The Grade 6 Celestial Mansion whose member ranked first or the Grade 6 Celestial Mansion with the most members ranking in the top 100 held great honor. Therefore, it was only natural that another disciple from the Profound Nether Mansion ranking in the top 100 would draw the attention of the disciples in the Profound Nether Mansion. Duan Ling Tian? Why does this name sound so familiar? An elder seated behind a counter in one of the transporting formation sites frowned. After a moment, his eyes lit up. Isn't he that young man whom Inspector Qi brought here today? He was the person who had registered Duan Ling Tian and given Duan Ling Tian the accumulative point jade earlier. Then, he muttered to himself, Duan Ling Tian, could it be someone else with the same name? The elder remembered Duan Ling Tian was not even 100 years old, so he was not sure if the person who had ranked in the top 100 was the same person as the young man whom he had met earlier today. Let me check, the elder muttered to himself. Since he was working in the site of a transporting formation, he had the authority to check the information of the disciples who entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. After checking, he discovered there was only one person with the name Duan Ling Tian who entered the middle realm today. This meant the person who ranked in the top 100 was the young man who had come with Qi Tianming earlier. Upon discovering this, the elder mumbled to himself, clearly in shock and disbelief. He just entered the middle realm less than 2 hours ago, right? In such a short time, he managed to obtain 6 points. The elder told another elder about his discovery before word of this spread like a wildfire at the sites of the 3 transporting formations. Hey! Word has it that Duanling Tian is the young man who came with Inspector Qi earlier today. The young man with Inspector Qi? Didn't he just arrive roughly an hour ago? Moreover, he's not even 100 years old. Right? That's right. He's not even 100 years old, but he somehow managed to obtain 6 points and made it to the top 100 less than 2 hours after he entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Is this even possible? It's impossible. Let alone the profound Nether Mansion. I don't think there's a 10 Directions Celestial Duke younger than 100 years old in the history of the Southern Heaven territory. Moreover, for him to rank in the top 100 so quickly, apart from being a 10 Directions Celestial Duke, he also has to comprehend powerful profundities. How's it possible for someone below the age of 100 to achieve all these things? I agree. If that young man is Duanling Tian, then he must have bribed the disciples from other celestial mansions to give him their points. He must have cheated. A group of elders and disciples from the profound Nether Mansion discussed this matter fervently among themselves before they concluded Duanling Tian, an outer court disciple, who had only entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm less than 2 hours ago, must have cheated. Otherwise, how could a young man who was not even 100 years old make it into the top 100? Is that why Inspector Qi brought him here? However, what's the point if he only ranks in the top 100? Shouldn't Inspector Qi bring someone who can rank in the top 20 if he intends on cheating? Someone speculated out loud. There's only a few days left before the ranking is reset. Isn't it too late for him to cheat his way into the top 20? Not necessarily. If there are enough people from other celestial mansions in the middle realm, it's possible for him to rank in the top 20. You have a point. It seems like Inspector Qi found external help to raise the profound Nether Mansion's ranking into the top 20. Since when did the profound Nether Mansion need to resort to cheating to rank in the top 20? Most elders and disciples from the profound Nether Mansion could not help but cite. In their opinion, the profound Nether Mansion did not need to stoop so low just to rank in the top 20. Naturally, there were others who held different opinions as well. It doesn't make sense to me that the mansion would seek someone who's less than 100 years old for help. If that's the case, wouldn't it be easier to ask Senior Xianxia to get those from other celestial mansions to give him their points? Why would they expend so much effort just to recruit a weak lad who's not even 100 years old? However, if he weren't brought here to cheat, how did such a young lad rank in the top 100 in such a short time? Well, there's a possibility he encountered 2 opponents who were fighting and took advantage of the situation to defeat the 2 opponents when they were greatly weakened from their battle. That's not entirely impossible. Maybe he's just really lucky. Well, we'll be able to tell if he's just lucky or if he's cheating based on his points. If his points increase, he has to be cheating. Otherwise, his points should stay as they are. If I were him, I would have left immediately. He's not even 100 years old. What kind of strength could he possess? Anyone in the middle realm could easily kill him. In the end, most people felt that if the profound Nether Mansion really wanted to cheat, they could have sent Xianxia, the strongest 10 Directions Celestial Duke in the mansion. Although Xianxia had not ranked in the top 20 for almost a year now, he was only a few points away from entering the top 20. The more they discussed the matter, the more they were convinced that Duanling Tian managed to rank in the top 100 due to a stroke of good luck. Nevertheless, these people still kept an eye on Duanling Tian's name on the scoreboard to see if his ranking would improve. Even if it was all due to luck, it was still impressive that he managed to obtain 6 points in less than 2 hours after he entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Moreover, this was unprecedented in the profound Nether Mansion. In the Leaving Willow Mansion's estate. The Leaving Willow Mansion was a 6th-grade celestial mansion that had equal status with the profound Nether Mansion in the Southern Heaven territory. There were 2 transporting formations to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in the Leaving Willow Mansion's estate. In one of the transporting formation sites, a pitiful-looking figure appeared before another figure appeared next to it. The 2 figures' sudden appearance drew the attention of the elders and disciples of the Leaving Willow Mansion. Most of them seemed to recognize the 2 figures. Hongji, Tong Qishan. Hongji, Tong Qishan, based on your conditions, it seems like both of you left by crushing your accumulative point Jadis, right? A middle-aged disciple asked, clearly surprised. Tong Qishan nodded as he supported Hongji to stabilize his footing. We surrender this time. When both of you work together, even those who ranked at the bottom of the top 100 might not necessarily be a match for both of you. The person who managed to make both of you yield has to be extraordinary. Who was it that made both of you surrender? An old disciple asked. I've never heard of him until today, Tong Qishan said with a bitter smile. His name is Duan Ling Tian. Then, after glancing at the scoreboard, he added, after obtaining our points, he has now made it into the top 100 on the scoreboard. 93 RD. Although he has just entered not too long ago with his strength, there's no problem for him to make it into the top 50 if he's lucky enough to meet people in there. Tong Qishan thought to himself. Since he had witnessed Duan Ling Tian's strength, he knew Duan Ling Tian was more than capable of ranking in the top 40 or top 50. However, due to it being the end of the month, Duan Ling Tian had to depend on luck to see if he could meet people in there. Upon hearing Tong Qishan's words, the elders and disciples from the Leaving Willow Mansion shifted their eyes to the scoreboard. Duan Ling Tian? There it is. 93rd place. He's a disciple from the Profound Nether Mansion? I've never heard of him before. Since when did such a person appear in the Profound Nether Mansion? I know every single 10 Directions Celestial Dukes who are powerful in the Profound Nether Mansion. However, I've never heard of him. Where did he come from? Since he's capable of defeating Hongji and Tong Qishan, it's impossible that none of us has heard of him before. After discussing among themselves for a while, the group of elders and disciples discovered none of them had heard of Duan Ling Tian before. Therefore, they turned to look at Hongji and Tong Qishan for answers. An elder asked Tong Qishan, to be able to make both of you surrender, he must have comprehended 6 profundities at least, right? Tong Qishan nodded. His expression was solemn as he said, not only did he comprehend 6 profundities, but the 6 profundities are from the law of space. Silence descended after his words fell. 6 profundities of the law of space? The law of space was the toughest law to comprehend among the 4 supreme laws. Even in the Leaving Willow Mansion, there was only one person who comprehended more than 6 profundities from the law of space. That person was an elder with a high status, a celestial lord of the Leaving Willow Mansion. However, according to Tong Qishan, just a mere disciple from the Profound Nether Mansion had already comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. Tong Qishan, are you sure? I've never heard of any 10 Directions Celestial Duke in the Profound Nether Mansion who has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space, a disciple said skeptically. Let alone 6 profundities from the law of space, I don't think I've heard of any outstanding 10 Directions Celestial Duke who has comprehended the law of space. Tong Qishan, are you sure you're not mistaken? Another elder asked skeptically. Swoosh! As the crowd looked at Tong Qishan with doubtful expressions on their faces, Tong Qishan raised his hand and brought a pearl out. Floating image pearl. The crowd's eyes lit up when they saw the floating image pearl that was laying in Tong Qishan's palm. Swoosh! After Tong Qishan sent his celestial origin energy into the floating image pearl, the recording of the battle earlier began to play in front of the elders and disciples of the Leaving Willow Mansion. There were 2 figures in the recording. One of them belonged to Hongji, a 10 Directions Celestial Duke who had comprehended 5 profundities from the law of metal. The other figure belonged to an unfamiliar purple-clad young man. Hongji is attacking. In the recording, the crowd saw Hongji charging toward Duan Ling Tian with his body seemingly protected by a layer of metal. His net of golden saber rays seemed capable of destroying everything that stood in its path. To their surprise, at the critical moment, Duan Ling Tian suddenly vanished into thin air like a ghost before reappearing 100 meters away from Hongji. An elder exclaimed in shock, "That's the law of space's teleportation profundity." The law of space's teleportation profundity? The crowd was stunned upon seeing this. It was widely known that among the profundities from the law of space, the teleportation profundity was the most difficult to comprehend. At this moment, a disciple's eyes widened as he cried out, "Look at his identity token! He's an outer disciple of the profound nether mansion. An outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion? After the observant disciple from the Leaving Willow Mansion finished speaking, the group of elders and disciples from the Leaving Willow Mansion shifted their eyes to the identity token hanging from Duanling Tian's waist immediately. True enough, it was just as the observant disciple had pointed out. The purple-clad young man's identity token indicated that he was an outer court disciple in the profound nether mansion. The difference between the identity tokens of outer court disciples from grade 6 celestial mansions was very slight, so all of them easily recognized the identity token hanging from the purple-clad young man's waist. This Duanling Tian is only an outer court disciple in the profound nether mansion? The crowd was stunned by this discovery. At this moment, the recording showed Duanling Tian dodging Hong Ji's preemptive strike before he teleported next to Hong Ji and struck. In just a few breaths, Duanling Tian had easily nullified Hong Ji's attacks by absorbing them into the spatial tear. After that, the crowd saw Hong Ji flying out looking severely injured. The crowd's eyes widened and they inhaled sharply when they saw Duanling Tian defeating Hong Ji, as though it was as easy as taking a stroll in the park. When did outer court disciples in the profound nether mansion become so strong? A knowledgeable elder said, territory profundity, restraining profundity, distortion profundity, cross-dimensional / profundity, teleportation profundity, and space elemental profundity. He really comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. He sighed before he continued to say, to think the profound nether mansion has such an extraordinary character. Is the profound nether mansion stupid? Why would they let someone like that be an outer court disciple? Another elder cursed out loud. There was no doubt if the Leaving Willow Mansion had such an extraordinary character, let alone the position of an inner disciple, it would not be difficult for him to become a core disciple. It was widely known that those who entered the Middle Realm, Southern Heaven, Ancient Realm were younger than 1,000 years old. There was no doubt someone who was less than 1,000 years old and had comprehended 6 profundities would be cherished in the Leaving Willow Mansion. Such an extraordinary character was almost unheard of in grade 6 celestial mansions after all. I feel the profound nether mansion is deliberately provoking us. Aren't they trying to show that their outer court disciple is capable of defeating our mansion's inner court disciples? I agree. How's it possible for an outer court disciple to possess such strength? The profound nether mansion really hid quite deeply. I've never heard about such a character among their ranks. However, it won't be long before the outer court disciple's name becomes renowned. The elders and disciples present on the scene were convinced that the profound nether mansion was trying to provoke the Leaving Willow Mansion. Perhaps that was why they made someone with such strength an outer court disciple. Ordinarily, how could someone with such strength become an outer court disciple? When the discussion between the elders and disciple died down slightly, Tong Qishan speculated out loud, it's possible that he's just an external help. What do you mean? Everyone shifted their attention to Tong Qishan immediately. Tong Qishan asked, based on the recording shown by the floating image pearl, how old do you think he is? I'm not sure. Most people shook their heads. How could they tell someone's age based on a recording from a floating image pearl? Moreover, a young appearance did not mean the person was young. There were some 10,000-year-old old men who could take on the appearance of a 17 or 18-year-old if they so wished. Well, since he's able to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he can't be over 1,000 years old. In any case, a 10 directions celestial duke who has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space before reaching 1,000 years old is more than qualified to become a core disciple. It's impossible for him to be an outer court disciple. That's right. Someone like that should be a core disciple. However, he's not even an inner court disciple. He's just an outer court disciple. How preposterous. It's clear the profound nether mansion is trying to provoke us. In the Southern Heaven Territory's history, there's only a handful of characters who have comprehended so many profundities from the law of space before reaching the age of 1,000. Who would have thought one would appear in the profound nether mansion? Upon hearing the discussion in his surroundings, Hong Ji, who had been keeping quiet all this time, could not help but say in a self-mocking tone, younger than 1,000 years old? At this time, the recording was playing on a loop since Tong Qishan had not withdrawn his celestial origin energy from the floating image pearl. The crowd shifted their attention to Hongji as soon as he spoke. They were naturally curious. Not only is Duanling Tian a 10-direction celestial duke who has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. Hongji looked at the purple-clad young man in the recording as he solemnly said, but most importantly, he's not even 100 years old. He's not even 100 years old? Not even 100 years old? The entire place was as silent as a graveyard at this moment. It was so quiet that they would have heard a needle falling on the ground. Hongji. Tong Qishan, are you sure you're not mistaken? He's not even 100 years old. A disciple asked with an expression of disbelief on his face. Tong Qishan said with a shrug, I know it's unbelievable, but it's a fact. Hongji and I have confirmed it. It wasn't difficult for us to investigate his age. There's no doubt he's younger than 100 years old. He knew the crowd would have a hard time believing his words. After all, there was a difference between seeing it with your own eyes and hearing about it from someone else. If he were in their shoes, he would never believe it if someone had told him of a 10-directions celestial duke who had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space before reaching the age of 100. At this moment, Hongji called out to Tong Qishan, let's go. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the duo left. It was just as Tong Qishan had expected. When the crowd regained their senses, they were skeptical of his words. In the Southern Heaven territory, there had never been a 10-direction celestial who had comprehended 6 profundities, from the law of space no less, before reaching the age of 100. However, these people were now told such a character had appeared in the profound nether mansion, and he was only an outer court disciple. How could they believe such words? Someone scoffed. They're just pretending to be mysterious. Do they really think we'll believe them? However, there's no reason for Hongji and Tong Qishan to lie, right? It doesn't matter, unless I witness it with my own eyes. I refuse to believe the purple-clad young man from the profound nether mansion is not even 100 years old. Me too. Even after Tong Qishan and Hongji had left, the excitement did not die down. The elders and disciples from the Leaving Willow Mansion began to crush their communication celestial talisman one after another to relay this news. It did not take long before almost everyone in the Leaving Willow Mansion heard about the profound nether mansion's 10-directions celestial duke who had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. Most importantly, such an extraordinary character was only an outer court disciple in the profound nether mansion. Needless to say, no one repeated Hongji and Tong Qishan's claims of the outer court disciple being younger than 100 years old. This news shocked quite many people in the Leaving Willow Mansion. There were a few elders who had good relationships with elders from the profound nether mansion. Upon receiving this news, they did not hesitate to send communication celestial talismans to their counterparts in the profound nether mansion to inquire about such an extraordinary character. The profound nether mansion really hid their strength deeply. Your mansion has a 10-directions celestial duke who has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space, but he's only given the position of an outer court disciple. Is your mansion trying to provoke everyone? Big Brotherly, do you know Duanling Tian, an outer court disciple from the profound nether mansion? In the profound nether mansion's estate, the elders who received messages from their counterparts in the Leaving Willow Mansion were dumbfounded. Duanling Tian? An outer court disciple? He's a 10-directions celestial duke who has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space before reaching the age of 1000. Are you joking? I haven't even heard of such a character in the profound nether mansion. If there's someone like that, I would have heard about it. When the profound nether mansion elders received the replies from their counterparts in the Leaving Willow Mansion, they learned that Duanling Tian was ranked 93rd on the scoreboard of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Curious, all of them made their way to the sites of the transporting formations closest to them. When the elders finally saw Duanling Tian's name on the scoreboard, they were bewildered. There's really such a person in our mansion? Soon enough, the discussions in the surroundings entered the elders' ears. They heard people saying Duanling Tian had gotten lucky and took advantage of 2 greatly weakened opponents who had battled each other and defeated them. It was clear they believed that was the reason Duanling Tian managed to rank in the top 100. At this moment, one of the elders who had received news from his counterpart in the Leaving Willow Mansion stepped forward and said, "You're wrong. Duanling Tian didn't rely on luck to rank in the top 100. A good friend of mine from the Leaving Willow Mansion just informed me that their inner disciple, Hongji, was severely injured by Duanling Tian. After Duanling Tian injured Hongji surrendered by crushing his accumulative point jade. His friend, Tong Qishan, followed suit and surrendered as well. That's how Duanling Tian obtained 5 points in one go." The other elders who had received news from the Leaving Willow Mansion spoke up one after another as well. "That's right. My friend in the Leaving Willow Mansion has seen the recording from a floating image pearl that showed Duanling Tian injuring Hongji. Moreover, he could be seen using 6 profundities from the law of space." Where did Duanling Tian come from? As an elder of the profound Nether Mansion, I've never heard of such a person before. A 10 directions celestial duke who has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space before reaching the age of 1,000. How can he only be an outer court disciple? Upon hearing these elders' words, silence descended on the 3 sites of the transporting formations in the profound Nether Mansion's estate. At this moment, Duanling Tian was unaware that he was getting more and more famous in the profound Nether Mansion and the Leaving Willow Mansion. In fact, his name had even begun to spread to other grade 6 celestial mansions. As time passed, news about Duanling Tian, an outer court disciple from the profound Nether Mansion, being a 10 directions celestial duke and comprehending 6 profundities from the law of space before reaching the age of 1,000 spread further and further. Although his achievements were not too outstanding, the fact that he had achieved these feats before the age of 1,000 shocked everyone. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, after Duanling Tian defeated the 2 inner disciples from the Leaving Willow Mansion and obtained 5 points, half a day passed before he ran into another person again. A disciple from the profound Nether Mansion? A middle-aged man dressed in blue long robes stood in front of Duanling Tian. His appearance was ordinary, but a hint of viciousness could be seen in the depths of his eyes. After he saw the identity token hanging from Duanling Tian's waist, a sinister smile appeared on his face. An outer court disciple? Since when did outer court disciples from the profound Nether Mansion become so stupid as to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? The middle-aged man looked at Duanling Tian and said contemptuously, "Kid, you're unlucky to have encountered me. You're going to be the 23rd disciple from the profound Nether Mansion whom I, Gongsun Jing, have encountered and killed in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm." As he spoke, his eyes shone with killing intent. Based on his words, he had killed every disciple from the profound Nether Mansion whom he had encountered. "Do you have enmity with the profound Nether Mansion?" Duanling Tian asked calmly before his eyes shifted to the identity token hanging from the middle-aged man's waist. "An inner disciple from the Azure Green Mansion?" When Duanling Tian saw the middle-aged man's identity token, he recalled Qi Tianming's words. Similar to the profound Nether Mansion, the Azure Green Mansion was also a grade 6 celestial mansion. The 2 grade 6 celestial mansions had a huge enmity that had lasted for almost 1,000 years now. Based on Qi Tianming's words, the enmity began almost 1,000 years ago due to the differences between the current mansion masters of the profound Nether Mansion and the Azure Green Mansion. At that time, both mansion masters had yet to attain their current positions and were traveling the world together. At some point, they met a woman and both of them liked her. The duo whose relationship was like that of brothers fell out because of the woman. Although their falling out was not to the extent of fighting to the death, both of them got along like fire and water. After the duo became mansion masters, the first direct disciple of the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion had killed the third direct disciple of the mansion master of the Azure Green Mansion. In retaliation, the second direct disciple of the mansion master of the Azure Green Mansion killed the last direct disciple of the profound Nether Mansion, further cementing the feud between the 2 grade 6 celestial mansions. Since then, when disciples from the profound Nether Mansion and the Azure Green Mansion ran into each other, they would usually fight. In the outside world, the disciples from both mansions might be somewhat reserved to fight to the death. However, in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, they had no reservations about fighting to the death at all. The disciples would usually fight to the death if they ran into each other in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Therefore, the profound Nether Mansion disciples had killed many disciples from the Azure Green Mansion and vice versa. At that time, Qi Tianming had said to Duan Ling Tian, if you run into disciples from the Azure Green Mansion in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, you can go all out and kill them. However, if they're stronger than you, flee immediately. There's no way a disciple from the Azure Green Mansion would spare your life. In other words, Duan Ling Tian only had two choices if he ran into disciples from the Azure Green Mansion: fight or escape. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, external help such as celestial talismans and celestial pills was useless. This meant that one could only rely on one's strength to escape. Even defensive celestial weapons were useless in the middle realm. The restrictions in the middle realm were much harsher compared to the lower realm. After all, one could use celestial weapons in the lower realm. Upon seeing Duan Ling Tian's gaze on his identity token, Gongsun Jianji smiled coldly as he said, "It seems like there's no need for me to answer you, since you've seen my identity token." Killing intent flashed in his eyes as he added, "Kid, you can only blame yourself for being a disciple of the profound Nether Mansion." As soon as he finished speaking, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body before they transformed into blazing red flames. In just a blink of an eye, the red flames shrouded his body. Gongsun Jin, I remember seeing his name on the scoreboard. If I'm not mistaken, he's ranked 69th on the scoreboard. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. He remembered Gongsun Jing possessed 13 points as well. Boom! A thunderously loud explosion rang in the air as an intense heatwave seemingly capable of destroying heaven and earth swept toward Duan Ling Tian. It was not difficult for him to identify the profundities from the law of fire that his opponent had cast. Apart from the fire elemental profundity, there were the explosion profundity, the burning profundity, and the pillaging profundity. You're going to become the disciple from the profound Nether Mansion whom I killed in the shortest time. Gongsun Jing sneered. He was filled with disdain when he saw the young man in front of him seemed incapable of responding to his attack that only contained 4 profundities from the law of fire. However, in the next moment, a baffled expression appeared on his face when the young man whom he was certain he would be able to kill with just one strike suddenly vanished without a trace. How's this possible? After his attack missed, the flames shrouding Gongsun Jing exploded with higher intensity. He charged out in search of Duan Ling Tian before he turned around and saw Duan Ling Tian calmly standing behind him in the distance with his hands on his back. What technique did he use? I couldn't see how he dodged my attack earlier. Gongsun Jin's expression turned slightly solemn as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, he replayed the scene of Duan Ling Tian dodging his attack in his mind. The void seemed to ripple slightly before he disappeared. Could it be that he used the law of space's teleportation profundity earlier? I didn't expect an outer court disciple from the profound Nether Mansion to be capable of comprehending the law of space's teleportation profundity. However, it did not take long before his eyes suddenly widened in shock. Why you? You're not even 100 years old. Gongsun Jing could vaguely tell Duan Ling Tian was not even 100 years old, even though he did not probe Duan Ling Tian with his divine consciousness. Moreover, when Duan Ling Tian had cast the teleportation profundity earlier, he could sense from Duan Ling Tian's celestial energy that Duan Ling Tian was a 10 Directions celestial duke like him. In other words, the young man was a 10 Directions celestial duke even though he was not even 100 years old? He thought to himself in shock. A 10 Directions celestial duke who's not even 100 years old? Even if he has only comprehended the law of space's space elemental profundity and the teleportation profundity, he would still be considered a heaven-defying genius. Let alone in the Grade 6 Azure Green Mansion, there was no one under the age of 100 who had achieved such feats in the entire history of the Southern Heaven Territory. Even in the 10 major clans, there were only 2 clans who had produced geniuses of such a level. With these thoughts in mind, Gongsun Jing felt his blood boil in excitement. His eyes were shining brightly as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. I've killed many disciples from the profound Nether Mansion, but this is the first time I'll be killing such a genius. However, in just a few short moments, as though he had just recalled something, his expression made him look as though he had been doused with a bucket of cold water. He's a 10 directions celestial duke who has comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity. With this profundity alone, it won't be difficult for him to escape me at all. The speed and frequency of his teleportations are superior to the speed and frequency of my attacks. He could not help but feel slightly helpless when he thought about this. Since the two opponents had the same cultivation base as 10 directions celestial dukes, Gongsun Jing knew it would be nigh impossible for him to kill Duan Tian, who had comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity, even if Duan Tian's offensive strength was inferior to his. No wonder a mere outer court disciple like you dares to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. As it turns out, you're a 10 directions celestial duke who has comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity. Gongsun Jing said coldly. Then he shifted his eyes away, clearly intending to leave. Since he could not kill Duan Tian, he had no intention of wasting his time here. However, just as he was about to leave, Duan Tian teleported and appeared in front of him, effectively blocking his path. Gongsun Jing had assumed the young man would be relieved by his departure. Since he could not kill the young man who had comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity, he decided not to waste his time here. He did not expect the young man to stop him from leaving. He smiled coldly as he said, "I chose to spare your life, but you're seeking death? Spare my life." Duan Tian was slightly taken aback by Gongsun Jing's words. When he regained his senses, he could not help but laugh. "You'll have to be able to catch me in order to kill me. Since you're a 10 directions celestial duke, you'll need to cast 2 movement profundities, at least, just to catch up to me. Even if you've comprehended the 2 movement profundities from the law of fire, the pillaging profundity and the fire-traveling profundity, you won't be able to cast the fire-traveling profundity here since this place isn't suitable for casting the fire-traveling profundity." Duan Tian knew this very well. After all, before he comprehended the law of space, he had focused on comprehending the law of fire. The fire-traveling profundity could only be used in an environment where there was fire. Clearly, they were not in that type of environment now. Gongsun Jing scoffed, clearly displeased that Duan Tian had seen through him. He said disdainfully, "So what? I can't kill you? But do you think you can kill me? Although your innate talent must be heaven-defying for being able to become a 10 directions celestial dukes before the age of 100. How many profundities have you comprehended? Do you think you're capable of breaching my defenses?" Based on his words, it was clear he did not think Duan Tian had comprehended many profundities from the law of space and thought that Duan Tian was incapable of killing him. "Well, why don't you experience it for yourself? You can see if you're capable of defending against my attacks." Duan Tian smiled faintly as he mobilized his celestial origin energy through his 99 heavenly veins before boosting it with the space elemental profundity. Teleportation profundity. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Tian teleported and appeared behind Gongsun Jing. Restraining profundity. Territory profundity. Distortion profundity. Before Gongsun Jing could react, Duan Tian had already cast the law of space's restraining profundity to prevent Gongsun Jing from escaping. He knew this profundity alone would not be able to restrain Gongsun Jing for long, so he cast another 2 profundities from the law of space to prevent Gongsun Jing from escaping. The law of space's restraining profundity? Gongsun Jing discovered he was restrained after Duan Tian cast 3 profundities from the law of space. Break! Although Gongsun Jing was taken aback by the 3 profundities from the law of space, he was not afraid. With just a thought, celestial origin energy surged out of his body. Swoosh! 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 A raging flame burst forth from Gongsun Jing's body, looking as though they were capable of breaking the restraining profundity's restraints. Apart from the fire elemental profundity, the explosion profundity, the burning profundity, and the pillaging profundity, Duan Tian also cast the law of fire's main offensive profundity, the corrosive profundity, and the fire-style profundity. The corrosive profundity's attack was fierce and corrosive as its name suggested. On the other hand, the fire-style profundity was similar to the law of metal's metal-style profundity in that it would engulf its user with flames, boosting his strength and his profundities. How's this possible? Soon enough, a shocked expression appeared on Gongsun Jing's face when he discovered he could not break free despite casting all of his profundities from the law of fire. Gong Sun Jing could sense he was being restrained by several different energies. After a beat, the space he was confined in began to distort and ripple. He quickly extended his divine consciousness. The territory profundity and the distortion profundity from the law of space? His expression changed again when he discovered Duan Ling Tian had cast 2 new profundities from the law of space. An outer disciple from the profound nether mansion who's not only a 10 directions celestial duke but has also comprehended 5 profundities from the law of space? Up until now, Gong Sun Jing had seen Duan Ling Tian casting 5 profundities from the law of space, the space elemental profundity, the teleportation profundity, the restraining profundity, the territory profundity, and the distortion profundity. However, to restrain him, Duan Ling Tian had only used 4 profundities from the law of space, the space elemental profundity, the restraining profundity, the territory profundity, and the distortion profundity. He was truly shocked. The law of space was one of the 4 supreme laws, so it was superior to ordinary laws like the law of fire. Needless to say, the profundities from the 4 supreme laws were also stronger than profundities from ordinary laws. Not only are you a 10 directions celestial duke, but you even comprehended 5 profundities from the law of space before the age of 100. I truly didn't expect this. However, do you really think you're capable of killing me just because of this? Although Gong Sun Jing was shocked by Duan Ling Tian's heaven-defying innate talent and comprehension skills, he was quick to regain his senses. Moreover, he did not seem afraid. He extended his right hand before he fisted it with a cold smile on his face. All of a sudden, the raging flames that engulfed him began to converge at his right hand before forming a red and purple flaming sword that emitted a formidable aura. Apart from that, tiny sword rays that looked like purple lightning bolts flashed around the flaming sword. Swoosh! 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 Gong Sun Jing cast the Law of Fire's fire-style profundity. Although it was not his full strength, he could now easily manipulate the fire elemental profundity. Swoosh! Gong Sun Jing's right arm trembled slightly. Then, the red and purple flaming sword shot out of his hand toward the void, intending to forcibly break out of Duan Ling Tian's restraints with just one strike. Based on the current situation, he would be able to eventually break free if he continued attacking. However, with the teleportation profundity, Gong Sun Jing knew Duan Ling Tian would be able to reinforce the areas that he had weakened quickly. At that time, he would fall further into a disadvantageous situation. Therefore, he decided to put all his power into this one strike to break Duan Ling Tian's restraints. Break! The void rippled in the wake of the flaming sword, looking as though it would tear. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed upon seeing this. He understood Gong Sun Jing's intentions. Cross-dimensional / profundity. A terrifying spatial tear appeared where Gong Sun Jing's flaming sword had pierced. Gong Sun Jing was dumbfounded upon seeing this. Although the power behind his flaming sword was extraordinary, he did not think it was capable of tearing a hole in the void. Could it be soon enough? An ominous feeling rose in Gong Sun Jing's heart. When he saw a gray sword ray shooting out of the spatial tear toward him, he confirmed his suspicion. The cross-dimensional / profundity? Although Gong Sun Jing did not comprehend the law of space, he had studied the law of space before. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to tell that Duan Ling Tian had cast the cross-dimensional / profundity. S6 profundities? Gong Sun Jing tried to maintain his composure, but it was futile. He was so tense that he lost focus, causing the flaming sword to weaken. Buzz! At this moment, the gray sword ray collided with the flaming sword. In just a second, the gray sword ray overwhelmed and destroyed the flaming sword. Duan Ling Tian had cast the other profundities from the law of space to boost the gray sword ray from the cross-dimensional / profundity after all. Moreover, due to Gong Sun Jing being distracted, his flaming sword had weakened. Therefore, it was easy for the gray sword ray to overwhelm the flaming sword. No! Gong Sun tried desperately to cast another attack, but he could only watch helplessly as the gray sword ray continued shooting toward him. Swoosh! Blood splattered in the sky and rained down as Gong Sun Jing, who had been confident in his victory, was decapitated by the cross-dimensional / profundity. His corpse was pulled into the turbulence, and it did not take long before his corpse was reduced to ashes. With this, Gongsun Jing, a 10 directions celestial duke who had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of fire from the Azure Green Mansion, had died. After Gongsun Jing's death, the 13 points in his accumulative point jade were transferred to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's points rose from 6 to 19 in just a blink of an eye. With this, his ranking rose as well. Naturally, he was going to rank higher than Gongsun Jing, who was ranked 69th before he died. Unlike the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Heaven, the scores were instantly reflected on the scoreboards. Therefore, as soon as Duan Lingtian killed Gongsun Jing and obtained Gongsun Jing's points, a huge commotion broke out in the Profound Nether Mansion, the Leaving Willow Mansion, the Azure Green Mansion, and the other Grade 6 Celestial Mansions. In the Azure Green Mansion's estate, a crowd had gathered around the scoreboard in the site of the transporting formation to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in the estate. A commotion broke out as soon as they saw the changes on the scoreboard. Senior Gongsun Jing has been defeated? Senior Gongsun Jing has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of fire and has always maintained his rank in the top 60. How did he suddenly get defeated? He's defeated? Most probably, unless he met those from the Profound Nether Mansion. Even then, it's unlikely that he has died, since he should be able to crush his accumulative point jade in time. That's right. Only Zhou Hongjie from the Profound Nether Mansion is capable of killing Senior Gongsun Jing. However, there are no changes in Zhou Hongjie's points. The disciples from the Azure Green Mansion thought that Gongsun Jing was only defeated. They did not think he had been killed. Hey, look! One of the disciples suddenly cried out. He had been paying close attention to the scoreboard. This person is ranked 93rd a moment ago, but now he is shot up to the 52nd place. Duan Lingtian from the Profound Nether Mansion? He had only 6 points previously. He has a total of 19 points and rose to the 52nd place after Senior Gongsun Jing's name disappeared from the scoreboard. Another disciple said. The entire place fell silent as soon as that disciple finished speaking. Most of the disciples were familiar with Duan Lingtian's name after Duan Lingtian entered the top 100. Duan Lingtian had caught their attention earlier due to his sudden rise on the scoreboard, and also due to the fact that they had not heard of such a person from the Profound Nether Mansion. They assumed he had only entered the top 100 due to luck, since they had never heard of him before. However, after seeing the changes in his ranking and Gongsun Jing's disappearance from the scoreboard, it was clear to them that he had defeated Gongsun Jing. Hey! Do you think Senior Gongsun Jing is fine since he's defeated by someone from the Profound Nether Mansion? He should be fine. After all, among the 10 directions celestial dukes under the age of 1000 in the Profound Nether Mansion, only Zhou Hongjie and another 2 disciples who have comprehended 6 and 7 profundities respectively are capable of killing Senior Gongsun Jing. The other 2 disciples are only slightly stronger than Senior Gongsun Jing, so it's unlikely that they're able to kill him before he could even shatter his accumulative point jade. That's right. I know their names. Duan Lingtian certainly isn't any one of them. Is it possible that Zhou Hongjie and the others used Duan Lingtian to lure Senior Gongsun Jing out to kill him? Impossible. Even if they use an ordinary disciple to lure Senior Gongsun Jing out and kill him, do you really think they'd give the points to an ordinary disciple? The disciples from the Azure Green Mansion discussed fervently among themselves. Let's look for an elder to check if Senior Gongsun Jing's soul pearl is still intact. One disciple suggested loudly. Upon hearing his words, a few disciples made a move to look for an elder. Most of the disciples who remained continued to discuss among themselves. A disciple scoffed before he said, even if Senior Gongsun Jing is defeated, it's impossible that an unknown disciple from the Profound Nether Mansion is capable of killing him. Even Zhou Hongjie might not be able to kill Senior Gongsun Jing unless he resorts to a sneak attack. That's right. Moreover, Senior Gongsun Jing will definitely shatter his accumulative point jade as soon as he sees Zhou Hongjie. These disciples who were confident that Gongsun Jing was still alive were shocked when the few disciples who had gone to look for an elder earlier returned, bearing the news of Gongsun Jing's shattered soul pearl. How's that possible? Impossible. Impossible. How's it possible that an unknown disciple from the Profound Nether Mansion is capable of killing Senior Gongsun Jing? As time passed, News of Gong Sun Jing's death spread like a wildfire through the Azure Green Mansion. Although he was just a 10 Directions Celestial Duke, he was one of the strongest 10 Directions Celestial Dukes in the Azure Green Mansion. As a regular fixture in the top 60s of the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he was more popular than some of the Celestial Kings in the mansion. For this reason, it was only natural that news of his death caused a commotion in the mansion. An unknown disciple from the profound Nether Mansion called Duan Ling Tian killed Gong Sun Jing? Meanwhile, at the 3 sites of the transporting formations in the profound Nether Mansion's estate. Similar to the Azure Green Mansion, there was a huge commotion as well. Gong Sun Jing from the Azure Green Mansion has been defeated? Hey, it seems like his points are obtained by Duan Ling Tian, a new disciple of our mansion. Duan Ling Tian isn't even 100 years old. But he's capable of defeating Gong Sun Jing? How's that possible? Gong Sun Jing has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of fire after all. Duan Ling Tian rose to the 52nd place after Gong Sun Jing's name disappeared from the scoreboard. Previously, we said he managed to enter the top 100 due to luck. Don't tell me he got lucky again. Perhaps the profound Nether Mansion did seek him out for help, and he somehow bribed his way up the rankings. Bribed his way up? Do you think it's possible for someone from the Azure Green Mansion to be bribed into helping the profound Nether Mansion? The disciples discussed among themselves heatedly when suddenly, a disciple used his celestial origin energy to speak, drowning out everyone's voices. Although the profound Nether Mansion and the Azure Green Mansion have enmity, I have a childhood friend in the Azure Green Mansion whom I still keep in touch with. He just sent me a message saying Gong Sun Jing is dead. Apparently, Duan Ling Tian had killed him. My friend even asked me when did such a strong disciple who's capable of killing Gong Sun Jing appeared in our mansion. As soon as the disciple finished speaking, the entire place turned as silent as a graveyard. A few disciples looked at the scoreboard. To be precise, they were looking at the name that was ranked 52nd. Duan Ling Tian killed Gong Sun Jing? We can't use celestial weapons, celestial pills, and celestial talismans in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. This means he can only rely on his celestial origin energy, soul energy, and the profundities he has comprehended. Since he killed Gong Sun Jing, doesn't this mean he's much stronger than Gong Sun Jing? How's that possible? He's not even 100 years old. Where did Inspector Qi find such a monster? Duan Ling Tian's name began to spread like a wildfire in the profound Nether Mansion as well. Since most of the disciples and elders had not heard of Duan Ling Tian's name before, they knew he had to be a new disciple. This also explained why Duan Ling Tian was only an outer court disciple despite his monstrous strength. However, they were stunned when they later discovered he was not even 100 years old. In the profound Nether Mansion, apart from Qi Tianming who brought Duan Ling Tian here and the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion, there was another person who was familiar with Duan Ling Tian. That person was none other than Bihai Mingfeng, an inspector of the mansion like Qi Tianming. Duan Ling Tian? Inspector Qi sent Duan Ling Tian into the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Most importantly, Duan Ling Tian managed to kill Gong Sun Jing and has risen to the 52nd place. After receiving news of this, Bihai Mingfeng did not waste time and went to look for Qi Tianming for answers. Senior Uncle Qi, what's happening? Previously, when I met Duan Ling Tian at the entrance of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he was only a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. It wasn't even that long ago. But now he's capable of killing Gong Sun Jing. Bihai Mingfeng, who rarely lost control of his emotions, could hardly contain his curiosity. He could not figure out what was happening at all. How did someone who was just a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial a few years ago achieve such a heaven-defying feat? Upon seeing Bihai Mingfeng's curiosity, Qi Tianming knew Bihai Mingfeng would continue to persist until he obtained an answer. Therefore, he answered truthfully, the Heaven's Sacrificial Divine Fruit. The Heaven's Sacrificial Divine Fruit? Bihai Mingfeng's eyes widened in shock. So, the rumor that was circulating previously about peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials being tricked by a reincarnated Celestial Emperor to become sacrifices for the Tree of Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit is true, since he did not hear about anyone from the profound Nether Mansion's territories being involved in that matter, he could not verify the rumor at that time. However, he did not doubt Qi Tianming's words. After all, with the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit, it made sense now how Duanling Tian had gotten so strong in such a short time. After Qi Tianming further explained the matter, Bihai Mingfeng was further shocked. So he really went to the Jade Emperor Heaven because of that reincarnated Celestial Emperor? Moreover, Ling Ju-yun from the Cloud Platform's Celestial Sect and Murong Xiao from the Murong clan had also gone to the Jade Emperor Heaven because of that reincarnated Celestial Emperor's scheme. Qi Tianming nodded as he said, "That's right. Unfortunately, Murong Xiao perished in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Duan Ling Tian and Ling Ju-yun obtained a heaven sacrificial divine fruit each. However, Ling Ju-yun decided to stay in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Since his soul pearl that's left in the Cloud Platform's Celestial Sect is still intact, he's still alive. After he had received a message from Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, he had thoroughly investigated the matter. With his status, the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect and the Murong clan were highly cooperative as well during the investigation. How did they manage to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruits from the reincarnated Celestial Emperor? Bihai Mingfeng found this hard to believe. A reincarnated Celestial Emperor might not be as strong as he was in his previous life, but since he was daring enough to trick so many people, it meant he was confident he had everything under his control. He should have successfully obtained the two heaven sacrificial divine fruits. How did the heaven sacrificial divine fruits end up with Duan Ling Tian and Ling Ju-yun instead? I'm afraid only both of them have the answer to that question, Qi Tianming replied. Bihai Mingfeng's eyes glinted as he speculated out loud. Is it possible that one of them is the reincarnated Celestial Emperor? This crossed my mind as well. However, after my investigation, I ruled out the possibility that Duan Ling Tian is the reincarnated Celestial Emperor. Moreover, since he had arrived in the Simplicity Celestial Sect, he had never left the sect's estate. Therefore, it's impossible for him to invite so many people to the Jade Emperor Heaven. Those two lads are really mysterious, Bihai Mingfeng said. After listening to Qi Tianming's words, he knew his speculations could not be right. Nevertheless, he was still in shock. He did not expect the two young men he met at Scaling Cloud Lake would have such a heaven-defying fortuitous encounter within a few short years. Senior Uncle Qi, is it your intention to send Duan Ling Tian into the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Bihai Mingfeng could not help but ask. No, Qi Tianming shook his head. The reason I brought Duan Ling Tian here was to recommend him for the position of Imperial Tutor. You want him to take the Imperial Tutor Pavilion's test? If he succeeds, he'll become the first Imperial Tutor in the profound Nether Mansion in 30,000 years. Bihai Mingfeng thought it should be easy for Duan Ling Tian to become the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether sect based on Duan Ling Tian's capabilities and his young age. Even in the 10 major clans and top 5 sects, it would be difficult to find someone as talented as Duan Ling Tian. Qi Tianming nodded as he said the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion has already set the test for him. Bihai Mingfeng listened with rapt attention as Qi Tianming spoke. He was curious about the test that had been assigned to Duan Ling Tian. The test is Duan Ling Tian must rank first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for 12 consecutive times. If he succeeds, he'll become the first Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion in 30,000 years. Bihai Mingfeng was stunned. Duan Ling Tian was not even 100 years old. Even the former Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion from 30,000 years ago would not be able to pass this test at Duan Ling Tian's age. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Gong Sun Jing from the Azure Green Mansion ranked 69th with 13 points. Now that I have 19 points, I should be ranked in the top 60. Duan Ling Tian had roughly memorized the names and rankings on the scoreboard before he entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Since he had just entered not too long ago, there should not be any huge changes on the scoreboard. Unbeknownst to Duan Ling Tian, his appearance on the scoreboard had caused quite a stir. After all, the rankings had stagnated since it was almost the end of the month. With Duan Ling Tian's sudden appearance, the scoreboard had undergone a huge change. Over the next 3 days, Duan Ling Tian traveled boldly and openly across the different terrains. However, after traveling for 3 days, he still did not run into anyone. I can't continue like this. Without opponents, how am I going to obtain more points? Duan Ling Tian sighed. He knew the lack of opponents was not because people were hiding from him. He knew it was due to it being the end of the month. After passing through another forested mountain, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. He saw a valley that looked familiar to him. This valley resembles the profound nether mansion's base in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Could this be the base of another grade 6 celestial mansion? Just as Duan Ling Tian noticed the valley, Duan Ling Tian saw a figure shooting out from the valley. It seemed like the figure had noticed Duan Ling Tian's presence as well. The figure belonged to a tall and muscular man. He was topless, so his muscles and sculpted body were exposed for everyone to see. Moreover, despite his size, his speed was rather fast as well. His eyes lit up as soon as he saw Duan Ling Tian flying toward him. As Duan Ling Tian drew closer, he saw the identity token hanging from Duan Ling Tian's waist. A disciple of the profound nether mansion? Soon after, the man furrowed his eyebrows. An outer disciple? Is he here to have a look at the middle realm? How did he manage to come so far out? Based on his knowledge, the profound nether mansion's base was located rather far away from here. No matter how fast a 10 directions celestial duke was, it would still take him a day and night to reach this place. Based on his calculations, it should take this outer disciple a few days to arrive at this place. How did this outer disciple manage to survive after traveling for so many days? Was he so lucky that he did not run into anyone at all? Martial Battle Mansion? Duan Ling Tian saw the muscular man's identity token as well when he finally came to a halt. Based on the man's identity token, he was an inner disciple of the Martial Battle Mansion, and his name was Hung Feng. Hung Feng? Duan Ling Tian went through the names he had seen on the scoreboard, but he did not remember seeing this name. This meant Hung Feng was not on the scoreboard. Naturally, he knew this did not necessarily mean that Hung Feng was weak. It could be that Hung Feng had entered the middle realm late and had not accumulated enough points to make it on the scoreboard. In the end, he looked at Hung Feng and asked, "Is that the Martial Battle Mansion's base behind you?" "That's right." Hung Feng nodded as a smile appeared on his face. He asked bluntly, "Lad, for an outer court disciple to make it this far, you're really lucky. However, your lucky streak is about to come to an end. Do you want to surrender and shatter your accumulative point jade, or do you want me to beat the hell out of you before you shatter your accumulative point jade?" In the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, people seldom kill each other unless they had a deep grudge like the profound nether mansion and the azure green mansion. Naturally, there were some bloodthirsty people who would kill indiscriminately. However, those people were relatively few and far in between. Hung Feng was not one of those bloodthirsty men. "Please go ahead and beat the hell out of me then." Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Hung Feng was dumbfounded. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian's would choose the latter option. He asked in a low voice, "Lad, have you not heard of me?" "I have not." Duan Ling Tian shrugged. Hung Feng's face flushed red. He was a regular fixture in the top 50. Almost everyone who paid attention to the scoreboards knew him. Since he had just come out from his closed-door cultivation today, he was late in entering the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. He did not expect the first person he met today was a foolish young man who clearly did not pay attention to the scoreboards. "Forget it. Why should I make a fuss about this matter? He's just an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion." It's not strange that an outer court disciple doesn't pay any attention to the rankings of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. With this thought in mind, he no longer wasted time and advanced toward Duan Ling Tian. Boom, boom, boom. A loud drumming noise would ring in the air with every single step Hung Feng took. At the same time, a mustard light appeared on his body. As he drew closer to Duan Ling Tian, it seemed like the light had turned into rocks. The rocks protected him like armor. As soon as the rock armor appeared, Hung Feng's aura turned formidable. Even Duan Ling Tian felt a slight pressure from the aura. Rock-style profundity? Based on the mustard light, Duanling Tian could tell it was the rock-style profundity from the Law of Earth. After all, the Law of Earth was the first law that Duanling Tian had comprehended. Although he did not comprehend the rock-style profundity, he had read about the Law of Earth. Similar to the metal-style profundity and the fire-style profundity, the rock-style profundity would greatly boost one's strength and one's defenses. Swoosh! 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 As He Feng was almost upon Duanling Tian, Hung Feng extended his hand, and his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the earth elemental profundity shot out, looking like beams of lights. The beams of lights eventually transformed into rock pillars that imprisoned Duanling Tian. In just an instant, Duanling Tian could feel a huge pressure pressing down on him. He narrowed his eyes as a faint smile appeared on his face. Gravitational space profundity. Duanling Tian was rather familiar with the gravitational space profundity, therefore he knew its weaknesses as well. Distortion profundity. Faced with the mounting pressure and the constantly shrinking cage around him, Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes as he mobilized his celestial origin energy through his 99 heavenly veins. When his celestial origin was boosted by the space elemental profundity after it surged out of his body, he quickly cast the distortion profundity. Due to his 99 heavenly veins, his speed when he mobilized his celestial origin energy was extremely swift. Ordinary cultivators could not hope to compare with him at all. Swoosh! 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 The space around Duanling Tian began to ripple and distort in just an instant. The immense pressure that was bearing down on him earlier suddenly vanished without a trace now that the distortion profundity had nullified the gravitational space profundity's effect. With the distortion profundity, he was immune from most energy attacks. When the cage shrank until the four sides were only 7 or 8 meters away from Duanling Tian, he quickly cast the territory profundity. The combination of the territory profundity and the distortion profundity began to wreak havoc on the cage, clearly trying to destroy the cage. He's a 10 directions celestial duke. Aren't these two profundities the distortion profundity and the territory profundity from the law of space? Hung Feng was stronger than Gong Sun Jing, the person whom Duanling Tian killed. Therefore, he was more discerning compared to Gong Sun Jing. Based on Duanling Tian's celestial origin energy, he quickly discovered Duanling Tian's cultivation base. Apart from that, it was easy for him to identify the two profundities Duanling Tian had cast. With these revelations, his expression turned grim immediately. Shake profundity. A mustard energy rose and shrouded the gravitational space profundity's cage, causing the cage to quake. Its effect was somewhat similar to the law of space's distortion profundity. Alas, Hung Feng had cast the shake profundity too late. Before the shake profundity's full power took effect, it was suppressed by Duanling Tian's territory profundity and distortion profundity. Boom! 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 A series of loud explosions rang in the air as the cage created by Hung Feng's gravitational space profundity was reduced to dust in just a blink of an eye. However, in just a matter of seconds, the dust seemed to converge before they formed a cage again. Just like earlier, the cage continued to shrink. Duanling Tian's eyes glinted upon seeing this. A faint smile appeared on his face as he thought to himself, the recovery profundity, how interesting. Indeed, Hung Feng managed to reconstruct his cage by casting the law of Earth's recovery profundity. The recovery profundity allowed its user to replenish celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the Earth elemental profundity and restore any structure that was created using the law of Earth. Therefore, it was easy for Hung Feng to use the recovery profundity to reconstruct the cage that the gravitational space profundity manifested. With this, Hung Feng, the inner disciple of the martial battle mansion, had cast 5 profundities from the law of Earth so far: the Earth elemental profundity, the rock-style profundity, the gravitational space profundity, the shake profundity, and the recovery profundity. I, Hung Feng, have underestimated you. I didn't expect an outer court disciple to possess such strength. Hung Feng's loud and energetic voice rang in the air. However, if this is the extent of your strength, I advise you to crush your accumulative point jade. As soon as Hung Feng finished speaking, the cage shrank at an even faster speed. At this moment, the shake profundity had almost reached its full power as well. Its resistance against Duanling Tian's distortion profundity and territory profundity grew stronger as well. After all, just like how Duanling Tian's distortion profundity was boosted by the territory profundity, Hung Feng's shake profundity was boosted by the gravitational space profundity and the rock-style profundity. Teleportation profundity. Duanling Tian vanished into thin air in just a blink of an eye. Hung Feng's eyes narrowed upon seeing this. At this moment, Duanling Tian reappeared behind Hong Feng. His eyes flashed coldly before energy surged out and shrouded Hong Feng, imprisoning Hong Feng. He had cast the law of space's restraining profundity. He did not waste any time before he cast another 2 profundities from the law of space. Territory profundity. Distortion profundity. With this, a formidable and seemingly peerless energy swept out toward Hong Feng. It seemed capable of destroying everything in its path. Everything had happened so quickly that Hong Feng barely had time to process everything. As he was restrained by the restraining profundity, a layer of crystal had appeared above his rock armor. He had cast the crystal barrier profundity. It was the main defensive profundity from the law of earth. At the critical moment, he had cast the 6th profundity from the law of earth. Currently, his strength far surpassed Gongsun Jing, the inner disciple from the Azure Green Mansion. Boom! 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 When Duanling Tian's wave of energy swept over Hong Feng, it shattered the layer of crystal wrapped around his rock armor. However, the remaining force from the energy only managed to leave cracks on Hong Feng's armor. Hong Feng spat a mouthful of blood before he quickly regained his composure. A powerful energy surged out of his body again. It was the gravitational space profundity. Combined with the shake profundity, the restraining space Duanling Tian had created began to quake. At this moment, the 2 opponents' energies collided. Recovery profundity. After Hong Feng cast the recovery profundity, not only did the layer of crystal reappear and the cracks on the armor disappear, but his celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the earth elemental profundity grew stronger as well. In the next moment, Duanling Tian had fallen into a disadvantageous position. The space elemental profundity, the distortion profundity, the territory profundity, the restraining profundity, and the teleportation profundity. Since when did the profound nether mansion have a 10 directions celestial duke like you? Although Hong Feng had gained the upper hand, his expression remained grim. He found it strange that he had never heard of such a person from the profound nether mansion. For someone with Duanling Tian's strength and achievements, he should be quite famous. After all, Duanling Tian had comprehended one of the 4 supreme laws, the law of space. The 4 supreme laws were notoriously difficult to comprehend. For example, comprehending 5 profundities from the law of space was as difficult as comprehending 7 or 8 profundities from an ordinary law. At this moment, Hong Feng dismissed his intention of making Duanling Tian crush his accumulative point jade. After discovering Duanling Tian had comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity, he knew it would be impossible for him to catch Duanling Tian. As long as Duanling Tian's opponent was not someone who had comprehended the law of wind's gale profundity or other movement profundities to a higher level, Duanling Tian would be able to escape from most people. Swoosh! 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 Hong Feng was staring at Duanling Tian solemnly when a few figures flew out from the Martial Battle Mansion's base in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Senior Hong Feng? Who's that? He's equally matched with Senior Hong Feng. Are my eyes tricking me? He's an outer court disciple from the profound nether mansion. What? How's it possible that an outer court disciple is capable of standing on even ground with Senior Hong Feng? These disciples from the Martial Battle Mansion were drawn here by the huge commotion from Duanling Tian and Hong Feng's fight. Although Duanling Tian and Hong Feng had exchanged quite a few blows now, the fact was only a short time had passed. A hint of surprise flashed in Duanling Tian's eyes as he said, I didn't expect you to have comprehended 6 profundities from the law of earth as well. Duanling Tian ignored the disciples from the Martial Battle Mansion as he fell deep into thoughts. Hong Feng's strength was comparable to Gongsun Jing. In fact, if both of them fought, it was likely that Gongsun Jing would lose to Hong Feng. However, if Gongsun Jing tried to escape, Hong Feng might not be able to catch up since speed was not the law of Earth's forte. He said that Senior Hong Feng has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of Earth. Don't tell me Senior Feng had to use all 6 profundities from the law of Earth that he has comprehended to deal with this person. That might not be the case. Don't forget Senior Hong Feng is quite famous among those who enter the middle realm. This person could have heard about Senior Hong Feng comprehending 6 profundities from the law of Earth. Upon hearing these words, an observant disciple from the martial battle mansion scoffed before he said, "Can't any of you tell that Senior Hong Feng had cast 6 profundities from the law of Earth?" At this moment, Hung Feng said in his low voice, "Why don't you leave since you've comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity? It's impossible for me to catch you anyway." Upon hearing Hung Feng's words, the disciples from the martial battle mansion were stunned. Teleportation profundity? Not only did this outer court disciple from the profound nether mansion force Hong Feng to cast 6 profundities from the law of Earth, but he had also comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity? You can't catch me, but it doesn't mean I can't catch you. Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes upon hearing Hang Feng's words. Then, the space energy in the confines created by the territory profundity began to surge and rage as though it was a prelude to something bigger. In just a few moments, a crack in the void appeared in front of Duanling Tian. Upon seeing this, the disciples from the martial battle mansion gasped in shock. Is that a spatial tear? Heavens! He managed to tear the void open? He's so powerful. It's not that. He didn't tear the void open with his strength. It's from the law of space's cross-dimensional space profundity. In just a moment, a gray sword ray shot out of the spatial tear. Its aura was so formidable that it eclipsed everything in its surroundings. When it appeared, the law of space's profundities boosted its strength, causing it to shine brilliantly. With that, its aura turned even more terrifying as it cut across the sky. Although the attack was not aimed at them, the disciples from the martial mansion battle could not help but shiver when they saw the attack. It is so powerful. How terrifying. So is this the law of space's cross-dimensional / profundity? It's the main offensive profundity from the law of space, right? Since the disciples from the martial battle mansion disciples could sense the terrifying power of the cross-dimensional / profundity, Hung Feng, who was the target of the attack, naturally felt the terrifying power from the cross-dimensional / profundity even more acutely. He quickly cast the law of Earth's rock-style profundity, crystal barrier profundity, and the other profundities in an attempt to stop the attack that was shooting toward him. Nevertheless, the feeling of danger that rose in his heart did not abate. Under these circumstances, he cast another profundity from the law of Earth that he had barely comprehended. Defense profundity. Numerous mustard runes appeared around Hong Feng in just an instant. However, the runes were faint and their lights were dim. It did not look like much of a defense. The disciples from the martial battle mansion continued to watch with bated breath. They could tell Hong Feng was not holding back at all. Senior brother Hong Feng even had to cast the law of Earth's defense profundity that he had barely comprehended. Boom! Faced with the terrifying cross-dimensional / profundity, Hong Feng had cast all the profundities in his arsenal. He even combined the strength of the shake profundity and the gravitational space profundity to form a shield in front of him to stop the attack from the cross-dimensional / profundity. At the same time, he tried to attack with his defenses. Celestial origin energy continued to surge out of his body to maintain his defenses and attacks. At this moment, it seemed as though he was cornered. So he has begun to comprehend the 7th profundity from the law of Earth, the defense profundity? Apart from the faint smile on his face, Duanling Tian's expression remained indifferent. If he has comprehended the defense profundity to the rudimentary stage, he might be able to stop my cross-dimensional / by boosting it with his other profundities. Alas, a barely comprehended profundity isn't enough to stop me. BZZZT. 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 As though proving Duanling Tian right, the attack sailed in the air, easily destroying Hung Feng's attack before it continued shooting toward Hung Feng. As it traveled, its strength seemed to deplete. However, it was quickly replenished by Duanling Tian's celestial origin energy. With his 99 heavenly veins, it was easy for him to maintain the attack's energy. There was no doubt ordinary people would not be able to replenish the energy of their attacks so quickly. Whoosh! 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 The attack from the cross-dimensional / continued on its destructive path toward Hung Feng as terrifying sword cries rang in his ears. Although he had erected his defenses with all his strength, he was not certain if his defenses would hold. The cross-dimensional profundity was too powerful, after all. It was truly deserving of being one of the 4 supreme laws. Someone who had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space might actually defeat him, even though he had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of earth and was in the process of comprehending the 7th profundity. Moreover, he did not hold back and had attacked and defended with all his might. It was a fair fight. It should be noted that in terms of defense, the law of earth was superior to the law of space, even if the law of space was one of the 4 supreme laws. Nevertheless, his instincts told him that the cross-dimensional profundity would be able to breach his defenses, injuring or even killing him. As the attack drew closer and closer, his feelings intensified. Chills ran up his spine as he watched helplessly. No! Faced with a life-or-death situation, Hung Feng could no longer remain calm. His aura fluctuated violently in response to his emotions. However, all of a sudden, he felt as though he had been doused with a bucket of cold water. It was as though he had been enlightened. The things he could not understand about the law of Earth's defense profundity in the past suddenly cleared up as though he had been given answers. Whoosh! 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 Just as the attack from the cross-dimensional profundity was about to land on the shield and the mustard runes around Hung Feng, the dim runes suddenly brightened and looked more solid. The runes that seemed hopelessly inadequate to stop Duanling Tian's attack just a moment ago successfully resisted the attack. Under the crushing pressure of my attack, he managed to break through and comprehend the law of Earth's defense profundity? Duanling Tian could not help but feel surprised when he realized what had happened. Well, it doesn't matter if you've comprehended the law of Earth's defense profundity. Since the defense profundity isn't on your body, I can easily avoid the defense profundity by sending the attack behind it. With this thought in mind, the attack from the cross-dimensional profundity that was at a stalemate with the defense profundity suddenly vanished. Then the attack reappeared behind Hung Feng and continued to shoot toward Hung Feng. With this, the defense profundity was rendered useless. Hung Feng's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. A hint of desperation could be seen in the depths of his eyes. He did not have time to move his defense profundity now. How's this possible? At this moment, the attack from the cross-dimensional profundity landed on Hung Feng's rock armor. It pressed against the layer of crystal and the rock armor for a moment before cutting them open like tofu. Nevertheless, the law of Earth's crystal barrier profundity seemed to have done its job. Its momentary resistance managed to exhaust at least half of the attack's power. After all, the crystal barrier profundity had been boosted by the rock-style profundity. Although the rock-style profundity was not a defensive profundity, it could boost Hung Feng's defenses. Regardless, Hung Feng's face turned deathly pale as looked at the attack that was about to land on him after cutting through the layer of crystal and his rock armor. He closed his eyes in despair, knowing he was powerless to turn the tide of the battle. I didn't expect to die in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. After a moment, Hung Feng opened his eyes in confusion. The death he had been expecting did not come for him. Although he could feel an icy aura and burning pain on his chest, he discovered the attack from the cross-dimensional profundity had disappeared. BZZZT. A crisp sword cry rang in the air before the attack disappeared. With this, realization dawned on Hung Feng. It seemed like the outer court disciple from the profound nether mansion had shown mercy. He turned to look at Duanling Tian and said, "Thank you for showing mercy." Those who had never had a close brush with death would never understand Hung Feng's feelings at this moment. He had one foot in his grave and had expected to die when he suddenly discovered he was saved. It was hard to put that feeling into words. Duanling Tian said indifferently, "Even when you thought you'd be victorious, you have no intention of killing me. Therefore, there's no reason for me to kill you. Will you hand over your points now?" It would have been easy for Duanling Tian to kill Hung Feng earlier with the profundities from the law of space that he had comprehended. However, he knew Hung Feng had no intention of killing him at all. It was only natural that he would spare Hung Feng's life. If Hung Feng had been vicious and intended to kill him, he would not have shown mercy. Of course, Hung Feng, whose back was drenched in cold sweat, quickly brought out his accumulative point jade. At the same time, he was glad he was not someone who killed indiscriminately. Otherwise, he would have died. Before he crushed his accumulative point jade, he looked at Duanling Tian and said earnestly, "No matter what, I owe you one. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely repay this favor." As Hung Feng was sent out by the transporting formation on his accumulative point jade, the points in Duanling Tian's accumulative point jade increased by 1. With this, he now had 20 points. He just entered the middle realm? Duanling Tian felt speechless upon seeing the 1 point he gained from defeating Hung Feng. He knew Hung Feng had just entered the middle realm since even Gong Sunjing, who was weaker than Hung Feng, had given him 13 points. He shook his head. There was nothing he could do about it. Nobody forced him to fight Hung Feng as soon as Hung Feng entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duanling Tian's eyebrows rose all of a sudden as though he had sensed something. Whoosh! In just a blink of an eye, Duanling Tian vanished into thin air before he appeared more than 100 meters away, barring the path of the other disciples from the martial battle mansion who were returning to their base. "Since all of you are here, why are you rushing back in?" Duanling Tian said with a faint smile on his face as he looked at the group of disciples from the martial battle mansion. His smile was like the spring breeze, but in the eyes of the disciples from the martial battle mansion, it looked like the devil's smile, sending chills running up their spines. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, every Grade 6 celestial mansion had its own base. The identity token and accumulative point Jade 1 carried would only grant one entry to the corresponding base. There was no way for outsiders to enter another mansion's base. If one tried to enter by force, it would trigger the base's defensive formation that was set up by the mansion's celestial lord. Needless to say, it was not a formation that 10 Directions celestial dukes were capable of breaching. If this group of disciples from the martial battle mansion stayed in their base, it would be impossible for Duanling Tian to get to them no matter how strong he was. Alas, they had left the base earlier to watch Duanling Tian and Hung Feng's fight. They were returning to the base after Hung Feng was defeated by Duanling Tian, who knew Duanling Tian would bar their way as soon as they turned around. During the fight earlier, they had witnessed Duanling Tian's strength. Even Hung Feng, who had comprehended 6 profundities from the Law of Earth, was no match for Duanling Tian. Most importantly, even after Hung Feng had comprehended the 7th profundity at the crucial moment, Hung Feng was still no match for Duanling Tian. They were shocked when they witnessed this earlier. After all, not a single one of them was a match for Hung Feng when Hung Feng had only comprehended 6 profundities from the Law of Earth, let alone now that he had comprehended 7 profundities from the Law of Earth. How could they have any intention of going against Duanling Tian, who was clearly stronger than Hung Feng? A martial battle mansion disciple knew he would not be able to get past Duanling Tian, so he easily surrendered. Before he crushed his accumulative point jade, he could not help but ask, "Duanling Tian, I'm willing to surrender my points. If it's okay, can I ask if you're really just an outer court disciple from the profound nether mansion?" The other disciples from the martial battle mansion shifted their eyes to Duanling Tian in unison, curious about his answer. "Yes." Duanling Tian nodded. Upon receiving Duanling Tian's confirmation, some of the disciples from the martial battle mansion could not help but curse out loud. Is everyone in the profound nether mansion blind? How can they make someone like you an outer court disciple? Duanling Tian, why don't you leave the profound nether mansion and join our martial battle mansion? My father is the vice mansion master of the martial battle mansion, so I'll ask him to grant you entry into the martial battle mansion. Moreover, I can promise you that once you join our mansion, you'll become a core disciple of our mansion. It was clear this disciple was trying to poach Duanling Tian from the profound nether mansion. Upon hearing these words, the other disciples looked at Duanling Tian with bright eyes, clearly anticipating his answer. After all, if Duanling Tian joined the martial battle mansion, they would have another top contender in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Apart from that, they would have bragging rights over disciples from other Grade 6 celestial mansions as well. I just joined the profound nether mansion a few days ago, Duanling Tian said with a shrug. Thank you for your offer, but I wouldn't be leaving the profound nether mansion. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, some of them wanted to persuade Duanling Tian. However, they dismissed that idea in the end since they could see the determination in the depths of his eyes. Even if they continued to persuade him, they knew it would only be futile. Before crushing the accumulative point jade in his hand, the son of the vice mansion master of the martial battle mansion murmured wistfully, "The profound nether mansion is really lucky." With this, the points in Duan Ling Tian's accumulative point jade rose again. 29 points? Duan Ling Tian was pleasantly surprised by the points he just obtained. He did not expect this martial battle mansion disciple to have accumulated 9 points. After all, it was not an easy feat to gain 9 points for most people. With 9 points, he should be ranked on the scoreboard. I remember there were 2 people with 9 points on the scoreboard. One of them is from the martial battle mansion. I think his name is Lu Xiaozhou. Duan Ling Tian recalled the name of the disciple from martial battle mansion who had 9 points. Before he entered the middle realm, Lu Xiaozhou was ranked 78th on the scoreboard, ahead of the other person who had 9 points. This meant that Lu Xiaozhou had obtained 9 points first before the other person. When he regained his senses, he discovered the disciples from the martial battle mansion were looking at him with a bitter smile on their faces. Even when Duan Ling Tian was distracted, no one tried to escape. None of them dared to draw attention to themselves. Based on the situation, if they did not escape, at most, they would have to surrender their points. It did not matter much to them since most of them were ranked after the 100th place. This meant they would not be rewarded by the martial battle mansion anyway. All the grade 6 celestial mansions would reward disciples with good rankings even if it was not an official thing. Even those who ranked after the 20th place would be rewarded. Naturally, those who were ranked in the top 20 would be rewarded greatly and received preferential treatment. The disciples from the martial battle mansion knew if they tried to escape, they would most likely fail. At that time, they would anger the person in front of them. Who knew if he would kill or injure them? For the sake of their lives, they, naturally, dared not act recklessly. Therefore, they did not put up a fight as they crushed their accumulative point jades one after another. With this, Duan Ling Tian's points increased swiftly to 41 points. At the same time, the group of martial battle mansion disciples disappeared in front of Duan Ling Tian after they were transported out of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Based on what I remember, 41 points should put me at 45th place. Duan Ling Tian remembered the person who was at the 44th place had 50 points while the person formerly at the 45th place had 36 points. With 41 points, he naturally took the place of the person with 36 points. The higher one ranked on the scoreboard of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, the bigger the gap between the points would be. For example, when Duan Ling Tian had 6 points, he was ranked 93rd. When he had 19 points, he was ranked 52nd. Now that he had 41 points, he was merely ranked 45th. His points had doubled, but he only rose a few places on the scoreboard. Before entering, Duan Ling Tian was surprised to see the point distribution. The 50th place was like a line that divided one group from the other. The difference in points among those who ranked in the top 50 had a difference of at least 3 points even if they were ranked next to each other. On the other hand, those who ranked after the 50th place did not have such a wide gap between their points. Those in the top 50 must have comprehended 6 profundities from a law and in the process of comprehending the 7th one, at the very least. They could probably be considered as the cream of the crop and should be able to hold their own against most people in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, previously it would have been difficult for Hung Feng to rank in the top 50. However, with his current strength, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to rank in the top 50 next month. Although he thought Hung Feng had a good chance of entering the top 50, he was not completely certain. After all, Hung Feng had comprehended the law of earth. Even if Hung Feng had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of earth, speed was his shortcoming. This meant that even those who had only comprehended 2 profundities from the law of wind, with one of them being the gale profundity or another movement profundity, should be able to escape from Hung Feng as long as they did not act recklessly. Well, Hung Feng could join forces with another person. The other person doesn't have to be strong as long as he or she is fast. At that time, his partner could stop others from escaping as he strikes. With this, it'd be easier for him to enter the top 50. In the martial battle mansion's estate, similar to the grade 6 profound nether mansion, the martial battle mansion had a few transporting formations that led to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm as well. When Hung Feng appeared in the transportation formation in a miserable state, he naturally drew the attention of the person in charge. Hung Feng, are you injured? When the martial battle mansion elders and disciples saw the 1-inch deep wound on his chest, they exclaimed in shock. Hung Feng comprehended the law of Earth. He was known in the martial battle mansion for having the best defenses among those who were below celestial kings. How could they not be shocked when they saw him injured and eliminated from the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? Since he was injured, it was clear to them that someone had managed to breach his defenses. Hung Feng, who breached your defenses? One of the martial battle mansion elders asked in shock. Was it the Green Spirit Mansion's Lang Yunyu or the Han Qing Mansion's Lu Ji? He knew there were not more than 30 10 Directions Celestial Dukes in various Grade 6 Celestial Mansions who were capable of breaching Hung Feng's defenses. Based on the recent changes on the scoreboard, only the Green Spirit Mansion's Lang Yunyu and the Han Qing Mansion's Lu Ji who were capable of breaching Hung Feng's defenses were still in the middle realm. Neither. Hung Feng shook his head. At the same time, he looked at the scoreboard and saw a name rose and entered the top 50. A bitter smile appeared on his face as he thought to himself, it seems like the other didn't make it back to the base in time. Soon enough, another figure appeared in the transportation formation. It was the martial battle mansion disciple who had crushed his accumulative point jade after Hung Feng. The elder who had spoken to Hung Feng earlier widened his eyes in shock. Xiao Zhou. Why are you here as well? Meanwhile, Lu Xiaozhou's name disappeared from the scoreboard. Lu Xiaozhou is the son of a vice mansion master of the martial battle mansion. Although he was not as strong as Hung Feng, he was someone who had comprehended 5 profundities from the law of metal and was in the process of comprehending the 6th profundity. His highest rank on the scoreboard of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm was 69th place. It was incredibly rare for a 10 Directions Celestial Duke who had merely comprehended 5 profundities from a law to make it into the top 70. This could be attributed to him comprehending the law of metal as well. If he were to comprehend the law of Earth, he would not even make it to the top 80, let alone the top 70. Previously, everyone present on the scene saw Lu Xiaozhou's name at the 78th place. They knew, based on his strength, he could still rise in ranks. In fact, many of them were looking forward to it. Who knew he would be eliminated right after Hung Feng? Moreover, both of them were eliminated back-to-back. I didn't even bother fighting that person who defeated senior brother Hung. I surrendered immediately. Lu Xiaozhou shrugged in response to the elder's question. Silence descended on the place as soon as Lu Xiaozhou finished speaking. After a few moments, the elder who had spoken earlier asked again, you mean you're also eliminated by the person who breached Hong Feng's defenses? Whoosh. Whoosh. As soon as the elder finished speaking, 2 more figures appeared after they were eliminated from the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. 2 more people are eliminated? At this point, our martial battle mansion only has roughly 10 people left in the middle realm, right? In less than 15 minutes, 4 people were eliminated from the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. This was rare in the martial battle mansion. Were the both of you eliminated by the same person who eliminated Hung Feng and Xiao Zhou? The martial battle mansion elder looked at the 2 martial battle mansion disciples who had just been eliminated with a shocked expression on his face. The intervals between these 4 disciples' eliminations were too short, so he knew it could not be a coincidence. Yes. The martial battle mansion elders and disciples looked at the 2 disciples in shock. One of them nodded and said with a bitter smile on his face, there are another 7 who were also eliminated. They might have been transported to the other transportation formations in the estate since they didn't show up here. The entire place was as silent as a graveyard. There were another 7 disciples who were eliminated as well. In other words, within 15 minutes, 11 disciples, including Hung Feng and Lu Xiaozhou, were eliminated. Most importantly, they were all eliminated by the same person. With this, he managed to enter the top 50. Lu Xiaozhou said with a bitter smile on his face as he looked at the scoreboard. Upon hearing Lu Xiaozhou's words, the group of martial battle mansion elders and disciples turned to look at the scoreboard as well. It did not take long before their eyes found the name in the 45th place. They were keeping an eye on the top 50 rankings earlier, so it was easy for them to discover the new name that had just appeared. One martial battle mansion disciple said this name seemed to have 19 points earlier. He was ranked 52nd. He's from the profound Nether Mansion, but I've never heard of his name before this. I've never heard of him as well. Duan Ling Tian? When did the profound Nether Mansion have such a disciple? Is he the profound Nether Mansion's secret trump card? Most of the elders and disciples had learned that Duan Ling Tian was from the profound Nether Mansion, and he was the one who had defeated Hung Feng and eliminated Lu Xiaoxiu and the others. Since he was capable of breaching Hung Feng's defenses and defeating Hung Feng, did this not mean he could easily rank in the top 30? Were all of you? Did he eliminate all of you by himself? The Martial Battle Mansion elder asked again. He found the entire matter hard to believe. Initially, he had assumed the Green Spirit Mansion's Lang Yunyu or the Han Wing Mansion's Lu Qi had defeated Hung Feng, since the duo were the only ones left in the Middle Realm at this time who were capable of defeating Hung Feng. When Hung Feng denied it and said it was someone from the profound Nether Mansion, he was shocked. He grew even more shocked when Lu Xiaoxiu and the others said they were also eliminated by the same person. It's no surprise we haven't heard of him. He told me he just joined the profound Nether Mansion a few days ago. Based on his identity token, he's only an outer court disciple in the profound Nether Mansion, Lu Xiaozhou said. I suspect the profound Nether Mansion sought help from him. Moreover, he probably has an extraordinary background. After Lu Xiaozhou crushed his accumulative point jade, he was bold enough to probe Duan Ling Tian with his divine consciousness, making a shocking discovery. Duan Ling Tian was not even 100 years old. What kind of person who was less than 100 years old could defeat Hung Feng, who had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of earth? If he did not probe Duan Ling Tian with his divine consciousness, he would not have believed it if he had heard it from someone else. For this reason, he did not plan on telling anyone about his shocking discovery. After all, what was the point of mentioning it when he knew no one would believe him? He just joined the profound Nether Mansion a few days ago as an outer court disciple? Hung Feng, what law did he comprehend? Since he managed to breach your defenses, it has to be one of the offensive laws. Moreover, he must have comprehended 7 profundities at least, right? The Martial Battle Mansion elder asked curiously. Everyone, including Lu Xiaozhou, shifted their gaze to Hung Feng. Although Lu Xiaozhou knew Duan Ling Tian had comprehended the law of space, he did not know how many profundities Duan Ling Tian had comprehended. Moreover, he was not familiar with the law of space. I'm not sure how many profundities he comprehended, but he used 7 profundities to defeat me, Hung Feng replied. He had noted Duan Ling Tian had used 6 profundities from the law of space during their fight. When he fought the profound Nether Mansion's outer court disciple Duan Ling Tian, he noted that Duan Ling Tian had used 6 types of law of space profundities. When Duan Ling Tian's cross-dimensional profundity forced him into a life-or-death situation, he managed to comprehend the defense profundity. At that time, he had thought he would be able to resist Duan Ling Tian's attack. Alas, he did not expect Duan Ling Tian to use the transportation formation to transport the attack to another location. With that, his defense profundity was rendered useless. The elder was aware of Hung Feng's strength. Therefore, he quickly came to a conclusion. He used 7 profundities? No wonder you lost. Those who comprehend offensive laws such as the law of wind, the law of metal, the law of fire, the law of thunder, or the law of destruction could easily breach your defenses, especially when they have comprehended 1 profundity more than you. Before Hung Feng could reply, Lu Xiaozhou interjected. Elder Yun, senior brother Hung Feng's defenses were breached after he comprehended the defense profundity. What? Lu Xiaozhou's words thoroughly stunned the elder. Hung Feng has comprehended the defense profundity? Based on what he knew, Hung Feng had only comprehended 6 profundities from the law of earth and was in the process of comprehending the defense profundity. Hung Feng. The elder turned to look at Hung Feng for confirmation. That's right. Hung Feng nodded. Actually, I have to thank him for that. When we were fighting, I was pushed into a life-or-death situation. For that reason, I managed to comprehend the defense profundity. It was only after I comprehended the defense profundity that he used his 7th profundity. Otherwise, he would have been able to defeat me with 6 profundities. He felt chills running up his spine when he recalled Duan Ling Tian's formidable attack. He would only need 6 profundities to defeat you if you didn't comprehend the defense profundity? Even after you comprehended the defense profundity, he still managed to defeat you by casting his 7th profundity. The Martial Battle Mansion's elder widened in shock as he inhaled sharply. The other Martial Battle Mansion elders and disciples who were aware of Hung Feng's strength were similarly shocked. Another elder asked solemnly, Did he comprehend one of the 4 supreme laws? In his opinion, even if someone had comprehended offensive laws such as the law of wind, the law of metal, the law of fire, the law of thunder, or the law of destruction, it would still be difficult to breach Hung Feng's defenses after Hung Feng had comprehended the 7th profundity. Moreover, with the 7th profundity, Hung Feng had comprehended the 2 main defensive profundities from the law of earth. Moreover, the rock-style profundity would boost Hung Feng's defenses. Therefore, he speculated that Hung Feng's opponent had comprehended one of the 4 supreme laws. It went without saying that the 4 supreme laws were mysterious and powerful. Not all 4 laws were offensive laws, but their inherent superiority could easily breach the law of Earth's defenses. For this reason, the Martial Battle Mansion Elder came to that conclusion. You're right, Elder Lu. He has comprehended the law of space, one of the 4 supreme laws. Lu Xiaozhou replied. The law of space. As soon as Lu Xiaozhou finished speaking, everyone, apart from those who had just arrived from the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, was stunned. At 10 directions, Celestial Duke, who has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space? Moreover, he's less than 1,000 years old. Where did the profound Nether Mansion find such a monstrous talent? If all of you know that Duanling Tian is not even 100 years old, all of you would be even more shocked. Lu Xiaozhou thought to himself as he looked at the reactions of the Martial Battle Mansion elders and disciples. After that, he sent his father a message. Others might doubt him if he revealed Duanling Tian's age, but his father was naturally different. The profound Nether Mansion's outer court disciple, Duanling Tian, is a 10 directions Celestial Duke even though he's not even 100 years old. Most importantly, he has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space. Lu Xiaozhou's father, one of the vice mansion masters of the Martial Battle Mansion, was shocked upon receiving his son's message. Father, do you think? Is it possible that he came from the 7 upper provinces? Lu Xiaozhou asked. However, Lu Xiaozhou's father was still in shock over the first message that he did not even realize his son had sent him another message. Meanwhile, a huge commotion broke out in the Martial Battle Mansion when news of 11 people, including Hung Feng and Lu Xiaozhou, being eliminated from the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm spread. They were further shocked when they learned that someone managed to breach Hung Feng's defenses even though Hung Feng had successfully comprehended the 7th profundity, the defense profundity, from the law of earth during the critical moment. Now that Senior Hung Feng has comprehended the defense profundity, among those who are qualified to enter the middle realm, I estimate there aren't more than a handful of people who could breach his defenses. That's right. It's likely that only those 10 directions Celestial Dukes who have comprehended 8 profundities at least would be able to breach Hung Feng's defenses now that Senior Hung Feng has successfully comprehended the 7th profundity from the law of earth. I'm more curious if the profound Nether Mansion truly sought external help. Did the profound Nether Mansion really recruit him just so they could rank at the top of the scoreboard? Currently, there are only a few days left before the scoreboard resets. Regardless of how powerful he is, it's unlikely he'll be able to make it into the top 30 unless he manages to obtain points from the Green Spirit Mansion's Lang Yunyu or the Han Qing Mansion's Lu Ji. That's right. If he manages to defeat Lu Ji and obtain Lu Ji points, he'd be propelled into the top 30. If he manages to defeat Lang Yunyu, it's not impossible for him to enter the top 10. Although the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm isn't particularly big, it would still be like searching for a needle in a haystack for Duanling Tian to search Lang Yunyu and Lu Ji in such a short time. Based on the conversation, it was obvious that the people from the Martial Battle Mansion had assumed Duanling Tian was the external help hired by the profound Nether Mansion. Otherwise, how was it possible that someone so powerful and talented was only an outer court disciple? There were other grade 6 celestial mansions who had recruited external help in the past. However, none of them had ever topped the scoreboard. At most, they would rank in the top 20. For this reason, Duanling Tian, whom many regarded as hired help, garnered a lot of attention in the Martial Battle Mansion for being able to breach Hung Feng's defenses, especially after Hung Feng had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of Earth. Many of those who usually did not care about the rankings of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm began to pay attention to the scoreboard as well. The scoreboard will be refreshed in a few days. I wonder how far Duanling Tian will be able to go. At this moment, a large crowd had gathered at the site of one of the transporting formations in the Martial Battle Mansion's estate. All of them were staring intently at the name that was ranked 45th. It seemed as though the 45th place was even more interesting than the first place. Meanwhile, the other Grade 6 celestial mansions that were paying attention to Duanling Tian were shocked as well. In the profound Nether Mansion's estate. Since the other Grade 6 celestial mansions were shocked by Duanling Tian's performance, it was only natural that the celestial mansion Duanling Tian currently belonged to was shocked as well. Needless to say, Duanling Tian entering the top 50 caused quite a stir in the profound Nether Mansion. In the beginning, when Duanling Tian was on his way to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, many assumed Duanling Tian was only a young master from a prominent family who wanted to visit the middle realm to sightsee. They arrived at this conclusion when they discovered he was not even 100 years old and when they saw he was personally accompanied by Qi Tianming, an inspector of the profound Nether Mansion. After all, how could a young man who was not even 100 years old possess enough strength to participate in the competition? When Duanling Tian entered the top 100, many of them concluded that Duanling Tian had cheated or had gotten lucky. However, after news of him killing Gong Sun Jin spread and his ranking rose to the 52nd place, coupled with the confirmation from a few elders who had friends in the Azure Green Mansion, no one thought he was cheating or was lucky anymore. Most of them were fervently discussing Duanling Tian's origins at that time. The 3 sites of the transporting formations in the profound Nether Mansion's estate were buzzing. The commotion was even bigger than the Martial Battle Mansion. This was especially true in the site of the transporting formation that Duanling Tian had used to travel to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Many people were hounding the elder who had issued the accumulative point jade to Duanling Tian for answers. Elder, is Duanling Tian really less than 100 years old? Elder, why is Duanling Tian so special? Is he even human? Elder, did you know this would happen when you gave him the accumulative point jade? At this moment, that elder was like a movie star on Earth who was surrounded by paparazzi. Where did Inspector Qi find someone like Duanling Tian? As time passed, news from the Martial Battle Mansion traveled to the profound Nether Mansion since there were many elders from the 2 Grade 6 celestial mansions who were friends. Therefore, it did not take long before special details such as Duanling Tian eliminating 11 disciples from the Martial Battle Mansion within 15 minutes reached the ears of the people from the profound Nether Mansion. Needless to say, the people from the profound Nether Mansion were shocked and impressed by this feat after all. They knew Hung Feng and Lu Xiaozhou who were eliminated had consistently ranked above the top 100 every month. Duanling Tian comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space. Similarly, Hung Feng comprehended 7 profundities from the law of Earth, including the crystal barrier profundity and the defense profundity. Even then, Duanling Tian managed to breach his defenses. If Duanling Tian didn't show mercy, he could have easily killed Hung Feng. I heard Hung Feng almost died even after he managed to comprehend the defense profundity at the critical juncture. Heavens! Duanling Tian is a 10 directions celestial duke and has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space before even reaching 100 years old. Is his age real? There are many credible sources who have confirmed Duanling Tian is less than 100 years old. There's no doubt his age is real. I really wonder where Inspector Qi found a person like him. If you ask me, I don't think Inspector Qi is capable of recruiting such a peerless genius. In my opinion, Lord Mansion Master has to be the one who found Duanling Tian. Lord Mansion Master probably tasked Inspector Qi with bringing Duanling Tian to the transporting formation to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Well, you have a point as well. As the discussion continued, more and more people grew convinced that Duanling Tian had been recruited by the Mansion Master of the profound Nether Mansion instead of Qi Tianming. Naturally, these people were unaware that the Mansion Master of the profound Nether Mansion was as shocked as they were by Duanling Tian's ability and performance in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Inspector Qi, who's this Duanling Tian? The mansion master of the profound nether mansion was a tall and well-built middle-aged man dressed in a long green robe. He had a dignified air about him that made him look imposing. As soon as he learned about Duanling Tian's existence, he sent a message to Qi Tianming. Prior to this, he did not even know there was such a person in the mansion. After listening to Qi Tianming's reply a few moments later, his eyes lit up. It seemed like after 30,000 years there was going to be an imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion. However, when he heard about the test Duanling Tian had to pass before he could become an imperial tutor, his eyes dimmed, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. He muttered to himself, "Why would he come up with such a test? He knows Duanling Tian isn't even 100 years old." With this, he left his residence in a haste and made his way to the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian, who was still in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, was, naturally, unaware of all these things. It would be great if I have a map that marks all of the Grade 6 Celestial Mansions bases in the Middle Realm. At that time, I'd only need to wait at the bases. Duanling Tian, who figured a way to earn points quickly at the Martial Battle Mansions base, began to search for other Grade 6 Celestial Mansions bases. Similar to before, he planned to intercept disciples who were returning to the bases. Alas, after searching for 2 days and 2 nights, he did not encounter another base. Over the past 2 days and nights, I didn't meet a single person at all, let alone a Celestial Mansions base. Ever since Duanling Tian left the vicinity of the Martial Battle Mansions base in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he did not meet a single soul at all. He remembered the locations of the Profound Nether Mansion and the Martial Battle Mansions bases, but he knew it would be useless to wait at those 2 bases. For one, it was pointless for him to wait near the Profound Nether Mansions base, since he would not be able to obtain points from fellow members of the Profound Nether Mansion. Secondly, since he had just eliminated 11 people from the Martial Battle Mansion near their base, it was highly likely that no one from the Martial Battle Mansion would be stepping out from the base for a while. Apart from that, he knew it was also pointless to wait for disciples from the Martial Battle Mansion to return to their base. After all, the end of the month was fast approaching, and they would be automatically transported out when time was up. There was no need for them to return to their base. For all these reasons, he did not wait at the 2 Celestial Mansions bases and ventured out to look for other Grade 6 Celestial Mansions bases instead. There are less than 2 days left before the scoreboard is refreshed. There aren't many people who would enter the Middle Realm at this time. It's going to be like searching for a needle in a haystack to find another person now. Duanling Tian thought to himself as he traveled by teleportation. He no longer held hope that he would run into anyone. He held his accumulative point jade as he continued, thinking to himself, "Since I entered the Middle Realm too late, I think 41 points will be my final score for this month." At this moment, Duanling Tian arrived at a forest with treacherous terrain. Previously, he would be extremely cautious when traveling through such terrains. However, at this moment, he was no longer as cautious. After all, he thought it was unlikely that he would run into another soul here. Even if there were people here, he did not think they would be very powerful, since those who ranked at the top had already left the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duanling Tian abruptly came to a halt after traveling for half an hour. Soon enough, he saw a figure shrouded in green energy charging toward him fiercely. Whoosh! At the same time, the figure was moving his hands about swiftly, forming an energy saber with the wind. He continued charging toward Duanling Tian as he wielded the saber in his hand. A saber cry rang in the air, and a piercing energy shrouded Duanling Tian swiftly. All this happened in just a blink of an eye. Duanling Tian, who had his guard down, almost did not react in time. Teleportation profundity. The wind saber was merely a few meters away from Duanling Tian's body, and it was just a moment away from landing on him when he vanished without a trace. Teleportation. The green figure stopped in his tracks. A hint of shock could be seen in his widened eyes. He had comprehended the law of wind. Therefore, there was only a handful of people in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm who were faster than him. How could he not be shocked that his opponent managed to dodge his attack and vanished into thin air in front of his eyes? If it was not the law of space's teleportation profundity, what else could it be? Restraining profundity. While the figure shrouded in green energy came to a stop and had yet to regain his senses, Duanling Tian teleported behind the green figure and cast the Law of Space's restraining profundity without wasting any time. Territory profundity. At the same time, Duanling Tian cast the Law of Space's territory profundity that covered a 10-meter radius around him. Then, he teleported close to the green figure. At this time, the green figure turned around, meeting Duanling Tian's gaze. He seemed unaffected by the restraining profundity and the territory profundity. The green energy around him that seemed to contain tiny wind sabers was keeping the space energy in the territory at bay. Hanqing Mansion's Lu Ji? When the green figure turned around, Duanling Tian saw the identity token hanging from the green figure's waist. He recalled the conversations he had heard before he entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. At that time, Duanling Tian heard someone saying the Hanqing Mansion's Lu Ji had only entered the middle realm 5 days ago, but he already obtained many points. Moreover, his points were still increasing. People seemed to think it would not be difficult for Lu Ji to rank in the top 30 this month. That was the first time Duanling Tian had heard about Lu Ji. He instinctively searched for Lu Ji's name on the scoreboard after that. With a little over 100 points, Lu Ji was ranked at the 33rd place. He only needed less than 20 points to rank in the top 30. Based on the time we have left in the Middle Realm for this month, today should be his last day in the Middle Realm. If he doesn't leave soon, he'll be forced to exit. A profound Nether Mansion's outer court disciple? Duanling Tian. Similarly, Lu Ji was looking at Duanling Tian's identity token as well. A frown appeared on his face. He had never heard of a disciple from the profound Nether Mansion who had comprehended the Law of Space's teleportation profundity. Moreover, he noticed Duanling Tian had cast 4 profundities from the Law of Space so far. The Space Elemental Profundity, the Teleportation Profundity, the Restraining Profundity, and the Territory Profundity. An outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion who had comprehended, at least, 4 profundities from the Law of Space? He was confused. Unless the person in front of him had intentionally concealed his strength, there was no way he would be unknown. Distortion Profundity. Cross-dimensional/profundity. While Lu Ji was deep in his thoughts, Duanling Tian did not stop. He quickly cast 2 other profundities from the Law of Space. The void in the territory began to distort and ripple violently. The force was so strong that it easily crushed the tiny wind saber that was spinning on the surface of Lu Ji's skin. The void tore open before a streak of gray saber ray shot out of the crack. It was so eye-catching and formidable that it eclipsed everything in its surroundings. It seemed to have locked onto Lu Ji as it continued shooting toward him. It was obvious that Lu Ji would die if the attack landed on him. He struggled, but he could not free himself from Duanling Tian's restrictions. In the end, he decisively crushed his accumulative point jade before he fiercely said, "Don't let me see you next month." A brilliant green light burst forth from Lu Ji's body at this moment, keeping Duanling Tian's attack at bay. Soon enough, the formation from the accumulative point jade sent him back to his celestial mansion. This was the first time he was eliminated in such an infuriating manner. When Lu Ji had first seen Duanling Tian, he had assumed Duanling Tian as an outer court disciple was no threat to him at all. Although he had been surprised when Duanling Tian cast 4 profundities from the Law of Space, he did not think Duanling Tian was able to threaten him. When Duanling Tian cast another 2 profundities, bringing the number up to 6 profundities, he knew he had been too reckless. Alas, it was too late for him to counter the attack. Moreover, he needed time to free himself from his restraints before he could counter the attack. With how fast and fierce the attack from the cross-dimensional/profundity was, he did not have time for that. It was too late. The only thing he could do was to hastily put up a defense for a moment to crush his accumulative point jade. With this, at least, he would be able to preserve his life. Otherwise, he would have died. Nevertheless, Lu Ji felt indignant that he was forced to crush his accumulative point jade. After all, if he had been prepared and did not underestimate his opponent, he knew he would be able to defeat or kill his opponent even if his opponent had comprehended 6 profundities from the Law of Space. Since he had comprehended the 2 main movement profundities from the Law of Wind, his speed was comparable to his opponent's teleportation profundity. If I can avoid his restraining profundity and territory profundity, I'll be able to catch up to him even if he uses the teleportation profundity. At that time, it wouldn't be difficult for me to defeat and kill him. Lu Ji was extremely displeased about being forced to leave the Middle Realm. 113 points? After Lu Ji crushed his accumulative point Jade, Duanling Tian discovered his points had increased a lot. With Lu Ji's points, he now had 154 points. In the Hanqing Mansion's estate, a figure appeared at one of the transporting formations to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Lu Ji. It's Senior Lu Ji. Senior Lu Ji has returned. Unfortunately, Senior Lu Ji only managed to rank at the 31st place. With his strength, and if he didn't enter late, he could have easily ranked in the top 30. That's right. As soon as Lu Ji appeared, he caught the attention of the elders and disciples of the Hanqing Celestial Mansion. For this reason, they did not see his name disappearing from the 31st, causing the people behind him to rise in rankings. This was considered a huge change in rankings and would cause a commotion if the people present on the scene were not distracted by Lu Ji's sudden appearance. Meanwhile, in another site of a transporting formation in the Hanqing Mansion, Senior Lu Ji's name has disappeared from the scoreboard. Heavens! It's true. His name has disappeared. Does this mean he's eliminated? Who's capable of eliminating Senior Lu Ji? I have a feeling it's the same person who eliminated the Martial Battle Mansion's Hung Feng. You're right. It's him. Look. He now has 154 points and is ranked 25th. It seems like he really did eliminate Senior Lu Ji. Senior Lu Ji had 113 points, and that person had 41 points before this. His points have increased by 113 points. It has to be him. The elders and disciples look at the name at the 25th place incredulously. Similar to Hung Feng, who had, before his battle with Duanling Tian, comprehended 6 profundities from the law of earth and was in the process of comprehending the 7th one. Lu Ji had also comprehended 6 profundities from the law of wind and was in the process of comprehending the 7th one. Despite that, Lu Ji was stronger than Hung Feng since Lu Ji had comprehended the law of wind while He Feng had comprehended the law of earth that specialized in defense. The majority of the 10 directions celestial dukes in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm would find it difficult to catch up to Lu Ji if Lu Ji decided to escape. How could they not be shocked and confused upon discovering Lu Ji had been eliminated? Duanling Tian? Lu Ji looked at the scoreboard and the name he hated with all his guts. His expression was unsightly, and his hands were tightly clenched. At this moment, the people around him began to notice that something was amiss. They followed his eyes and looked at the scoreboard, gasping when they saw the changes in rankings. Senior Lu Ji is also eliminated by Duanling Tian from the Profound Nether Mansion? Who's this Duanling Tian? Did the Profound Nether Mansion really seek external help? That has to be it. Otherwise, if the Profound Nether Mansion has such a genius, would they really hide his existence until now? A person with such capabilities wouldn't remain unknown. That's right. I heard he's only an outer court disciple in the Profound Nether Mansion. If he's not hired to help the Profound Nether Mansion, how could he only be an outer court disciple? A friend of mine in the Profound Nether Mansion said that Duanling Tian isn't even 100 years old. Moreover, he also said Duanling Tian was hired by the Profound Nether Mansion. What? Duanling Tian isn't even 100 years old. Preposterous? That's impossible. The majority of people present on the scene did not believe Duanling Tian was not even 100 years old. Despite the unsightly expression on Lu Ji's face, an elder asked, Lu Ji, is Duanling Tian really an outer court disciple? Yes. At least that's what it says on his identity token, Lu Ji replied solemnly. Is he really stronger than you? Another elder asked. Lu Ji scoffed before he replied, if it weren't for my carelessness, I would have eliminated him instead. His expression turned even more unsightly as he spoke. If we meet again next month, I, Lu Ji, will change my surname to Duan if I don't defeat him. After he finished speaking, he left immediately. The eyes of the people of Hanqing Mansion lit up when they heard Lu Ji's confident words. They did not doubt Lu Ji's words that he was only eliminated due to his carelessness. After all, Duanling Tian was an unknown outer court disciple. Most people would not be on high alert when facing Duanling Tian. Before Lu Ji left, another elder could not help but ask, Lu Ji, is he really less than 100 years old? Do you think it's possible for a 10 directions celestial duke who has comprehended at least 6 profundities from the law of space to be younger than 100 years old? Lu Ji left them with this rhetorical question. Lu Ji had immediately attacked as soon as he discovered Duanling Tian's presence. He did not probe Duanling Tian with his divine consciousness. It was beyond his expectation that he would be eliminated by someone he deemed an easy target. Therefore, he thought it was preposterous when people mentioned Duanling Tian was not even 100 years old. He was aware of Duanling Tian's strength due to their battle earlier. How could someone with that strength be younger than 100 years old? After Lu Ji left, the elders and disciples looked at each other in disbelief. They knew Duanling Tian was not an ordinary person and had heard that he had possibly comprehended 7 profundities of a law, but they did not expect him to comprehend the law of space. All of them knew how difficult it was to comprehend the law of space. It was comparable to comprehending 8 or 9 profundities from an ordinary law. He's comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space? Previously, a friend of mine in the Martial Battle Mansion told me that Duanling Tian has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space. I didn't believe it at first, but it seems like there are some truths to it. One of the disciples said, 7 profundities from the law of space? Are you sure? The elders and disciples looked at that disciple in disbelief. Did this not mean Duanling Tian had held back when he eliminated Lu Ji? If that was the case, even if Lu Jiu was not careless, he might not be able to defeat Duanling Tian at all. As the commotion broke out in Hanqing Mansion due to Lu Ji's elimination, other grade 6 celestial mansions, including the profound Nether Mansion, were in an uproar as well. Duanling Tian, the outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion, obtained 154 points and ranks 25th after spending only 5 days in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Although there are many people who had accumulated more points in 5 days, none of them had done so at the end of the month. After all, everyone knows it's difficult to accumulate points during the end of the month. This Duanling Tian is not only powerful, but he's lucky as well. He even managed to run into Lu Ji, who had accumulated so many points. With his current points, he's only second to Zhou Hongjie in the profound Nether Mansion. The 5th day of Duanling Tian's time in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was the day his name spread to all grade 6 celestial mansions. Due to various factors, most of them were convinced he was hired by the profound Nether Mansion to help the mansion compete for higher rankings. In just a blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. With this, whoever was left in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was automatically transported out. Swoosh! Duanling Tian finally returned to the site of the transporting formation to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in the profound Nether Mansion's estate. At this moment, a hint of disappointment could be seen on his face. After he eliminated Lu Ji, he did not encounter anyone over the last 2 days. Therefore, he did not obtain any points at all. Duanling Tian has returned. As soon as Duanling Tian exited the transporting formation, everyone swarmed toward him. They stared at him curiously. Some of them even extended their divine consciousness to probe him. He's really not even 100 years old. Heavens! I thought it was just a rumor. Duanling Tian's really not even 100 years old. Not even 100 years old, but he managed to rank 25th in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Such a feat is unprecedented in the history of the Southern Heaven territory. Don't forget he only entered the middle realm at the end of the month. I really look forward to his performance next month. This was not the first time a crowd had gathered around Duanling Tian, and he usually had no problem escaping. However, he had been taken by surprise when he was suddenly transported out of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and had been slightly distracted when he arrived. Before he could react, everyone had already gathered around him and looked at him with curious and burning gazes, clamoring for his attention. One disciple asked curiously, Duanling Tian, did you really comprehend 6 profundities from the law of space? My cousin brother is a disciple of the Hanqing Mansion. According to him, Lu Ji said you've comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. Another disciple quickly followed up with another question. Duan Ling Tian, my cousin brother, is a disciple of the Martial Battle Mansion. He mentioned that Hong Feng said you've comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space. Is that true? The elders and disciples looked at Duan Ling Tian curiously, eagerly waiting for Duan Ling Tian's answer. It was already incredibly shocking that Duan Ling Tian was not even 100 years old. But it was even more shocking that he comprehended 6 or 7 profundities from the law of space at this age. Chills ran up their spines whenever they thought about this. Duan Ling Tian furrowed his brows slightly as he looked at the crowd that was throwing questions at him. At this moment, an energetic voice rang in the air. Duan Ling Tian. The voice belonged to Qi Tianming, one of the 10 inspectors in the profound Nether Mansion. Swoosh! Before the crowd could react, Duan Ling Tian vanished into thin air and reappeared next to Qi Tianming. Subsequently, both of them turned around and left. When the crowd regained their senses, they broke into another uproar again. The teleportation profundity? That's right. It's the law of space's teleportation profundity. Otherwise, how's it possible that a celestial king like me can't even capture his movements? Teleportation doesn't require the user to move. It's only natural that no one was able to catch his movements. We can now confirm that Duan Ling Tian is indeed less than 100 years old and has comprehended the law of space. Moreover, we can be sure that he has comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity. Based on these facts, we can be absolutely sure that Duan Ling Tian has comprehended at least 2 profundities, including the space elemental profundity. I wonder if he really comprehended 6 or 7 profundities from the law of space. Many the Martial Battle Mansion's Hung Feng and the Hanqing Mansion's Lu Ji lied about it to preserve their dignity. That's possible. However, even if Duan Ling Tian didn't comprehend 6 or 7 profundities from the law of space, he's still not simple since he's able to eliminate Hong Feng and Lu Ji. That's for sure. Those who are ranked in the top 30 are no ordinary people. The conversations grew softer and softer as Duan Ling Tian moved further and further away from the site of the transporting formation. I didn't expect you to achieve such a ranking when you only entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, so close to the end of the month, Qi Tianming said emotionally as he walked back to his cultivation place. I was just lucky, Duan Ling Tian replied with a faint smile. He knew very well that if he did not chance upon the Hanqing Mansion's Lu Ji, he would not have made it to the 25th place. In fact, he was considered lucky for even being able to rank in the top 50. You managed to stumble across the Martial Battle Mansion's base and encounter Lu Ji. There's no doubt you're incredibly lucky. However, if you didn't possess the ability to defeat them, these encounters would still be useless. Moreover, you even risked getting eliminated by them, Qi Tianming replied with a smile. With his position, it was not difficult for him to learn about the ins and outs of Duan Ling Tian's performance in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Qi Tianming knew it was unprecedented when Duan Ling Tian discovered the Martial Battle Mansion and eliminated almost a dozen disciples from the Martial Battle Mansion. This could be considered as a great provocation. There was no doubt that Duan Ling Tian would be targeted by people from the Martial Battle Mansion in the future. Although Hung Feng was rather strong and his defenses were unparalleled among celestial dukes in the Martial Battle Mansion, there were a few people who were stronger than Hung Feng in the Martial Battle Mansion. In fact, even Hung Feng's peers who only comprehended 6 profundities of a law and were in the progress of comprehending the 7th one had stronger combat strength compared to Hung Feng who had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of earth. For example, Lu Ji might have only comprehended 6 profundities from the law of wind and was in the process of comprehending the 7th one, but his combat strength was much stronger than Hung Feng. Nevertheless, despite superior offensive strength, Lu Ji would not be able to defeat Hung Feng since Hung Feng's defenses were incredibly strong. Similarly, Hung Feng would not be able to defeat Lu Ji due to Lu Ji's superior speed. Qi Tianming said, clearly delighted, "The Mansion Master came to see me a few days ago to ask about you. He's very concerned about you as well. Since he was the one who brought Duan Ling Tian to the profound Nether Mansion, if Duan Ling Tian successfully became the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion, the Mansion Master and the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion would definitely generously reward him. The other inspectors would definitely envy his rewards since the Mansion Master was known to be generous with rewards. In fact, he did not care much even if the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion did not reward him so long as the mansion master rewarded him. It was enough that he was able to meet with the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. In my opinion, once the mansion master finds out you're out of the middle realm, he'll definitely want to meet you, Qi Tianming said confidently. Duanling Tian did not care much if the mansion master was interested to meet him or not. He changed the topic and asked, Old Qi, the ranking for the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm will reset tomorrow, right? Yes. Qi Tianming nodded. Today is the last day of the month, so everyone in the middle realm has been transported out. Tomorrow marks the fresh start, and the middle realm will open again. Are you planning to enter tomorrow? Duanling Tian asked. I haven't decided. Old Qi, in your opinion, when do you think is the best time to enter the middle realm? If you're aiming for the top 20, it's fine to enter tomorrow. To make it into the top 10, it's best to enter 3 days later, Qi Tianming replied. And what if I want to rank first? Duanling Tian asked with a glint in his eyes. Rank first. Qi Tianming was taken aback by Duanling Tian's words. Soon after, a wry smile appeared on his face as he said, I know you want to pass the test as quickly as possible and become the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. However, it's unrealistic for you to rank first immediately. Based on my knowledge, there are a few mysterious 10 directions celestial dukes who have comprehended 7 profundities of a law, who could easily defeat their peers who have comprehended 7 profundities and are in the process of comprehending the 8th profundity. This means they are also in the process of comprehending the 8th profundity, or it could mean that some of them rely on special abilities. These people are born with inherent special abilities and they're foreign beings disguised as humans. There's quite a handful of foreign beings who are disguised as humans in grade 6 celestial mansions, after all. Based on his words, it was clear he did not think Duanling Tian's current strength was sufficient for him to rank first in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. There are foreign beings as well? Duanling Tian raised an eyebrow. He knew these foreign beings Qi Tianming mentioned referred to celestial beasts and plants that gain sentience. In the Devata realms, with enough luck, plants that had existed for a long time could gain sentience and cultivate. With time, they might even gain a human form. There were some celestial emperors in Devata realms who were initially plants. Not only was their strength on par with humans and celestial beasts, but they might even have an advantage in certain aspects. Qi Tianming nodded. Foreign beings exist in the profound Nether Mansion as well. Do you a disciple who ranks in the top 30 in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? I remember. A glint of light flashed in Duanling Tian's eyes. When I came out earlier, I saw he's ranked 29th, behind Zhou Hongjie who's ranked 24th. Duanling Tian ranked 25th, Zhou Hongjie ranked 24th, and another disciple named Hua Xiao ranked 29th on this month's scoreboard. He's not human. His original form is that of a flower that grew in the depth of a lake. Due to a fortuitous encounter, he was able to cultivate and gain a human form. He's only a little over 500 years old now. After becoming human, he's slightly over 500 years old? Duanling Tian frowned slightly upon hearing Qi Tianming's words. This means the age restriction in the middle realm doesn't count the years before they gain human forms? If this was the case, it meant that it was the same for celestial beasts as well. Did this not mean celestial beasts would have an advantage? After all, powerful celestial beasts could only gain a human form after a long time. When they finally gained human forms, their abilities were already comparable to celestial beings. Qi Tianming nodded. Plants absorb the essence of the sun, the moon, the heavens, and the earth. In order to gain human forms, they'd need to be incredibly lucky. After they gain human forms, they have no cultivation base at all, so they have to start cultivating from the beginning. Nevertheless, since they absorb the essence of the sun, the moon, the heavens, and the earth, the speed of their improvements is heaven-defying. Even their comprehension skills are incredibly high. Duanling Tian was enlightened after hearing Qi Tianming's words. In this regard, plants were different from celestial beasts that could instinctively cultivate and retain their cultivation bases after gaining human forms. For this reason, celestial beasts would still retain some of their strength after gaining human forms. So does the age restriction apply to celestial beasts as well, or their treatment is the same as plants? Duan Tian asked. Yes. Shi Tianming nodded and replied, in this aspect, celestial beasts aren't like plants who have gained sentience. The age restriction still applies to celestial beasts. If a celestial beast only gained a human form at 900 years old, it would only have 100 years left to enter the middle realm. The Southern Celestial Lord had taken this into consideration before he created the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Otherwise, it would be unfair to humans and other beings. Duan Tian was relieved upon hearing these words. If that was the case, then it was fair. Although Hua Xiao is only slightly over 500 years old, he's comprehended 6 profundities, and is in the process of comprehending the 7th profundity from the Law of Water. Moreover, the profundities he has comprehended are the more powerful and practical profundities from the Law of Water. Due to the advantage he has from his origin, he's above his peers in all grade 6 celestial mansions. For this reason, he's ranked in the top 30, Qi Tianming explained. Duan Tian gained a deeper understanding of Hua Xiao after listening to Qi Tianming's words. Initially, I thought that after Zhou Hongjie reaches 1,000 years old, Hua Xiao will be the only pillar of strength the profound Nether Mansion could rely on in the Middle Realm. I didn't expect to find you in the Simplicity Celestial sect. With your presence, the profound Nether Mansion will definitely outperform the others in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. It's only a matter of time before you rank first. It was clear Qi Tianming thought Duan Tian needed some time before he would be able to rank first. Duan Tian could tell Qi Tianming was not confident of his current strength. However, he did not take offense. Moreover, he knew actions spoke louder than words. He would prove his ability by ranking first. After a while, he asked, Old Qi, do you have a map that marks the bases of every grade 6 celestial mansions in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Although Qi Tianming had mentioned waiting at the bases of celestial mansions to eliminate their disciples was a blatant sign of provocation and would spark retaliation, Duan Tian did not care. His only concern was ranking first. Moreover, even if they wanted to seek revenge from him, they could only do so in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm or secretly seek revenge outside the middle realm. If it were known that they tried to seek revenge outside of the middle realm, their reputation would be tarnished since it showed that they had no sportsmanship. Why? Do you still plan to wait in the vicinity of the bases? Qi Tianming was shocked. Naturally, he could guess Duan Tian's intention. Duan Tian smiled before he asked in return, This way, I'll be able to accumulate points faster, right? Qi Tianming took in a couple of deep breaths to calm down before he said, Duan Tian, this approach is inadvisable. Although the celestial mansions can only seek revenge in the middle realm, if you cross their bottom lines, they wouldn't let things slide. They might not attack you in the open, but they can easily hire an assassin to get the job done. He shook his head, feeling Duan Tian was rather naive. He tried to persuade Duan Tian by saying, moreover, even if you've comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity, any 10 directions celestial duke who has comprehended 2 movement profundities of a law can easily catch up to you. In my opinion, it's best if you keep a low profile. Don't repeat what happened at the Martial Battle Mansion's base. Old Qi, I understand where you're coming from. However, I'd still love to have a copy of the map. How about this? I won't wait for them close to their bases. I'll observe from afar and only make my move once they travel a distance away from their bases. Duan Tian knew Qi Tianming's words were born out of concern for him, so he made a compromise. Nevertheless, he was determined to get his hands on the map. With the map, he would be able to accumulate points efficiently, and there would be no need for him to wander aimlessly looking for targets. Qi Tianming shook his head and said, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but such a map doesn't exist. It doesn't exist? Duan Tian furrowed his brows. Nobody drew a map of the bases at all? I remember the way to the Martial Battle Mansion's base from our base. When I enter the middle realm again, I should be able to find their base again. You won't be able to find it. Qi Tianming shook his head once again. I won't be able to find their base? Duan Tian's frown deepened. An ominous feeling rose in his heart instantly. At the end of the month, when the rankings of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm resets, the terrains change as well. Based on what I know, the locations of the bases change as well. They never appear in the same location. Therefore, it's pointless even if you remember the location of the base. You won't be able to find it even if you follow the route when you enter the middle realm again. Now that I've explained everything clearly, you should understand what I mean, right? Yes. Duanling Tian smiled wryly. I didn't expect this. No wonder there's no map of the bases. How could there be a map when the locations of the bases of the Grade 6 celestial mansions changed every month? Suddenly, several voices rang in the air. Their tones were rather casual and not reverent or respectful like the tone the disciples and the elders used. Inspector Qi. Qi Tianming shook his head. Well, these old fellows are here before the mansion master. Then he looked at Duanling Tian and said with a smile, Duanling Tian, these people are my old friends. Except for one of them, all of them are from the 3 sects and 2 clans. The 3 sects and 2 clans consisted of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect, the Coupling Celestial Sect, the Zhangsun Clan, and the Gongyang Clan. At the entrance of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Duanling Tian had met with several high-ranking officials from the 3 sects and 2 clans. One of them was Bihai Mingfeng, the 3rd sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect and an inspector of the Profound Nether Mansion. They must have come over since they knew you've come out from the Middle Realm, Qi Tianming said with absolute certainty. Indeed, these people, inspectors of the Profound Nether Mansion from the 3 sects and 2 clans, had come because of Duanling Tian. Currently, Duanling Tian was famous in the Profound Nether Mansion. The only people who had not heard of him were those in closed-door cultivation. These few inspectors, like the others, were curious about Duanling Tian. Therefore, once they learned that Duanling Tian had come out from the Middle Realm, they immediately came to look for Qi Tianming. These inspectors were mostly old men from the same generation as Qi Tianming and had a good relationship with Qi Tianming. Therefore, they did not hesitate to look for Qi Tianming to satiate their curiosity. Moreover, they treated Duanling Tian kindly as well. Duanling Tian, naturally, knew these few inspectors treated him kindly due to their good relationship with Qi Tianming. Apart from that, he knew it was also due to his performance in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and his achievements. After all, a 10 directions celestial dukes who had comprehended at least 6 profundities from the law of space before reaching 100 years old was more than enough to cause a stir in the 10 major clans and top 5 clans in the Southern Heaven territory, let alone a grade 6 celestial mansion like the Profound Nether Mansion. Meanwhile, the vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang, Chun Yuanshan, received a message. Duanling Tian, a 10 directions celestial duke who's suspected to have comprehended at least 6 profundities from the law of space before reaching the age of 100, has been brought to join the Profound Nether Mansion by Inspector Qi Tianming. Qi Tianming originally came from the Simplicity Celestial Sect. As one of the top assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven territory, the Blood Skull Gang's intelligence was superior to the 10 major clans and top 5 sects even if it was nowhere as strong. Duanling Tian is a 10 directions celestial duke and has comprehended at least 6 profundities from the law of space. Most importantly, he's not even 100 years old. He was recommended to join the Profound Nether Mansion by someone from the Simplicity Celestial Sect. The expression of Chun Yuanshan, the vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang, turned unsightly when he received this information. Although he was not sure if this genius from the Profound Nether Mansion was the same Duanling Tian from the Simplicity Celestial Sect whom his son, Chun Li, had agreed to assassinate, he had a strong feeling they were the same person. Although their target, Duanling Tian, and the Profound Nether Mansion's Duanling Tian had a big difference in strength, he did not forget his target had been tricked by a reincarnated celestial emperor to be sacrificed to the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. He knew the heaven sacrificial could help a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial to break through and become a 10 directions celestial duke. Moreover, rumor had it that the fruit would even help one to comprehend at least 6 profundities of a law. It's too much of a coincidence. If Duanling Tian consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, it makes sense that he's Duanling Tian from the Profound Nether Mansion. Chun Yuanshan was certain of his speculation. However, to err on the side of caution, he decided to investigate Duanling Tian, the outer disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion. Once I confirm the two are the same person, I'll have a word with my unfilial son. If Duanling Tian truly has become a disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion, coupled with his brilliant performance, the Profound Nether Mansion would definitely look highly upon him. it'd be even more difficult for us to assassinate him. I can only hope I'm wrong and that they're not the same person. He was disinclined to believe there would be such coincidences, but he could not help but hope for the best. In the profound Nether Mansion's estate. After bidding the few inspectors farewell, Duan Tian and Qi Tianming continued their conversation. Old Qi, you mentioned earlier that if I want to make it into the top 10, it's best for me to enter 3 days later. What's the reason for that? Duan Tian recalled Qi Tianming's earlier words. Qi Tianming's words alluded that there would be an advantage if he entered 3 days later, but he could not figure out what advantage he would gain. The first 3 days are like the time for people to accumulate points. When you enter 3 days later, you only need to eliminate a small group of people to obtain more points compared to entering as soon as the middle realm is opened, Qi Tianming explained. Realization dawned on Duan Tian. Indeed, without Qi Tianming's explanation, he would not have thought about it. It was more efficient this way. He would be able to accumulate points faster with minimal work. After a while, he asked, if that's the case, isn't 3 days too short? You can wait a few more days if you want. However, the more time has passed, the number of people in there would dwindle. It'd be much more difficult for you to encounter people. Although you've only accumulated quite many points this time, I'm sure you've only encountered a few people, right? Qi Tianming asked knowingly. Duan Tian promptly nodded. Indeed, he had only met a few people in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In fact, it was mostly due to luck that he had encountered someone with many points and made it into the top 30. After a while, Duan Tian bade farewell to Qi Tianming and returned to his room in the courtyard. Qi Tianming had arranged for Duan Tian to stay in a spacious courtyard with a beautiful scenery of plants and flowers. During these 3 days, Duan Tian planned to further comprehend the transportation profundity. At that time, it would have been impossible for me to breach his defenses if it weren't for the transportation profundity. Duan Tian recalled his battle with the Martial Battle Mansion's Hung Feng a few days ago. He knew without the transportation profundity, he would not be able to breach Hung Feng's defenses since Hung Feng had comprehended the law of Earth. I only managed to go around his defense profundity due to the transporting formation. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to get past his defenses. Moreover, I haven't fully comprehended the transporting formation. If he was prepared and erected a shield around him with the defense profundity, my incomplete comprehension of the transportation profundity wouldn't be able to breach his shield at all. Duan Tian knew if he were to encounter Hung Feng again, if Hung Feng was prepared, it would be impossible for him to breach Hung Feng's defenses again unless he had comprehended the transportation profundity. For this reason, he immersed himself in comprehending the transportation profundity over the next 3 days. Duan Tian clearly knew that he was capable of eliminating Hung Feng mainly because of luck. If he were to meet Hung Feng again, it would be impossible for him to breach through his defense if he was well prepared. That's unless I've fully comprehended the teleportation profundity, otherwise it's impossible to breach through Hung Feng's defense. The middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm has been open for 6 days now. Why haven't we seen Duan Tian? Similar questions could be heard in the 3 sites of the transporting formations in the profound Nether Mansion's estate. Since there were people constantly guarding the transporting formations when the middle realm was open, they knew Duan Tian had yet to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Heaven. Moreover, the scoreboard had been reset, but Duan Tian's name had not appeared. Meanwhile, Zhou Hongjie was now ranked at the 16th place and Hua Xiao was ranked at the 14th place. Since the middle realm had only opened for 6 days, it was easy for them to rank in the top 20. Those who ranked in the top 30 would usually rank in the top 20 if they entered the middle realm on the first day it opened. In fact, there were some who even managed to make it into the top 10. However, it was difficult for them to maintain these rankings. Similarly, in other grade 6 celestial mansions, many people were looking at the scoreboard as they discussed among themselves. Duan Tian from the profound Nether Mansion still hasn't entered the middle realm? Maybe. It's not just him though. There are 4 people who ranked in the top 10 last month who aren't on the scoreboard as well. Duan Tian entered late last month. I wonder if he'll enter earlier this month. If so, I wonder if he'll be able to make it into the top 20. If he has really comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space, it won't be difficult for him to rank in the top 20. In fact, he might even rank in the top 10. I really look forward to his performance. How strange. I'm not a member of the profound Nether Mansion, and Duan Ling Tian's performance has nothing to do with me. However, I'm excited about his performance. Me too. Duan Ling Tian was naturally unaware that people from other Grade 6 celestial mansions were highly anticipating his performance in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He only discovered 6 days had passed since the middle realm reopened after he left his room to look for Qi Tianming. Moreover, the person who was currently ranked first had already accumulated more than 100 points. I was afraid of disturbing your cultivation, so I didn't notify you, Qi Tianming explained. Then, his eyes flashed with excitement as he asked, "So, do you plan to enter the middle realm today?" Currently, the entire profound Nether Mansion was anticipating Duan Ling Tian's performance in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm as well. Yes, Duan Ling Tian's eyes glinted. 6 days had passed since the middle realm reopened. If he did not enter now, it would be more difficult for him to accumulate points. Duan Ling Tian's here. So, he's Duan Ling Tian? Hey, it's true. He's not even 100 years old. Is he really a 10 directions celestial duke who has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space before the age of 100? Is it even possible to achieve such a feat before the age of 100? A commotion broke out among the disciples of the profound Nether Mansion as soon as Duan Ling Tian appeared in one of the sites of the transporting formations in the profound Nether Mansion's estate. They had been waiting for Duan Ling Tian at the site all this time. After all, they knew Duan Ling Tian was staying with Qi Tianming on this island. Moreover, the previous time Duan Ling Tian had entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he had used the transporting formation here. Therefore, most of them were certain he was going to use the transporting formation here again. Indeed, Duan Ling Tian's arrival proved their speculation right. After Duan Ling Tian entered the main hall, he randomly made his way to one of the counters instead of going to the counter he went to previously. "Elder, I want to apply for an accumulative point jade." At the counter Duan Ling Tian had gone to previously, a new elder had replaced the elder who had previously attended to Duan Ling Tian. The new elder looked at Duan Ling Tian intently as he thought to himself, "So, he's Duan Ling Tian?" Meanwhile, the elder who was attending Duan Ling Tian smiled amicably as he asked, "Duan Ling Tian, your performance last month is remarkable. Are you confident about making it into the top 10 this month? If I'm lucky, it shouldn't be difficult for me to rank at the top this month." Duan Ling Tian replied with a smile as he reached out to take his accumulative point jade from the elder. Every month, participants who entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were required to apply for a new accumulative point jade. After spending 10 days in the middle realm, the accumulative point jade would shatter on its own and transport its owner out of the middle realm. Naturally, their points would not be affected by the accumulative point jade's self-destruction. In another case, similar to Duan Ling Tian during his sojourn into the middle realm last month, one's accumulative point jade would also shatter on its own before 10 days were up when the middle realm closed at the end of the month. Rank at the top? The elder's eyes widened upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. Those who heard Duan Ling Tian's words were stunned as well. They only regained their senses after Duan Ling Tian entered the transporting formation and was transported to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Isn't Duan Ling Tian too arrogant? He said it shouldn't be difficult for him to rank at the top. He's crazy. Although his innate talent and comprehension skills are heaven-defying, does he think the other 10 directions celestial dukes from the other grade 6 celestial mansions are pushovers? I wouldn't have any doubts if he had said these words after a few decades. However, he's still green now. The same people have been dominating the top 6 places in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm over the last few years. Their ranks might change from time to time, but all of them have always ranked in the top 6. Recently, the person who's ranked first managed to maintain his rank for 2 consecutive months. Right? That's right. The 6 of them are equally strong. Fate and luck decide who ranks at the top. This year, all 6 of them have ranked first before. Although it'd be amazing if Duan Ling Tian manages to enter their circle, it's just unrealistic for him to rank first. I wonder where he gets his confidence from? After Duan Ling Tian left, those who heard his words shook their heads and discussed among themselves. All of them were of the opinion that Duan Ling Tian was too naive and optimistic. Those who heard about Duan Ling Tian's words from the others shook their heads disapprovingly as well. It was clear everyone doubted him. In their opinion, Duan Ling Tian might be able to rank in the top 6 if he had comprehended 8 profundities, but even then they thought it was impossible for him to rank first. To rank first, they thought Duan Ling Tian would need to comprehend all 9 profundities from the law of space at least. The disciples and elders of the profound Nether Mansion were not the only ones who felt this way, but the people from the other grade 6 celestial mansions shared the same opinion as well. Hung Feng has progressed tremendously. He just appeared on the scoreboard 2 days ago, but he has already entered the top 30 now, someone suddenly exclaimed at this moment. These words caused the elders and disciples of the profound Nether Mansion present on the scene to fall silent. Naturally, they did not care about the progress of ordinary people, but Hung Feng was different. Previously, Hung Feng had just entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm before he was eliminated by Duan Ling Tian as soon as he stepped out of the base. It was undoubtedly Hung Feng's most devastating loss in the middle realm thus far. However, after his battle with Duan Ling Tian, he had successfully comprehended the 7th profundity from the Law of Earth. Prior to that, there was only one 10 Directions Celestial Duke in the Martial Battle Mansion who had comprehended 7 profundities of a law. There were rumors about this 10 Directions Celestial Duke that he was in the process of comprehending the 8th profundity, and that he had already comprehended the 8th profundity, and was in the process of comprehending the 9th profundity. Over the last year, although it was not consecutive, he had managed to rank first twice. These 2 feats were more than enough to prove his strength. He was in the circle of the top 6 10 Directions Celestial Dukes who were considered the cream of the crop among the 10 Directions Celestial Dukes in all Grade 6 Celestial Mansions in the Southern Heaven Territory. In such a short time, Hung Feng rose to 26th place? Not too long ago, Hung Feng was ranked 29th. However, in just a blink of an eye, he had risen to 26th place. Although Hung Feng has comprehended 7 profundities, the profundities are from the Law of Earth. Defense is his forte, and speed is his weakness. Usually, his rank doesn't increase so fast since his opponents can easily escape from him, a disciple said. You're right. However, don't forget he can join forces with another person. As long as his partner is able to prevent their targets from escaping, it'd be easy for Hung Feng to eliminate his targets, an elder said. You have a point. As long as Hung Feng works with someone who has a fast speed, it won't be difficult for him to accumulate points. That's right. Moreover, it'd be a win-win situation. If their target is strong, joining forces would make it easier for them to eliminate their target. The middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm doesn't prohibit 10 Directions Celestial Dukes from working together. For Hung Feng, who has always been prideful, to work with another person, it seems like he's feeling ambitious this month. Hung Feng's performance not only caught the attention of the people from the profound Nether Mansion, but he caught the attention of the other Grade 6 Celestial Mansions as well. Did Hung Feng finally come to his senses and put his pride aside? There's a 10 Directions Celestial Dukes in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient who has comprehended 7 profundities from the Law of Earth as well. In recent years, he managed to enter the top 10 by joining forces with another person. Hung Feng is probably trying to emulate his success. Those strong and fast 10 Directions Celestial Dukes from the Martial Battle Mansion might look down on Hung Feng previously. However, now that Hung Feng has comprehended the 7th profundity, the Law of Earth's defense profundity, they should be more than willing to work with him now. The question is, who is he working with? If he's cooperating with Wan Qingqing, there's a high likelihood that he or Wan Qingqing will rank in the top 10 this month. Last month, Wan Qingqing ranked 17th in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Most importantly, she was a woman. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, above a forested mountain, a tall and muscular man smiled as he looked at the young woman next to him. Junior Sister Qing, it's your turn to collect the points next. The young woman was dressed in a simple green robe. Her long hair fell like a waterfall on her back, and she had such alluring, delicate features that her surroundings seemed to dim in comparison. Her eyes shone with such coldness that it made her seem aloof. Upon hearing the tall and muscular man's words, she nodded expressionlessly. All of a sudden she looked ahead in the distance as though she had detected something. Soon after, a person seemed to appear out of thin air. The newcomer looked at the tall and muscular man with a faint smile on his face as he said, "What a coincidence. We meet again. It's you!" The tall and muscular man exclaimed. His expression changed drastically when he saw the person who had eliminated him last month. Meanwhile, the young lady's expression turned grim when she heard the tall and muscular man's words. After all, she knew only a handful of people in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm were capable of eliciting such a reaction from the tall and muscular man. Even she could not breach the tall and muscular man's defenses. She sent a voice transmission to the tall and muscular man. "Who's he?" A hint of bitterness could be heard in the tall and muscular man's voice as he replied through voice transmission, "Duanling Tian." "Duanling Tian?" The young woman narrowed her eyes when she looked at the purple figure in front of her. A hint of fear could be seen in the depths of her eyes. 6 days ago, she was not even aware of the existence of Duanling Tian, an outer disciple of the profound Nether Mansion. However, over the last 6 days, she had learned from her peers in the Martial Battle Mansion that he was a 10-direction celestial duke who was suspected of comprehending 7 profundities from the law of space before even reaching the age of 100. She had also naturally heard about how Hong Feng, a fellow disciple of the Martial Battle Mansion, had been eliminated by Duanling Tian shortly after Hong Feng had entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. During the battle, at the critical juncture, Hong Feng had comprehended the defense profundity, the 7th profundity from the law of earth. Based on this, one could see how formidable Duanling Tian was. A few days ago, Hong Feng had proposed to join forces with her to obtain more points in the middle realm. Moreover, he even promised that he would not surpass her ranking. Considering the fact that most people in the middle realm would not be able to breach Hong Feng's defenses, coupled with her speed, she knew they were suited to work together. Therefore, she agreed to join forces with Hong Feng. As they traveled together after entering the middle realm, Hong Feng had also recounted his experience of battling Duanling Tian to her, which made her further realize how formidable Duanling Tian was. It was out of her expectation that they would run into Duanling Tian, whom everyone had been fervently discussing, 3 days after entering the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. "Junior sister Qing, take me with you and leave. We're no match for him." Hong Feng hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Wan Qing. He could sense Duanling Tian's divine consciousness had locked onto him. It was not easy for him to come this far with Wan Qing's help. He was reluctant to be eliminated so early. Therefore, he did not hesitate to urge Wan Qing to help him escape. Swoosh! Before Wan Qing finished listening to Hong Feng's words, her body flickered, and she appeared next to Hong Feng before her afterimage even disappeared. Swoosh! In the next moment, a green light burst forth and shrouded Wan Qing and Hong Feng. Like 2 streaks of green light, they shot away soon after. In terms of strength, she was no match for Hong Feng. However, speed-wise, she was superior to him. In fact, her speed was on par with the top 6 10-direction celestial dukes in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. This was also the main reason Hong Feng had chosen to collaborate with her. "We just met, old friend. Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Duanling Tian was slightly taken aback when he saw the young woman bringing Hong Feng with her to escape. Her speed was so fast that it was comparable to his teleportation profundity. Swoosh! 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 Duanling Tian did not waste time and cast the teleportation profundity and other profundities from the law of space to boost his speed. Even with this, he could only barely catch up with Hong Feng and the young woman. Based on his current speed, he would need an hour to catch up to the duo. "She's fast." Duanling Tian was astonished by the young woman's speed as he chased after the duo. As he probed her with his divine consciousness, he thought to himself, "Her speed is comparable to a 10-direction celestial duke who has comprehended 3 movement profundities from the law of wind. However, she seems to have comprehended the law of wood. I wonder how someone who has comprehended the law of wood came to possess such speed. Even if she has comprehended all 9 profundities from the law of wood to the rudimentary stage, it would still be impossible for her to possess such speed, right?" As Duanling Tian probed deeper, he discovered Wan Qing's speed seemed to come from another force, not the profundities she had comprehended. Is her speed an inherent skill? After all, celestial talismans and celestial pills are prohibited in the middle realm. There's no way her speed is from those things. Duan Ling Tian asked the profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine metal. Is it possible that her speed comes from the clear heavens divine wood, one of the 5 divine elements? Although the middle realm prohibited external help, it did not apply to the 5 divine elements. He had confirmed this during his previous visit to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. In fact, he also possessed a clear heavens divine wood, but it was in its first form. Since the clear heavens divine wood had not gained sentience, it was of no help to him at the moment. The chaos divine flame's gruff voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind immediately. No, if she's using drawing power from the clear heavens divine wood, we would have sensed it. No. Duan Ling Tian looked at Wan Qingqing intently. So it must be an inherent skill like Ling Juyun's power of blood. He recalled Ling Juyun's power of blood that Ling Juyun was born with. Naturally, inherent skills were not considered as external help. I didn't expect him to be so fast. Hung Feng could tell it would only be a matter of time before Duan Ling Tian caught up to them. He said decisively, "Junior sister Qing, leave me behind and escape." Provided he didn't conceal his strength previously, he should be slower than you. He knew if Duan Ling Tian cast his profundities from the law of space to restrain them, both of them would not be able to escape at all. Therefore, he decisively told her to leave him behind. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, who was hot on the duo's trail, said, "Hung Feng, you only gave me a point last month. This time, I'm impressed and delighted by the points you've accumulated." Previously, he only obtained 1 point from Hung Feng since he eliminated Hung Feng when Hung Feng had just entered the middle realm. This time, before he entered the middle realm, he saw Hung Feng had already accumulated more than 20 points and was ranked 29th on the scoreboard. He was unaware that after he entered the middle realm, Hung Feng had eliminated a 10 directions celestial duke with Wang Qingqing's help. Therefore, currently Hung Feng had accumulated 33 points and was ranked 26th on the scoreboard. Duan Ling Tian, who had been surprised by Wan Qingqing's speed, continued to say, "You must have joined forces with this person, right? Based on her speed, she'll definitely be able to help you break into the top 20. However, I don't remember seeing the name of a female disciple from the martial battle mansion on the scoreboard before I entered the middle realm. This means she hasn't obtained any points, right?" Duan Ling Tian, who possessed a good memory, had committed the names on the scoreboard to memory. Among the 100 names he remembered, only 2 names were from the martial battle mansion. Apart from Hung Feng, the other name was clearly masculine. It was obvious it was not the young woman's name. Since it was impossible for Hung Feng to work with someone from other grade 6 celestial mansions, he knew the young woman had to be from the martial battle mansion and had yet to gain any points. As he looked at the young woman who was helping Hung Feng escape, he speculated inwardly. Last month, there were 3 participants from the martial battle mansion who were ranked on the scoreboard. One of them is currently ranked 4th, the other person is Hung Feng, and the final person from the martial battle mansion is Wan Qingqing. The name is clearly feminine. I'm sure this young woman is Wan Qingqing. At this moment, the Chaos Divine Earth's voice suddenly rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind. "Boy, if it's possible, you should join forces with the young woman. Although we can increase the strength of your attacks, there's not much we can do to boost your speed. Both of you are suited to work together in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm." The profound divine metal chimed in, "I agree. You should collaborate with her." It was rare for the profound divine metal to agree with the chaos divine earth. Collaborate with her? All right. Upon hearing the chaos divine earth and the profound divine metal's words, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. If the 2 divine elements did not voice their opinions, it would not have crossed his mind to work with the young woman. Although his speed was fast, he might not be able to catch up with opponents whose forte was speed in the middle realm. Let alone those who have comprehended 3 movement profundities from the law of wind. He might not even be able to catch up with those who comprehended 2 movement profundities from the law of wind. Meanwhile, upon hearing Hung Feng's words and after seeing Duan Ling Tian was drawing closer and closer, Wan Qingqing did not hesitate to heed Hung Feng's words. Swoosh! As soon as Wan Qingqing dropped Hung Feng, her speed increased by a level. She shot forward like a fired arrow before she disappeared from Duan Ling Tian's sight. Hung Feng hovered in the air calmly with a wry smile on his face as he waited for Duan Ling Tian's arrival. Hung Feng already had a battle plan in mind before Duan Ling Tian arrived. Drawing from his previous mistakes and experience, he cast the law of Earth's rock-style profundity, crystal barrier profundity, and defense profundity. After he cast the crystal barrier profundity, what seemed like crystal armor appeared on his body. At the same time, his celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the Earth elemental profundity had reached its peak, and he could easily cast another 3 profundities from the law of Earth at a moment's notice. Apart from the 3 profundities he had just cast and the Earth elemental profundity, he had comprehended the shake profundity, the gravitational space profundity, and the recovery profundity as well. As Hong Feng looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was standing across from him, he smiled wryly and said, "Duan Ling Tian, I didn't expect I'd be so unlucky to run into you again 3 days after entering the Middle Realm." "How long has it been since you entered the Middle Realm?" "I just entered not too long ago. You and your partner are the first people I encountered after entering the Middle Realm," Duan Ling Tian said with a shrug. "He just entered? And we're the first people he ran into?" Hung Feng's heart sank upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. Previously, Duan Ling Tian was the first person he encountered after entering the Middle Realm. Now, he was the first person Duan Ling Tian encountered after entering the Middle Realm. What sort of luck was this? Duan Ling Tian did not seem to pay attention to Hung Feng, who was ready to attack or defend. Instead, he asked, "Hung Feng, that young woman with an incredible speed is your martial battle mansion's Wan Qingqing, right?" Since he clearly remembered the names of those who ranked in the top 30 last month, he knew that Wan Qingqing had ranked 17th previously. "You're right." Hung Feng nodded. Then, he scoffed before he said confidently, "However, you might as well give up if you intend to eliminate her. Her speed is comparable to the strongest 10 directions celestial dukes in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Only a few people can match her speed. It's impossible for you to catch her." After witnessing Wan Qingqing's speed, Duan Ling Tian did not doubt Hung Feng's words. If Wan Qingqing wanted to escape, he had no way to catch up to her. He looked at Hung Feng as he asked, "If I'm not mistaken, she has already helped you to obtain points, but you've yet to return the favor, right? Don't you feel guilty about not being able to return the favor?" Duan Ling Tian's words seemed to affect Hung Feng deeply. His expression was rather unsightly after he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Indeed, he felt guilty. Without Wan Qingqing's help, he would not have been able to accumulate so many points in just a few short days. Alas, before he could return the favor, they ran into Duan Ling Tian. In the end, he scoffed before he said, "I'll return the favor after I'm done with you." A faint smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face as he narrowed his eyes. "It seems like she hasn't left." It was not difficult for him to figure out that Wan Qingqing was lingering nearby. He had a hunch Wan Qingqing would not really leave Hung Feng behind. Moreover, with her speed, as long as she was prepared, she could easily escape from him again. He would not have watched her leave without asking her to collaborate if she really left. Hung Feng sneered. "What can you do even if you know she hasn't left? Do you think you'll be able to catch her?" Duan Ling Tian did not answer Hung Feng's question. Instead, he asked with a smile on his face, "Hung Feng, do you want to crush your accumulative point jade, or do you want me to help you? Previously, you only managed to defeat me because I didn't expect you to have comprehended the law of space's transportation profundity as well. I have to say I'm not sure if you've comprehended the transportation profundity or if you're still in the process of comprehending it. However, if you haven't fully comprehended it, your attack won't be able to breach my defense profundity and crystal barrier profundity," Hung Feng said in a lowered voice. He knew there was a huge difference between completely comprehending a profundity and only grasping the basics of a profundity. He had researched the transportation profundity a few days ago as well. After mulling over it, he thought there was a high chance that Duan Ling Tian only had a basic comprehension of the transportation profundity. If he was right, he would be able to defend himself against Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was slightly startled by Hung Feng's words. He said bluntly, "I didn't expect you to be so astute. You're right. I only have a basic comprehension of the transportation profundity. Since you cast the defense profundity to boost the crystal barrier profundity, I really can't breach your defenses. Hung Feng's eyes flashed as the corners of his lips curled into a smile. Well, at least you know that. He looked into the distance before he boosted his voice with celestial origin energy and called out, Junior Sister Qing, you can come back now. Swoosh. A green figure appeared in the distance almost immediately. This was the first time Duan Ling Tian had a good look at Wan Qing. She was rather pretty with her long black hair and curvaceous figure. In fact, her beauty was comparable to his two wives. When his eyes met hers, time seemed to stand still. He only recovered his senses when Hung Feng broke the silence. Junior Sister Qing, Duan Ling Tian's unable to breach my defenses. Let's eliminate him together, Hung Feng said with a hint of excitement as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. This was his chance to redeem himself. Then he added after a moment, however, I'm not sure if he still has any trick up his sleeves. If he manages to breach my defenses, you must leave immediately. Whatever I owe you, I'll definitely repay in the future. Wan Qing nodded slightly in response. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian looked at Wan Qing with a smile on his face and said, Senior Sister Wan, if I'm unable to breach Hung Feng's defense, you can join forces with him to eliminate me. However, if I'm able to breach his defenses, please don't leave in a hurry. Why don't we work together? I can guarantee that if both of us work together, you'll make it into the top 10. Hung Feng and Wan Qing were taken aback by Duan Ling Tian's proposal to join forces. Hung Feng scoffed. He said confidently, as though he could read Duan Ling Tian's mind, Duan Ling Tian, are you trying to trick my junior sister so you can eliminate her? How many points has she accumulated? Do you think it's worth it for me to eliminate her when I can work with her? If you were in my shoes, would you eliminate her? Duan Ling Tian replied as he glanced at Hung Feng. Hung Feng was rendered speechless by Duan Ling Tian's words. Indeed, it was meaningless for Duan Ling Tian to eliminate Wan Qing, who only had 1 point at the moment. At this moment, Wan Qing said nonchalantly, the three of us can work together. He has no value to me as far as I'm concerned. Moreover, it's not efficient to distribute the points 3 ways. Duan Ling Tian replied. Wan Qing replied coldly, I won't join forces with you if you eliminate him. Regardless if you join forces with me or not, I'm still going to eliminate him. Although you'd help me gain points faster, it's not like I can't do without you, Duan Ling Tian said domineeringly. Despite his words, he admired Wan Qing's attitude. However, he was unwilling to compromise. Wan Qing was infuriated by Duan Ling Tian's words. This was the first time she was treated in such a manner by a man. Hung Feng snorted. Duan Ling Tian, you'll have to breach my defenses if you want to eliminate me. Otherwise, you'll be the one who's eliminated. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged toward Duan Ling Tian like a rampaging bull. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Wan Qing in an attempt to persuade her. Junior Sister Qing, if Duan Ling Tian manages to eliminate me, you should join forces with him. Although I don't know him well, I have a good eye when it comes to judging people. He's not the type that will renege on his promise. Perhaps, with his help, you'll be able to make it into the top 10 this time. We'll see if he's capable of breaching your defense, Wan Qing replied. Duan Ling Tian said flippantly with a smile on his face. Since you're confident about your defenses, I won't use the teleportation profundity, and I'll breach your defenses with just 1 strike. Hung Feng's heart skipped a beat upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. He's not going to use the teleportation profundity? Is it possible that he has comprehended another 2 profundities from the law of space? Previously, he had seen Duan Ling Tian cast 7 profundities from the law of space, including the transportation profundity. Based on Duan Ling Tian's confident words, he could not help thinking that Duan Ling Tian had comprehended another 2 profundities from the law of space. Alarmed, he quickly cast all the profundities he had comprehended from the law of earth. He was afraid that Duan Ling Tian would attack before he could even make his move. After all, the law of space was unpredictable. Gravitational space profundity, shake profundity, recovery profundity. Faced with Hung Feng's fierce attack, Duan Ling Tian had no intention of using the teleportation profundity just like he had said. The space within a 10-meter radius around him began to ripple and distort in just a blink of an eye. In just a blink of an eye, he had cast the law of space's territory profundity and distortion profundity of the law of space. Restraining profundity. As soon as Hung Feng entered the distorted space, Duanling Tian mobilized his celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the space elemental profundity to restrain Hung Feng. Cross-dimensional / profundity. In the next moment, a gray sword ray shot out of a spatial tear that had appeared in the void. It cut across the sky as easily nullified Hung Feng's attack. Its strength did not diminish, boosted by the territory profundity, the distortion profundity, and the restraining profundity. In fact, its strength seemed to have doubled as it continued on its trajectory. Swoosh! 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 Meanwhile, Hung Feng cast the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity and the shake profundity. Rock pillars appeared and formed a barrier separating him from Duanling Tian. The energy from the rock pillars repelled the incoming energy from the other side. It was clear he had been prepared for this. He had switched his strategy and focused entirely on his defenses as he waited for Duanling Tian to attack. His mind was completely focused on the rock pillars. He would not allow himself to be distracted. He was prepared to shift the rock pillars if Duanling Tian were to transport or teleport his attack to another direction. He did not think Duanling Tian would refrain from using the teleportation profundity at all. Senior Chaos Divine Flame. Senior Profound Divine Metal. Please help me, Duanling Tian said. He wanted the two divine elements to boost the gray sword rays that had shot out of the spatial tear. At the end of his words, two streaks of energies shot out from his body and merged with the attack from the cross-dimensional / profundity. A dazzling golden flame shrouded the gray sword ray immediately. It was visually impactful. What technique is this? Wan Qingqing, who was watching from afar, was shocked upon seeing this. At this moment, Hung Feng's heart skipped a beat. He had also noticed there was something different about this attack from the cross-dimensional / profundity. It was different from Duanling Tian's previous attack. He really concealed his true strength before this. Hung Feng could tell the golden flame that shrouded the gray sword ray was not from any profundities from the law of space. Therefore, he assumed this was Duanling Tian's inherent skill, similar to how Wan Qingqing's speed was an inherent skill that she was born with. Wan Qingqing's original form was a celestial grass, the gale grass, in a canyon in the southern heaven territory. Due to a fortuitous encounter, she gained a human form and began to walk on the path of cultivation. Since her original form was that of a plant, her comprehension of the law of wood was high and her cultivation speed was fast compared to humans. Most importantly, she had an inherent skill due to her origin as a gale grass that was called the gale after she gained a human form. Her current speed from her inherent skill was comparable to 3 movement profundities from the law of wind. However, she was not able to further boost her speed with the profundities from the law of wood. Even then, her speed was superior to most of her peers. For all these reasons, Hung Feng assumed Duanling Tian had an inherent skill as well. He thought to himself, Duanling Tian must not be human. At this moment, Hung Feng was under immense pressure. His heart raced wildly in his heart when he recalled Duanling Tian's confidence and his speculation about Duanling Tian being a foreign being. He forced himself to calm down as his eyes flashed with determination. Calm down. Even if he has an inherent skill, it might not be able to breach my defenses. Hung Feng, prepare yourself. My attack will land in 3 breaths. Duanling Tian raised a hand. The gray sword ray shrouded in golden flames seemed to increase in strength and speed. Hung Feng was infuriated upon hearing Duanling Tian's words. He felt humiliated. He retorted, Duanling Tian, I'd love to see if your performance matches your confidence. In just a blink of an eye, 3 breaths had passed. Buzz! Duanling Tian swung his arm. The gray sword ray released by the cross-dimensional / profundity shot toward Hung Feng's first line of defense, the rock pillars that were strengthened by the earth elemental profundity, the gravitational space profundity, and the shake profundity. Meanwhile, Wan Qingqing looked at the gray sword ray unblinkingly. She could not tear her eyes away from it at all. The void shook in the gray sword ray's wake. She watched as the gray sword ray landed on Hung Feng's first line of defense before destroying it. Boom! 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 Even with the reinforcement from the gravitational space profundity, the shake profundity, and the earth elemental profundity, the gray sword ray cut through the rock pillars like a hot knife through butter. Although the rock pillars Hung Feng had manifested were rather impressive, their defensive strength was incomparable to the defense profundity nor the crystal barrier profundity from the law of earth. It was at most comparable to the defensive strength of the rock-style profundity. Nevertheless, Hung Feng's expression changed drastically as he watched his first line of defense crumble in just a blink of an eye. Only he alone knew even the recovery profundity was not fast enough to restore the rock pillars. Swoosh! The gray sword ray continued on its course toward Hung Feng. Upon closer inspection, one would be able to see the golden flame surrounding it had dimmed. It was obvious Hung Feng's first line of defense had exhausted some of its power. Soon after, it finally landed on the crystal armor that he had manifested and boosted using the crystal barrier profundity and the defensive profundity, the two main defensive profundities from the law of earth. Buzz! 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 After a short stalemate, the gray sword ray pierced through the crystal armor that had been strengthened with the defensive profundity. After a short standoff, the gray sword ray destroyed the seals on the crystal armor. With that, the gray sword ray had successfully breached the defense profundity. However, the golden flame around the gray dimmed even further. It looked as though it was going to vanish at any moment. No! Hung Feng cried out as his expression changed dramatically. He discovered that although the golden flame seemed as though it was going to disappear due to exhaustion, the gray sword ray's power was not exhausted at all. Even after breaching his first line of defense and the seals from the defensive profundity, the golden flame, weak as it might be, had not died out. Moreover, the gray sword ray still had its full strength. Heavens! What kind of power was this? The power of this attack was not inferior to the combined power of two main offensive profundities at all. In fact, this attack might be even stronger. Buzz! After breaching the defense profundity, the gray sword ray met with the layer of crystal from the crystal barrier profundity. As a few fine cracks appeared on the crystal, the golden flame finally vanished. The powers that the chaos divine flame and the profound divine metal had released had been exhausted. All that remained was the power from the cross-dimensional / profundity. Crack, 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 crack. History repeated itself. The scene from their previous battle was reenacted. Hung Feng's crystal barrier was about to be destroyed and his rock-style profundity was rendered useless. The gray sword ray left a shallow cut on Hung Feng's body before Duanling Tian teleported it away to spare Hung Feng's life. Wan Qingqing's eyes widened imperceptibly as she watched this scene unfold. Her expression remained frosty, but her eyes lit up as she thought to herself, such a formidable attack. Even those in the top 6 aren't capable of something like this, right? If I work with him, I don't have to fear encountering them at all. After Duanling Tian breached the defenses from the law of Earth's defense profundity, the crystal barrier profundity, and the rock-style profundity, Hung Feng hastily cast the recovery profundity. Alas, the speed of recovery could not keep up with the speed of destruction. With this, he could only watch as history repeated itself. If Duanling Tian did not show mercy, he would have died. Thank you. Previously, Hung Feng had been caught unaware and was defeated by Duanling Tian. However, this time he had been fully prepared but was still defeated. For this reason, he accepted his loss this time. He thanked Duanling Tian for sparing his life before he brought his accumulative point jade out. Before he crushed his accumulative point jade, he looked at Wan Qingqing who was standing in the distance and said, "Junior sister Qingqing, I owe you this time. In any case, I hope you'll consider working with Duanling Tian. You've seen his strength. Coupled with your speed and agility, both of you will have a chance of eliminating those 6 people from the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm." Without waiting for Wan Qingqing's reply, he shattered his accumulative point jade. Duanling Tian was slightly surprised when he saw the 33 points he had gained from Hung Feng. Coupled with the 1 point he now had 34 points. After a moment, he lifted his head and looked at Wan Qingqing who was still standing in the distance. "Looks like you and Hung Feng have been busy before I entered the middle realm. Anyway, have you made up your mind? Are you going to join forces with me?" Meanwhile, as soon as Hung Feng crushed his accumulative point jade, People from various Grade 6 celestial mansions who had been keeping an eye on the scoreboard instantly noticed the change. The Martial Battle Mansion's Hungfeng had disappeared from the 25th place on the scoreboard and was replaced by another person. Their eyes widened in shock when they saw the new name. Duan Ling Tian? The profound Nether Mansion's Duan Ling Tian was not on the scoreboard earlier. However, as soon as he made an appearance, he eliminated Hungfeng and directly entered the top 30. How could everyone not feel shocked? Based on what I heard, the Martial Battle Mansion's Hungfeng was eliminated by Duan Ling Tian last month. He's really unlucky to run into Duan Ling Tian again. Last month, Hungfeng was eliminated by Duan Ling Tian as soon as he entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Ling Tian only obtained 1 point from him at that time. This time, he's defeated by Duan Ling Tian again, and Duan Ling Tian managed to gain 33 points from him. Hungfeng had accumulated so many points, but they've all gone to Duan Ling Tian. He must be filled with resentment now. The Martial Battle Mansion's Hungfeng is really unlucky. Meanwhile, there was an uproar in all 3 sites of the transporting formations in the profound Nether Mansion's estate. Duan Ling Tian just entered the middle realm a few hours ago, but he has already made it into the top 30? Is this a joke? Is it possible that the Martial Battle Mansion's Hungfeng is helping Duan Ling Tian to cheat? Cheating? Impossible. Last month, Hungfeng was eliminated when he only had 1 point. What's the point of cheating over 1 point? After Hungfeng was defeated last month, he revealed that Duan Ling Tian had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space. Now that he's eliminated again by Duan Ling Tian, it proves that Duan Ling Tian is stronger than him. Hungfeng must have joined forces with someone earlier to accumulate so many points in such a short time. I wonder if Hungfeng's ally was eliminated by Duan Ling Tian as well. Well, if his ally is Wan Qingqing, I don't think Duan Ling Tian is capable of eliminating her. Within the day, news of Duan Ling Tian entering the top 30 reached Qi Tianming. His eyes were gleaming with excitement as he thought to himself, "Good job, boy. I thought he'd be behind since he entered the middle realm rather late. Who knew he'd gain so many points in such a short time?" It was a disadvantage to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm 6 days after it opened. If one was unlucky, regardless of how strong one was, it would be difficult for one to make it into the top 10 on the scoreboard. Therefore, after receiving the news that Duan Ling Tian had gained so many points and entered the top 30, Qi Tianming felt immensely relieved. He muttered to himself, based on the current situation, it shouldn't be difficult for him to rank in the top 10. In the Martial Battle Mansion's estate, Hungfeng's appearance in the transporting formation drew the attention of the mansion's elders and disciples. However, after a moment, all of them quickly shifted their eyes to the scoreboard. Naturally, there was an uproar when they saw the name that replaced Hungfeng on the scoreboard. It's Duan Ling Tian again? Hungfeng, didn't you join forces with Wan Qingqing this time around? How did the profound Nether Mansion's Duan Ling Tian manage to eliminate you? Where's Wan Qingqing? Isn't she eliminated? How's that possible? Can ordinary people catch up to Wan Qingqing? As strong as Duan Ling Tian is, he might not be able to match Wan Qingqing's speed. You have a point. Hungfeng could only smile bitterly when he heard the conversations in his surroundings. He had no one to blame but his inferior strength. In the Hanqing Mansion's estate, at this time, Lu Ji had also received news of Duan Ling Tian ranking in the top 30 after entering the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Ling Tian has already entered the middle realm? He's rather lucky to encounter the Martial Battle Mansion's Hungfeng and obtain 33 points. I guess it's time for me to enter the middle realm as well. Lu Ji had yet to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm because he was waiting for Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, he knew he might not run into Duan Ling Tian even if both of them were in the middle realm at the same time. However, as long as they were both in the middle realm, there was still a chance of them meeting. He still felt humiliated when he recalled how he was defeated by Duan Ling Tian last month due to his own carelessness. He was determined to seek revenge this month. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Wan Qingqing did not instantly agree to join forces with Duan Ling Tian. Instead, she asked, "How do you propose we distribute the points after we join forces?" Duanling Tian mulled over the question for a moment before he replied, "Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you. When meeting opponents whom we are able to defeat on our own, we'll take turns obtaining their points. However, if we meet opponents whom I'm able to defeat on my own but you're incapable of defeating, their points will go to me. The reverse applies. If we encounter opponents whom you're able to defeat on your own but I'm incapable of defeating on my own, their points will go to you. Do you agree with this?" "I agree." Wan Qingqing was slightly surprised. She had assumed Duanling Tian would propose a plan that would be disadvantageous to her. However, after listening to his words, she found his suggestion fair. Moreover, she could tell he was sincere about working together, therefore she agreed to it. Naturally, she was still wary of him. Since she and Hung Feng were both from the martial battle mansion, they wouldn't be able to gain points from each other. As such, there was no need to be wary of each other. However, it was different joining forces with Duanling Tian. Since they were able to gain points from each other, there was always a chance of betrayal. After Wan Qingqing agreed to work together, Duanling Tian's eyes flashed coldly as he said, "If you covet my points and attack me at any point while we're allies, don't blame me for being heartless." Upon hearing these words, Wan Qingqing scoffed. "I will definitely honor my words. Similarly, if you betray our alliance, I will let everyone know how despicable you are once I leave the Middle Realm. At that time, your reputation will be tarnished. I might not be able to kill you, but I won't have a problem escaping from you. At that time, no one will dare to join forces with you except for the people from the profound Nether Mansion." "You won't have such an opportunity," Duanling Tian said lightly. Upon hearing these words, Wan Qingqing grew nervous. "What do you mean?" Duanling Tian raised an eyebrow. As though he could read her mind, he said, "What do you think I mean? Let me guess. You think I'll kill you to silence you after obtaining your points." He chuckled before he continued to say, "Relax. What I mean is you won't have an opportunity to tarnish my reputation, since I don't have any intention of betraying our alliance." Wan Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. Her instincts told her Duanling Tian was a trustworthy person. Moreover, Hung Feng also felt that Duanling Tian was trustworthy. Otherwise, she would not risk joining forces with Duanling Tian. After all, he was much stronger than her. If he were to betray her, there was nothing she could do. After that, both of them did not waste time and continued roaming the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. As they traveled, Wan Qingqing maintained a safe distance from Duanling Tian. In case Duanling Tian attacked, at least, she would have a chance of escaping. Although she somewhat trusted him, she still could not completely let down her guard. At this moment, she asked, "Are you really an outer court disciple in the profound Nether Mansion?" "That's right." Duanling Tian showed her his identity token that was hanging from his waist. Then he asked teasingly, "Why are you maintaining such a distance between us? Are you afraid that I'll eat you?" "I forgot to ask. How many points do you have at the moment? I didn't see your name on the scoreboard when I entered," Duanling Tian asked curiously. Wan Qingqing was not embarrassed and replied truthfully, "One." Duanling Tian was slightly taken aback. Hung Feng had 33 points while Wan Qingqing only had 1 point. This meant that all the people whom the duo from the Martial Battle Mansion had eliminated had gone to Hung Feng. "So all the points from the people you and Hung Feng eliminated went to Hung Feng? How did both of you plan to distribute the points?" "He said that as long as he has 100 points, the rest of the points would be mine," Wan Qingqing said. When Hung Feng had first proposed this idea, she felt the deal was advantageous to her. After all, as long as it was not those 6 people, almost no one could eliminate them if they joined forces. In fact, if they were lucky, it was not impossible for them to obtain 300 or 400 points. In fact, they might even gain more than that. However, she did not expect that Hung Feng would be eliminated before he even obtained 100 points. Moreover, she did not even gain 1 point from Hung Feng. She felt rather frustrated when she thought about this. Duanling Tian looked at Wan Qingqing and speculated out loud, "If I'm not mistaken, you must have been rather pleased by his suggestion, right? You thought you got the long end of the stick, right?" "Yes." Wan Qingqing smiled bitterly. After that, Duan Ling Tian and Wan Qingqing no longer spoke. They traveled silently for half an hour before Duan Ling Tian spoke up again. From what I know, there's someone quite powerful from the Martial Battle Mansion, right? He was ranked 5th last month. You're talking about Wang Tai? Wan Qingqing said. That's right. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Wang Tai is an inner court disciple of the Martial Battle Mansion. His strength and cultivation base are profound. Over the last few decades, he has consistently ranked in the top 10. In the last 10 years, his rank has risen to the top 6. Since then, his rank has never fallen beyond the 6th place, Wan Qingqing said. Before entering the Middle Realm, I heard people saying that the top 6 places are occupied by the same people for the past few years. Duan Ling Tian's eyes glinted as he said, Wang Tai aside, those 5 must be pretty strong as well. I'm not sure about the extent of their strength, but I know I'm no match for them. I have met all 6 of them in the Middle Realm at some point or other, Wan Qingqing said as she shook her head. Well, Wang Tai is from the Martial Battle Mansion, so he won't attack you. What about the others? How powerful are they? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. Like I said, I'm no match for them. They're all far stronger than me. Most importantly, their speed is not inferior to mine. If I encounter them, I'd surrender and crush my accumulative point jade, Wan Qingqing said with a sigh. Duan Ling Tian had expected as much. Since those 6 people had consistently occupied the top 6 places over the past few years, their strength was definitely not ordinary. However, he was surprised to hear that their speed was not inferior to Wan Qingqing's speed. This meant that even if he could defeat them, he could only watch if they fled. He knew his speed was his shortcoming. Currently, his speed depended solely on the law of space's teleportation profundity. Although the Chaos Divine Flame, the Profound Divine Metal, and the Chaos Divine Earth could help him in a battle, they could only boost his attacks. They were unable to boost his speed. Unless I completely comprehend the law of space's transportation formation to the rudimentary stage, my speed would be inferior to those people. The transportation profundity and the teleportation profundity from the law of space complemented each other. If Duan Ling Tian comprehended the 2 profundities, his speed would be comparable to those who had comprehended 3 movement profundities from the law of wind. Based on this, one could see how the law of space or any of the 4 supreme laws was superior to ordinary laws. 2 movement profundities from the law of space were comparable to 3 movement profundities from the law of wind. Regardless, things might go differently now that I joined forces with Wan Qingqing. Even if we encounter any one of those 6 people, with her speed and her comprehension of the law of wood, which is an assistive law, she should be able to hold them back and prevent them from escaping while I strike. Apart from Wan Qingqing's speed, another reason Duan Ling Tian had chosen to join forces with her was due to her comprehension of the law of wood. If she had comprehended the law of wind, even with her incredible speed, he would not be interested in joining forces with her. After all, even if she was fast and could catch up to her opponent, if she had comprehended the law of wind, she would have a tough time restraining her opponents. Well, if we encounter any of them, I'll help you get even. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as they flashed coldly. Upon hearing these words, Wan Qingqing's eyes lit up. Although she did not run into those people often, every time they met, she would end up in a miserable state. In fact, 2 of those people would always verbally harass her. However, due to her inferior strength, there was nothing she could do even if she loathed them. At this moment, an idea appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind. He quickly said, Wan Qingqing, why don't we make a deal? Why don't you lead me to the Martial Battle Mansion's base? Previously, he had waited outside the Martial Battle Mansion and gained many points as a result. Unfortunately, the positions of the Grade 6 Celestial Mansion's bases in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would change every month, so he was unable to return to the Martial Battle Mansion's base. However, with Wan Qingqing leading the way, he would have no problem finding the Martial Battle Mansion's base. Disciples of the mansions they belonged to would be able to find their mansion's bases, after all. Similarly, he knew where the Profound Nether Mansion's base was located in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. unless he was forcefully ejected when the allocated 10 days were up or if he crushed his accumulative point Jade if he wanted to leave. He would have to return to the base and use the transporting formation there to return to the profound Nether Mansion's estate. What? You're thinking of waiting outside the Martial Battle Mansion's base? Wan Qingqing's expression changed slightly as she shook her head decisively. Impossible. I won't lead you there. I'd be betraying the Martial Battle Mansion if I do that, and I'd rather die than betray the Martial Battle Mansion. Her actual form was a gale grass. If it were not for the Martial Battle Mansion's care, she would not have everything she had now. Perhaps she was not originally human, so she was purer compared to humans. Her sense of gratitude was incredibly strong. Previously, Wan Qingqing had heard how Duanling Tian had waited outside the Martial Battle Mansion's base and eliminated roughly a dozen disciples. It was a humiliation for the Martial Battle Mansion. Therefore, there were many disciples who wanted to retaliate and seek revenge from Duanling Tian. She knew very well that everyone who walked out of the Martial Battle Mansion's base, except for Wang Tai, would be eliminated if she brought Duanling Tian there. It's fine if you're unwilling. Upon hearing Wan Qingqing's vehement refusal, Duanling Tian did not force the issue. He just felt that it was a waste since he could easily gain points with the method. At this moment, Wan Qingqing suddenly said, although I can't and won't lead you to the Martial Battle Mansion's base, I can lead you to the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. Hung Feng and I passed by the base 2 days ago. Duanling Tian was pleasantly surprised when he heard these words. His eyes lit up. He did not expect Wan Qingqing would know the location of another Grade 6 Celestial Mansion's base. The Fire Glaze Mansion's base? Wan Qingqing was unwilling to lead Duanling Tian to the Martial Battle Mansion's base, since she did not want to betray the mansion. However, she should have no qualms about leading him to the Fire Glaze Mansion's base, right? I can lead you there if that's what you want. However, I'll be upfront with you. I won't reveal myself, nor will I help you while you wait outside their base, Wan Qingqing said. To wait outside a Grade 6 Celestial Mansion's base and attack their disciples were tantamount to blatantly provoking the Celestial Mansion. She was not willing to offend a Grade 6 Celestial Mansion for no good reason. That's fine with me, Duanling Tian said eagerly. I'll deal with them on my own, and you can just hide at the side. So can you lead me there now? Even if everyone who came out from the Fire Glaze Mansion's base only had 1 point, he would still gain a lot of points. There were, at least, tens of thousands of people from various Grade 6 Celestial Mansions who entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm every month. On average, there were at least a few hundred people from a Celestial Mansion who would enter the middle realm. Most of them would enter the middle realm during the first half of the month. There would be no less than 20 people exiting the base during this time. Celestial talismans, including the communication celestial talismans, can't be used in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, I'm sure people have other means of communicating with one another. If word spread from outside to inside the Fire Glaze Mansion's base, I'm sure more disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion would charge out indignantly. At that time, I'd be able to gain even more points. Duanling Tian muttered to himself as his eyes shone in anticipation. Upon hearing these words, Wan Qingqing exclaimed in horror, "What? You're planning to do that so openly?" Her cold and indifferent expression had vanished at this moment. She felt this outer court disciple from the profound Nether Mansion was crazy. His action would make him the enemy of all the 10 Directions Celestial Dukes from the Fire Glaze Mansion in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. At this moment, Wan Qingqing felt slightly regretful. She regretted revealing to Duanling Tian that she was privy to the location of the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. She had assumed Duanling Tian was going to wait outside the base and silently eliminate those who came out. Who knew he was going to do it so openly so that he could lure those from the Fire Glaze Mansion's base out? If she did not join forces with Duanling Tian, she would not care less about Duanling Tian's plan. Even if groups of disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion attacked him and eliminated him, it would have nothing to do with her. However, things were different now that she decided to work with him. If he was somehow eliminated, she would be on her own. Since so many days had passed since the Middle Realm opened, and she had yet to gain any points, without Duanling Tian's help this time, her rank would definitely fall. Currently, She only had 1 point after all. Duanling Tian, although none of the top 6 are from the Fireglaze Mansion, the Fireglaze Mansion has disciples who often rank in the top 10. They also have 2 disciples who consistently rank in the top 30. Most importantly, if you deliberately wait outside their base to eliminate their disciples, they won't fight with you one-on-one. They'd definitely group up to fight you, Wan Qingqing said solemnly. It was obvious she was trying to dissuade Duanling Tian from carrying out his dangerous plan. Even those 6 people who were ranked in the top 6 would not do something as bold as this. After all, they would have a difficult time as well if everyone grouped up to attack them. Moreover, they would not want to offend another grade 6 celestial mansion. Duanling Tian nodded after he heard Wan Qingqing's words. However, he still said, I understand. Now, can you please lead me to the Fireglaze Mansion's base? Our time is limited, and I don't want to spend too much time near the Fireglaze Mansion's base. Wan Qingqing sighed in relief when she heard Duanling Tian said, he did not wish to spend too much time near the Fireglaze Mansion's base. She thought she had successfully dissuaded him from openly provoking the Fireglaze Mansion. Nevertheless, she would find out how naive her thinking was after she led Duanling Tian to the Fireglaze Mansion's base. Swoosh! Wan Qingqing hid somewhere in the distance once they arrived in the vicinity of the Fireglaze Mansion's base. She watched as Duanling Tian teleported to the sky above the Fireglaze Mansion's base. Duanling Tian hovered in the sky and laced his voice with his celestial origin energy before he said, Listen up, disciples of the Fireglaze Mansion. You'd better stay in your base. Otherwise, I'll eliminate each and every one of you who dares to step out. Not only did Duanling Tian's voice resound clearly through the Fireglaze Mansion's base, but even Wan Qingqing, who was hiding a distance away, could clearly hear his voice. What? Wan Qingqing was dumbfounded. Was this what he meant when he said he did not wish to spend too much time near the Fireglaze Mansion's base? Meanwhile, silence descended briefly in the Fireglaze Mansion's base. Soon enough, a commotion broke out. Who's kicking up a fuss in our Fireglaze Mansion's base? State your name. It seems like you want to die a gruesome death. Who's that? Are you trying to provoke the Fireglaze Mansion? Every single disciple who was in the Fireglaze Mansion's base was angered. They stopped what they were doing and looked at the sky outside of the formation protecting their base. However, despite their angry words, no one stepped forward to take action. After all, for these people to reach this stage in their cultivation base, they were naturally cautious. Since the purple figure hovering in the air was confident enough to cause a ruckus, there were only 2 possibilities. The purple figure had a death wish or he truly had nothing to fear. In their opinion, the second possibility was more likely. Come out of your base if you want to know my name. Cowards aren't qualified to know my name. Duanling Tian continued his provocations. Inwardly, he was slightly puzzled. His words were rather harsh, but the disciples from the Fireglaze Man could still maintain their composure? Since Duanling Tian was hovering quite a distance away from the disciples of the Fireglaze Mansion, and he had taken measures to hide his identity token with his celestial origin energy, the disciples from the Fireglaze Mansion's disciples could not see anything when they tried to look at his identity token. Damn it! Who the hell is he? He dares to call us cowards. I say we fight him at once. With our collective strength, can he still threaten us? If he's really too much for us to handle, we can always crush our accumulative point jades to escape. Once we return to the mansion's estate, we can spread word of this as well. You're right. Let's go. After listening to Duanling Tian provoking them again and again, the Fireglaze Mansion disciples could no longer endure it. All of them flew up into the air one after another. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. About 20 disciples from the Fireglaze Mansion charged at Duanling Tian immediately, leaving their base and its protection. Boom, boom, boom. Colorful energies sailed in the sky toward Duanling Tian as the Fireglaze Mansion disciples attacked in unison. Swoosh! Just as the attacks were about to land on Duanling Tian, he suddenly vanished into thin air. He reappeared behind the group of disciples from the Fireglaze Mansion, blocking their path back to the base. Where did he go? Is he dead? However, I don't think my attack landed. Me too. Due to the chaotic energies and Duan Ling Tian's timing, the disciples from the fire-glazed mansion did not have a good look at what happened. All of a sudden, someone cried out, "He's behind us!" The group of disciples from the fire-glazed mansion hastily turned around. Heavens! When did he get there? I didn't see any signs of movement earlier. What a terrifying speed. At this moment, a few of them finally had a good look at Duan Ling Tian's identity token. An outer court disciple from the profound nether mansion. He's Duan Ling Tian. With this revelation, the expressions of the fire-glazed mansion disciples changed drastically as they inhaled sharply. A few of them even shuddered in fear. After all, they knew if the purple figure in front of them was truly Duan Ling Tian, the outer court disciple from the profound nether mansion, they were no match for him at all. Until last month, none of them had heard of Duan Ling Tian. They only learned about his existence after the commotion he caused by consecutively eliminating 11 martial battle mansion disciples all on his own. Moreover, the martial battle courts Hong Feng and Lu Xiaoxia were part of these 11 people who were eliminated. One had to know that Hong Feng and Lu Xiaoxia were ranked on the scoreboard. Despite their number, there was only a handful of them who were ranked on the scoreboard in the past. However, it was mostly due to luck that they even managed to rank on the scoreboard. At this moment, it could be seen that Duan Ling Tian's reputation preceded him. Teleportation profundity. He must have used the teleportation profundity earlier 1 inch. That's why none of us saw him moving. It has to be the teleportation profundity. As it turns out, the rumors are true. He really comprehended the law of space. He must be extremely confident about eliminating us since he dares to come here. In my opinion, we should just crush our accumulative point jades now. When we return, we can spread the word about his despicable act. This Duan Ling Tian is too much. Although the fire-glazed mansion disciples hated Duan Ling Tian and wished they could kill him, they could only crush their accumulative point jades one after another when they saw Duan Ling Tian's energy stirring up the corner of his robes. In just a brief moment, all 20 of them disappeared from sight. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian discovered his points had increased from 33 points to 58 points. He thought to himself, 58 points. From what I remember, I should be ranked 17th with these points. Meanwhile, Wan Qingqing, who was watching from afar, saw the disciples from the fire-glazed mansion disappearing. She was stunned despite knowing that they had taken the best course of action. They only attacked once? When she recalled the faces of the disciples from the fire-glazed mansion who had attacked Duan Ling Tian earlier, she did not see anyone familiar. Since she did not recognize them, they were probably not very strong. It was no wonder they were frightened into surrendering after only attacking once. In the fire-glazed mansion's estate, one after another, disciples were transported out of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Their sudden appearance, naturally, caught people's attention. What happened? Why did all of you come out at the same time? Faced with these questions, the expressions of the disciples who were just eliminated turned even more unsightly. It's Duan Ling Tian, the profound nether mansion's outer court disciple. Duan Ling Tian found our base and lured us out. He was making a ruckus, telling us to stay in the base and that he would eliminate those who dare to step out. As soon as these words fell, the entire place was as silent as a graveyard. Duan Ling Tian? When the fire-glazed mansion elders and disciples finally regained their senses, they turned to look at the scoreboard in unison. They were dumbfounded when they saw Duan Ling Tian's name had risen to the 19th place with 58 points. 58 points! If I'm not mistaken, he only had about 34 points before this. This means he gained 24 points from the disciples of the fire-glazed mansion. 24 points? How many of you did he eliminate? He eliminated 23 of us. One of us had 2 points. That's right. The most insufferable part was him making a ruckus outside our base, saying he'll eliminate whoever dares to step out. He's too arrogant. I'm going to inform Senior Brother Tan Yuan and Senior Brother Mo Pingji about this. If he's truly as powerful as rumored, I'm afraid even Senior Brother Tan Yuan and Senior Brother Mo Pingji are no match for him. That's right. Since he dares to do this, I'm sure he has already considered having to deal with senior brother Tan Yuan and senior brother Mo Pingzi. Someone scoffed. Who says we have to fight him one-on-one? Ask senior brother Tan Yuan to team up with senior brother Mo Pingzi and the others in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Isn't that unfair, though? Unfair? He is pissing all over our territory, and you dare say we're being unfair. The news about profound Nether Mansion's outer court disciple, Duan Ling Tian, making a ruckus outside of the Fireglaze Mansion's base and eliminating more than 20 disciples at one go spread in the Fireglaze Mansion's estate. Many members of the Fireglaze Mansion were infuriated when they received news of this. Even the Vice Mansion Master of the Fireglaze Mansion was enraged. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One after another messages were sent from the Fireglaze Mansion to the sites of the Fireglaze Mansion's transporting formations. The elders at the sites of the transporting formations would then relay the message to those disciples who were still in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Meanwhile, the other grade 6 celestial mansions had also noticed the change in Duan Ling Tian's ranking. The profund Nether Mansion's Duan Ling Tian managed to make it into the top 20 in such a short time. He gained 24 points. I wonder who he eliminated. There is only one person on the scoreboard with 24 points, but he's not eliminated yet. In fact, no one on the scoreboard has been eliminated. That's odd. What's happening? Almost everyone was curious about how Duan Ling Tian obtained his points. It was not even mid-month, but he had already accumulated so many points. Even if he did not gain any more points after this, he should still be able to rank in the top 50. At this moment, an elder said, "Do you remember Duan Ling Tian eliminated roughly a dozen disciples from the Martial Battle Mansion last month?" Elder, are you saying Duan Ling Tian eliminated disciples from the Martial Battle Mansion again? Are you stupid? The locations of the bases change every month. It was only a coincidence that Duan Ling Tian found the Martial Battle Mansion's base last month. Do you think he'd chance upon their base again? How could they be so unlucky? Then he probably found another grade 6 Celestial Mansion's base, right? Everyone was speculating among themselves until they received news from the Fireglaze Mansion. They were shocked. Duan Ling Tian went to the Fireglaze Mansion's base and eliminated more than 20 disciples there? I heard he was making a ruckus, saying he'd eliminate those who dare to step outside. Do they have enmity between them? Duan Ling Tian is crazy. He offended the Martial Battle Mansion last time, and now he has gone to offend the Fireglaze Mansion. Just watch. The Fireglaze Mansion won't let this slide. Words of Duan Ling Tian's deed in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm continued to spread. Naturally, the profound Nether Mansion had also received news of it. Many people from the profound Nether Mansion thought he was too reckless. I was wondering how he obtained so many points when no one on the scoreboard was eliminated. Who knew he had gone to the Fireglaze Mansion's base and killed those disciples who aren't ranked on the scoreboard? Does he have a death wish? He might have obtained a lot of points. But does he really think the Fireglaze Mansion will let this matter go? Even if the Fireglaze Mansion can't do anything to him in the middle realm, they will surely secretly act against him once he comes out. Reckless? He's way too reckless. That lad, Qi Tianming, was stunned as well when he heard about what happened. Never mind what he did to the Martial Battle Mansion last month, since it was a coincidence. The Martial Battle Mansion won't take the matter to heart since it was a coincidence. However, why would he deliberately provoke the Fireglaze Mansion and humiliate them? Hints of worry could be seen in his eyes. Meanwhile, in a palace hidden by an illusory formation in the profound Nether Mansion's estate, a tall and well-built middle-aged man dressed in dark green robes with a majestic and imposing air about him hurried into the palace. He made his way to the backyard immediately, clearly familiar with the place. Half of the backyard was occupied by a lake. A skinny old man wearing a bamboo hat was fishing by the lake at this moment. The green-clad middle-aged man stood behind the old man quietly. He only spoke after the old man reeled a fish up and placed it in the basket. Grand Master. The old man, who was dressed in a patched robe, put his fishing rod aside before he lifted a wine gourd from his waist and drank from it. Then he asked impatiently, "Why are you here again?" "Grand Master, it's about that boy," the green-clad middle-aged man said. slightly nervous. Although he was the mansion master of the profound nether mansion, he was still fearfully respectful when faced with this old man who raised him. The old man's strength and majesty had left a deep impression on him. Oh! The old man turned around and looked at the green-clad middle-aged man with eyes that had seen the vicissitude of life. This was one of the rare instances where his eyes twinkled with curiosity. What happened to him? He managed to make it to the 19th place less than a day after he entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. He went to the fire-glazed mansion's base and announced he'd eliminate anyone who dares to step out of the base, the green-clad middle-aged man said with a bitter smile on his face. Grand Master, are you really going to make him the Imperial Tutor? He's a troublemaker. He has caused such a big trouble before he even becomes the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. Once he becomes the Imperial Tutor, I shudder when I think about the trouble he might stir up. Moreover, after my investigations, I discovered he only achieved these feats at such a young age because he consumed the heaven-sacrificial divine fruit. The green-clad middle-aged man continued to say, when he joined the Simplicity Celestial sect a few years ago, he was just a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. At that time, he hadn't even comprehended the law of space. It's all thanks to the heaven-sacrificial divine fruit that he's a 10 directions celestial duke and is able to comprehend the law of space. At that point, the old man interjected, "You have said a lot. What are you trying to imply?" "Grand Master, I just want to say he might not be as remarkable as you think he is." The green-clad, middle-aged man sighed. "Are you afraid that he would let the position of Imperial Tutor go to his head and act recklessly, and in turn, indirectly harming me?" The old man looked at the green-clad, middle-aged man knowingly. "Yes." The middle-aged man nodded. "Only mediocre people are afraid of stirring up trouble," the old man said indifferently. "I think we'll get along quite well. As for becoming the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion, it'll depend on whether he's able to pass my test." After he finished speaking, he no longer paid any attention to the green-clad middle-aged man and continued fishing. Upon seeing this, the green-clad middle-aged man could only smile bitterly and leave. He did not dare to continue disturbing the old man. In the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Duanling Tian, aren't you going to leave? I'm sure the fire-glazed mansion disciples whom you eliminated have spread word about what happened here. I'm afraid they've already informed the other disciples who are still in here about what happened. And they're on the way back now to deal with you. Wan Qingqing grew even more nervous when she saw Duanling Tian had no intention of leaving after eliminating more than 20 disciples from the fire-glazed mansion. After listening to Wan Qingqing's voice transmission, Duanling Tian replied calmly, "No hurry, I will wait for one more day. If no one from the fire-glazed mansion comes, we can leave." Then, he said in an attempt to reassure her, "Don't worry, I'll give you more of the points we collect later to compensate you for wasting your time here." Wan Qingqing retorted, "That can only happen if you manage to leave this place alive." Duanling Tian no longer replied to Wan Qingqing. Instead, he sat in the air in front of the fire-glazed mansion's base. "You." Wan Qingqing fumed. Before she left, she said, "Fine. I'm going to search around the area for targets and come back after a day to see you. If you're still alive, that's it." Transportation profundity. As Duanling Tian rested, he was comprehending the law of space's transportation profundity as well. At this time, he had already comprehended more than half of the transportation profundity. Once he had successfully comprehended the transportation profundity, his speed would double. His speed would be comparable to Wan Qingqing's. At that time, he no longer had to join forces with other 10 directions celestial dukes with high speed like Wan Qingqing when he entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm in the future. Needless to say, while Duanling Tian was comprehending the law of space's transportation profundity, he did not let his guard down. He had extended his divine consciousness into his surroundings. Not long after Wan Qingqing left, he sensed a few divine consciousness from the direction of the fire-glazed mansion's base. He could feel the few divine consciousness trying to probe him, and it was not long before more divine consciousness joined in and probed him as well. "That's quite a lot of them." Duanling Tian opened his eyes after he discovered the increasing divine consciousness that were probing him. He looked down at the fire-glazed mansion's base as his eyes glinted coldly. With just a glance, he saw the base was packed with people. So many of them? Well, it's not surprising, I suppose. After all, as long as they haven't become celestial kings, they would be able to enter. Moreover, they know as long as they don't step out of the base, they'd be safe. Duanling Tian knew the majority of the crowd were probably not 10 Directions celestial dukes and had only come to watch the show. Indeed, Duanling Tian was right. The fire-glazed mansion members were infuriated when they heard about Duanling Tian's actions. Many of those who were not at the stage of a 10 Directions celestial duke had obtained accumulative point jades so they could enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm to join in the fun. Most of them were just outer court disciples from the fire-glazed mansion. There were actually more disciples who had wanted to enter to watch the show, but the elders on duty no longer let them in since there were too many disciples who had entered the middle realm. If they continued letting people in, the fire-glazed mansion's base would not be able to hold all of them. At that time, some disciples would have no choice but to leave the base due to overcrowding. Needless to say, those who stepped out of the base would only be free points for Duanling Tian. For all these reasons, the elders had stopped people below the stage of a 10 Directions celestial duke from coming in. At this moment, the fire-glazed mansion disciples who had just arrived were looking at Duanling Tian. Is he Duanling Tian? Wow! He's quite handsome. Moreover, it's true that he's not even 100 years old. How did he become so powerful at such a young age? It'd be amazing if I can marry someone like that. Many female disciples from the fire-glazed mansion looked at Duanling Tian with bright eyes. I wonder where the profound nether mansion found someone so young and powerful. Someone scoffed before saying, I heard the senior brother Tan Yuan, senior brother Mo Pingji, and the other seniors who are in the middle realm have already received word about this. They should be arriving shortly. At that time, they'd probably join forces to eliminate Duanling Tian. Don't you think just eliminating him is too light of a punishment? Yes, but that's all we can do for now. Duanling Tian achieved so much at such a young age. Even the 10 major clans and top 5 sects might not have any disciple as talented as him. There's a possibility that he has a remarkable background. That's right. We don't know how or where the profound nether mansion found him after all. Until we confirm he doesn't have a remarkable background, we can't openly kill him. He's a powerful 10 Directions celestial duke, even though he hasn't reached the age of 100. Is it even possible for someone like that to have an ordinary background? Well, if he doesn't have an extraordinary background, his luck must have been incredibly good. Based on the fire-glazed mansion disciples' conversation, it was clear that the fire mansion glaze only intended to eliminate Duanling Tian. They were not told to kill him because they were uncertain of his origins. If he had truly come from an extraordinary background, the fire-glazed mansion would only suffer if they killed him. Therefore, regardless of how angry they were, before they confirmed his origins, they did not dare to kill him, not openly at least. It's a pity we can't attack from the safety of our base, one of the disciples said with a sigh. The formation in the fire-glazed mansion's base not only protected the people inside the base, but it also blocked the attacks from inside and outside. Although attacks from the base would not trigger a response from the formation, the attack still would not be able to bypass the formation. Are you daydreaming? Anyway, just wait for senior brother Tan Yuan and senior brother Mo Pingji to arrive and eliminate him. Currently, there was roughly 1,000 fire-glazed mansion disciples in the base. However, none of them dared to leave the base to attack Duanling Tian. They stayed in the base and waited for the arrival of Tan Yuan, Mo Pingji, and the others. At that time, they would join forces to eliminate Duanling Tian, the profound nether mansion outer court disciple. In their opinion, it would not be difficult for them to eliminate Duanling Tian since they were led by powerful disciples like Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji. In fact, they thought there was a possibility Duanling Tian would crush his accumulative point jade as soon as the number of people they had on their side. Half a day later, from different directions, many had appeared 10 kilometers away from the fire-glazed mansion. Senior brother Mo Pingji. The 3 figures who had just appeared respectfully bowed to 2 men. To be precise, they were bowing at the younger man. The young man who was dressed in a long and loose blue robe was slender, and his features were sharp. He was none other than Mo Pingji, the second strongest 10-direction celestial duke in the fire-glazed mansion. He was only second to Tan Yuan in the mansion. During the last year, he had ranked in the top 20 10 out of 12 times. His highest rank so far was the 11th place. Due to his strength, friendly disposition, and righteous character, he was rather popular with the 10 directions celestial dukes in the fire-glazed mansion. In fact, the disciples respected him more than they respected Tan Yuan. If Tan Yuan did not have his strength, nobody would have paid any attention to him at all. On the other hand, even if Mo Pingji lost his strength, his peers would still respect him. He had rushed back after he received the news from 2 vice mansion masters of the fire-glazed mansion. He did not expect someone would be so bold as to wait outside of their base to eliminate people. Moreover, that person was none other than Duan Ling Tian, the profound Nether Mansion's outer court disciple who had recently risen to fame. Senior brother Mo, how many people should we join forces with before we attack? We'll discuss that when senior brother Tan Yuan arrives. Our opponent is simple after all, Mo Pingshi said solemnly. Although he had yet to meet Duan Ling Tian, he believed the rumors that were flying outside. He was rather certain that Duan Ling Tian had an extraordinary background. Therefore, being the cautious person he was, he did not act recklessly. Senior brother Mo Pingji, the message I received from my master said that we shouldn't kill Duan Ling Tian. The others received the same message as well. With this, how are we supposed to vent our anger? One of them said angrily. I received a similar message from Vice Mansion Master Xiao. They're just being extremely cautious. Although there's a chance he doesn't have an extraordinary background, there's a higher chance that he has an extraordinary background. If that's true, the force he's from will definitely not let the matter slide if we kill him. Despite the killing intent flashing in Mo Pingji's eyes, he said in a low voice, I'm sure all of you understand why we can't kill him for now. Yes, but it feels terrible, one of the 3 cultivators said with a bitter smile. We can't openly kill him before we confirm his background. The only thing we can do now is to endure. After these 5 people finished speaking, they continued to circle the area about 10 kilometers away from the fire-glazed mansion's base. This was because they had been told by the high-ranking officials from the fire-glazed mansion had told them to meet and gather 10 meters away. They were told to attack when their number was sufficient. Apart from that, both Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji had to present before they were allowed to attack Duan Ling Tian. Meanwhile, Mo Pingji and the others were unaware that someone was hiding in the shadows and had been observing them for quite a while now. Why is Mo Pingji circling around the fire-glazed mansion's base? They're clearly deliberately maintaining a 10-meter distance from the fire-glazed mansion's base. The figure hiding in the shadows was none other than Wan Qingqing. Just a while ago, she had run into 2 disciples from the fire-glazed mansion. Although she was capable of eliminating those 2 disciples, she did not make a move. This was to save herself trouble in case they make the connection that she was working with Duan Ling Tian. She was afraid of being targeted by the fire-glazed mansion after all. Earlier, she had also seen Mo Pingshi meeting with a fellow disciple first before he ran into the other 3 disciples. They must be waiting for everyone to arrive before they confront Duan Ling Tian, Wan Qingqing speculated inwardly. A hint of worry could be seen flashing in her eyes. As though she had made her mind, she gritted her teeth before she secretly made her way back to the place where she had left Duan Ling Tian earlier. When she arrived near the fire-glazed mansion's base, Wan Qingqing was shocked by the number of disciples who had gathered in the base. There's so many of them here? There were roughly 1,000 people in the fire-glazed mansion's base at this moment. How could Wan Qingqing not feel shocked when on average, only slightly more than 300 disciples from each grade 6 celestial mansion would enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? How can he remain so calm? Wan Qingqing was rather speechless when she saw Duan Ling Tian sitting cross-legged in the air, as though he did not have a care in the world. Did he not feel the danger at all? If she did not agree to work with Duan Ling Tian, she really would not have bothered with him at all. After a beat, she quickly sent a solemn voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, some of the disciples from the fire-glazed mansion have returned. They're gathered about 10 meters away from here. If I'm not mistaken, they're waiting for the others to arrive before they come for you. Are you suggesting that I go to them now to defeat them instead of waiting for all of them to come here? Duan Tian asked. Well, this is a good opportunity, Wan Qingqing shrugged. Indeed. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished into thin air before he reappeared 100 meters away. Teleportation profundity. Meanwhile, the outer court disciples in the fire-glazed mansion's base naturally noticed Duan Tian's sudden disappearance. Hey, where did Duan Tian go? Did he run away? What a coward. I was looking forward to seeing him get eliminated. Someone scoffed. Well, he has to be smart since he achieved so much at such a young age. He must have felt something's amiss with so many of us gathered here. I agree. He must know we're here to watch a show. Some of the 1,000 disciples in the fire-glazed mansion were disappointed when they saw Duan Tian left. Since most of them were of the opinion that Duan Tian had run away after detecting something amiss with the situation, they began to leave one after another. Since the main character had left, what use was there for them to stay here? In the end, only a small group of 10 Directions celestial dukes who usually did not enter the Middle Realm remained. At the sites of the transportation formations in the fire-glazed mansion's estate, the disciples who left the base began to appear one after another. This attracted the attention of those who were gathered there. They began to discuss among themselves excitedly. Has Duan Tian been eliminated? I think so. Otherwise, why would all of them return? It's such a shame I came too late. Otherwise, I would have been able to enter the Middle Realm to watch the show as well. What a pity. However, when these disciples heard the conversations between the disciples who had just returned from the Middle Realm, they discovered they had been overthinking. I can't believe Duan Tian just left. What a waste of my time. If I knew he's going to be so cowardly, I wouldn't have bothered entering the Middle Realm. All my efforts to enter the Middle Realm is a waste. That's right. I wasted so much time waiting in there as well. In the end, it was all for naught. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, 7 disciples from the fire-glazed mansion who looked miserable appeared in the transporting formation. Damn it! Wasn't Duan Tian waiting at our base? Why did he suddenly appear? Before I could react, he had already made a move. Thank the heavens he spared my life. Otherwise, I would have died. Did he take action first because he's afraid we'll join forces and attack at the same time? These 7 disciples who were wandering the Middle Realm had received a message asking them to return to the fire-glazed mansion's base and to team up to eliminate Duan Tian. After 7 of them met up, they were about to look for other fellow disciples. At that time, Duan Tian suddenly appeared like a ghost and almost killed one of them. As soon as they realized their opponent was Duan Tian, they hurriedly crushed their accumulative point jades. After all, with just 7 of them, they knew they were no match for Duan Tian. Moreover, since Duan Tian had shown mercy to one of them, would they not only provoke him to kill them if they continued to resist? The elders and disciples were rendered speechless when they learned these 7 disciples were eliminated by Duan Tian. Naturally, they were all unaware that Duan Tian did not coincidentally meet these 7 disciples. All of you met Duan Tian? How unfortunate. Duan Tian had just left the base, but 7 of you ran into him. At this moment, someone suddenly cried out, "Heavens! Look at Duan Tian's points. He has 70 points now and has risen to 16th place. He gained 12 points from 7 of them. He's really lucky. He has already chosen to leave our base, but he still managed to run into 7 of them. Why are these 7 people together anyway? The higher-ups must have sent a message to those who are in the Middle Realm to meet up before heading to the base to deal with Duan Tian together. Do you think those 7 told Duan Tian where they were supposed to meet up under duress? I hope not. Otherwise, the others would be in trouble. If Duan Tian decides to eliminate them before all of them gather, they won't be able to stop him at all, right? That's right. Let alone Senior Mo Pingji, I'm afraid even Senior Tan Yuan would be eliminated by Duan Tian if he's alone. Upon hearing these discussions, the 7 disciples who had just arrived began to speak up. Don't worry, we didn't reveal our meeting point. That's right. We won't betray our seniors and juniors even if our lives are threatened. You said earlier that Duan Tian gave up and left our base. It must be a coincidence that he ran into us. That's right. I'm sure he doesn't know about our meeting point. We were just unlucky to run into him." Upon hearing these words, the others sighed in relief. The people from the profound Nether Mansion and other Grade 6 celestial mansions were shocked when they saw Duan Tian had risen to the 16th place with 70 points. Is Duan Tian still waiting at the Fire Glaze Mansion's base? Did he gain these points from the Fire Glaze Mansion disciples? Isn't that obvious? What's going through those people's minds? Don't they know they shouldn't act recklessly unless they're certain they're able to defeat Duan Tian? No one on the scoreboard has been eliminated. Those people Duan Tian have eliminated must be ordinary 10 Directions Celestial Dukes from the Fire Glaze Mansions. Most people thought the 7 disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion had acted recklessly and were, thus, eliminated by Duan Tian. However, those who had received news from the Fire Glaze Mansion knew better and began to spread the news of what really happened. The latest news is that Duan Tian had left the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. After he left, he encountered 7 disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion and eliminated them. That's how he obtained 70 points and rose to 16th place. Coincidence? Duan Tian's luck is heaven-defying as well. After he left the Fire Glaze Mansion's base, not only did he run into their disciples, but he ran into 7 of them. That's right. He's really lucky. Most people thought Duan Tian's luck was extremely good after learning about what happened from the Fire Glaze Mansion. But why were the 7 of them together? Were they all working together to obtain points? A team of 7? Impossible. It makes no sense since they won't obtain many points if they had to divide it between 7 of them. While everyone was discussing this matter, the Fire Glaze Mansion received news again. The 7 disciples who were eliminated by Duan Tian did not reveal the fact that they were supposed to meet with their fellow disciples at a designated place before eliminating Duan Tian together. I didn't expect Duan Tian to leave. I thought I'd be able to watch a good fight. I thought I'd be able to see Duan Tian's name vanish from the scoreboard. Although none of the disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion are ranked in the top 6, Tan Yuan consistently ranks in the top 10. If all of them join forces, it shouldn't be difficult for them to eliminate Duan Tian. Duan Tian is too intelligent. It's as if he could sense danger. There must be a snitch among those from the Fire Glaze Mansion who informed the profound Nether Mansion about this matter. That's probably why Duan Tian knew when to leave. That must be it. He must have known he was in danger, that's why he left so suddenly. In the sights of the transporting formations in the Fire Glaze Mansion's estate. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. 13 figures appeared in various transporting formations. With this, a commotion broke out again. Why did all of you come out? Were you eliminated? It's Duan Tian. Didn't they say that Duan Tian has left? He even eliminated 7 people after he left. How did he manage to find us anyway? Among the 13 of us, 5 of us would have died if he didn't show mercy. Does he know our meeting place? Is that why he left our base? He must have found out about our plan. First, he met 7 other disciples, then he met 13 of us. How could there be such a coincidence? There's only one possibility. He must have found out about our meeting place and intercepted us before we arrived at our meeting place. There must be a spy among us. Otherwise, how could he have known about our plan? News about the 13 disciples being eliminated quickly spread in the Fire Glaze Mansion, creating an even bigger commotion. There's a snitch among us. We must investigate this matter at once. It's either a snitch or one of the 7 disciples earlier told him about our plan. We have to investigate this. That's right. We have to catch the snitch. At this point, most of the elders and disciples were certain they had a spy among their ranks. After all, in such a short time, 20 disciples had been eliminated. All of them were clamoring for an investigation to be carried out. The commotion was so big that even the Mansion Master and Vice Mansion Masters came together for an emergency meeting. In a grand hall in the Fire Glaze Mansion's estate. The Mansion Master of the Fire Glaze Mansion looked at the high-ranking officials before him and solemnly said, before the 7 inner court disciples were eliminated, we were the only ones who knew the location of their meeting place. His eyes flashed coldly after he finished speaking. Based on the current situation, he was also of the opinion that there was a spy among their ranks. Otherwise, it was impossible for Duanling Tian to find out about their meeting place. An inner court elder said, "My lord, I agree there has to be a spy among us. However, he or she might not be among those of us present here. There's a possibility the snitch is among the 7 disciples." Upon hearing these words, the other high-ranking officials agreed one after another. "My lord, Elder Qian is right. It's impossible for the spy to be among us. I personally think it's one of the 7 eliminated disciples." "I agree." The expressions of the high-ranking officials of the Fireglaze Mansion were unsightly. When they first learned about a snitch in their ranks, they were worried their disciples' lives were in jeopardy. They were relieved when they discovered Duanling Tian did not kill their disciples and only eliminated them. An old man walked into the hall at this moment. "My lord." This old man was one of the vice mansion masters of the Fireglaze Mansion. He was not privy to the location of the disciples' meeting place since he was sent out by the mansion master to investigate a matter. "I've investigated the matter. Before the 13 inner court disciples were eliminated, none of our disciples had returned to the base. Therefore, it's not possible for a snitch to be among our disciples." With these words, he eliminated the possibility of the snitch being a disciple of the Fireglaze Mansion. "Vice Mansion Master Yuan, summon the 7 inner court disciples here," the mansion master ordered. "Yes, my lord." It was clear the vice mansion master already knew the 7 inner court disciples were since the mansion master did not mention their names. "My lord, you must get to the bottom of this matter." "That's right. We have to find that snitch and kill him to make an example out of him." The high-ranking officials were furious about their disciples' location being exposed. "We can only hope the remaining inner court disciples have received our latest message and leave immediately," an elder said with a sigh. The hall was as silent as a graveyard at this moment. The high-ranking officials of the Fireglaze Mansion, including the mansion master, could not help but worry about their disciples who were still in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. In the sites of transporting formations in the profound Nether Mansion's estate, everyone was still shocked that Duanling Tian gained 70 points and rose to 16th place when they saw the latest change on the scoreboard. Heavens! Duanling Tian is too terrifying. His points just increased to 70 a while ago, and now he obtained another 23 points. With 93 points, he's now ranked 12th. He hasn't even been in there for 2 days, right? In less than 2 days, he accumulated 93 points and rose to 12th place. How did he do it? When Qi Tianming received the latest news, he only smiled wryly and said, "This lad is truly heaven-defying." The other grade 6 celestial mansions were similarly shocked when they received the latest news. It did not take long before they found out Duanling Tian's recent surge in points was due to him eliminating another 13 disciples from the Fireglaze Mansion. What's the Fireglaze Mansion doing? Are they deliberately sending their disciples to Duanling Tian? How absurd. In such a short time, Duanling Tian eliminated 20 disciples from the Fireglaze Mansion. This number doesn't even include the dozens of Fireglaze Mansion disciples he had eliminated earlier. Is it possible that the Fireglaze Mansion is intentionally surrendering their points to Duanling Tian? Perhaps the profound Nether Mansion and the Fireglaze Mansion came to an agreement earlier? That's possible. I suspect one of the Fireglaze Mansion disciples had led Duanling Tian to their base after they encountered him in the Middle Realm. The audacity! Aren't they afraid the 10 major clans and the top 5 sects would investigate this matter? The sects and clans have zero tolerance for matters like this and would punish them severely if they were found guilty. The 10 major clans and 5 top sects had strictly prohibited grade 6 celestial mansions from working together in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Failure to comply with this rule would definitely result in a harsh punishment. It did not take long before other grade 6 celestial mansions received news about the existence of a snitch in the Fireglaze Mansion's ranks. I think there's a misunderstanding. I don't think the profound Nether Mansion and the Fireglaze Mansion are working together. That's right. I just received news that there's a snitch in the Fireglaze Mansion. So that's how Duanling Tian managed to find those disciples. There's a snitch in the Fireglaze Mansion? Does this mean the 13 disciples from the Fireglaze Mansion were betrayed by their own members? So that's what happened. It makes sense. I didn't think the profound Nether Mansion and the Fire Glaze Mansion would be so bold as to openly defy the rules set by the 10 major clans and top 5 sects. Someone scoffed. Of course they won't dare to violate the rules. Many people sighed when they found out there was a snitch in the Fire Glaze Mansion. They pitied the Fire Glaze Mansion for the predicament they found themselves in. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. A snitch. Wan Qingqing had learned about the Fire Glaze Mansion's theory from the Martial Battle Mansion. It seems like no one knows there's no snitch in the Fire Glaze Mansion. Duan Ling Tian only knew where to find those disciples because I informed him about it. Although she knew the truth, she was naturally going to keep it to herself. Otherwise, she would be only shooting herself in the leg if the Fire Glaze Mansion found out she was the one who exposed their disciples' location. It was in her interest to let the Fire Glaze Mansion misunderstand this matter. A frown appeared on her face as she thought. The 20 disciples Duan Ling Tian found are only ordinary inner court disciples. Why didn't he meet Mo Pingji? The Fire Glaze Mansion must have told them to leave. Before Wan Qingqing entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Mo Pingji had already accumulated more than 100 points and made it into the top 10. She knew he managed to obtain so many points because he had entered as soon as the middle realm opened. She knew luck played a big part in him obtaining so many points as well. Although Mo Pingji was rather strong, he had comprehended the law of water. Therefore, Duan Ling Tian could easily catch him if he tried to escape. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian had also comprehended the teleportation profundity. For this reason, she was certain Mo Pingji was no match for Duan Ling Tian. Chills ran up her spine when she recalled how Duan Ling Tian had eliminated Hongfeng. She knew not even the top 6 10 Directions Celestial Dukes, who were skilled in different areas such as offensive strength, defensive strength, and movement speed, were incapable of unleashing such power. One of the top 6 10 Directions Celestial Dukes whose defenses were as strong as Hongfeng possessed speed that could match hers. Based on this, one could see how powerful he was. Even then, Duan Ling Tian was still stronger. I'm afraid it won't be easy for Duan Ling Tian to find Mo Pingji now, Wan Qingqing thought to herself. Indeed, the Fire Glaze Mansion had already sent messages to Mo Pingji and the other disciples telling them to leave as soon as they could. When Mo Pingji received the message, there were 7 disciples next to him. All of you have received the message, right? Mo Pingji was clearly not the leader of this group of disciples. The disciples, including Mo Pingji, looked at a middle-aged man with a medium build and average appearance, silently asking for his opinion. It was clear all of them acknowledged him as their leader. One of the disciples' expression was extremely unsightly as he said, "Senior Tan Yuan, you've heard the message as well, right? I didn't expect there to be a snitch among us. I won't let him go when I find out who he is." Another disciple said sarcastically, "What if the snitch is one of the inner court elders? What do you think you'll be able to do? It can't be one of the inner court elders. It has to be one of the 7 disciples who were eliminated. One of them must have exposed our location," the disciple with the unsightly expression said confidently. Mo Pingji stepped forward and said, "Let's not jump to conclusions before the matter is investigated. Junior brother Mo is right. Let's not simply jump to conclusions," the leader of the group said. He was none other than Tan Yuan, the strongest 10 Directions Celestial Duke in the Fire Glaze Mansion. "Senior brother Tan Yuan, should we leave as the messages instructed us, or?" Mo Pingji looked at Tan Yuan with eyes burning with battle intent. It was obvious he wanted to disregard the message that was sent to him and fight Duan Ling Tian. He was so bold because he was now with Tan Yuan. If he was alone, he would not entertain the thought of confronting Duan Ling Tian. Upon hearing this, Tan Yuan said with a smile, "It seems like junior brother Mo is eager to meet that outer court disciple from the profound Nether Mansion. I'm afraid I'm not the only one." Mo Pingji promptly glanced at the other disciples who were looking at him and Tan Yuan. Apart from Mo Pingji and Tan Yuan, among the 6 disciples, only one of them managed to rank in the top 100 in the last decade. His highest rank was 86th place. The rest of them were rather weak. Only 2 out of 5 managed to rank in the top 100 in the past, and it was mostly due to luck they were able to rank in the top 100. When Tan Yuan saw the anticipatory gazes of his fellow disciples, he asked with a wide smile on his face, "Are all of you so confident in our collective strength?" "Senior brother Tan Yuan, Since you and Senior Brother Mo are here, I don't believe Duan Ling Tian is capable of eliminating all of us. One of the disciples replied. That's right. We believe in you and Senior Brother Mo. Senior Brother Tan Yuan, let's wait for Duan Ling Tian. I bet he won't expect you and Senior Brother Mo to be together. Another disciple said excitedly. It was as though he could already see his two seniors defeating Duan Ling Tian. Upon hearing these words, Tan Yuan laughed. Since all you have such confidence in us, won't it seem like I'm afraid of Duan Ling Tian if I refuse to stay? All right, let's stay. Then, he looked at Mo Pingji and asked, Junior Brother Mo, what do you think? Senior Brother Tan Yuan, of course I'll stay. I really want to meet that outer court disciple from the profound nether mansion whom everyone has been talking about recently. Mo Pingji replied with a confident smile on his face. Junior Brother Mo, Duan Ling Tian must not be simple for him to be able to make a name for himself that quickly. We must not underestimate him when we face him. Tan Yuan solemnly reminded Mo Pingji. Rest assured, Senior Brother Tan Yuan. Although I don't think he'll be able to beat us if we join forces, I'll be cautious and fight with all my strength, Mo Pingji vowed. Very well. Tan Yuan was relieved upon hearing these words. As the strongest 10 Directions Celestial Duke in the Fireglaze Mansion, he knew someone like Duan Ling Tian could not be a weakling. Therefore, he would not underestimate his opponent and would fight with all his might. After a moment, he looked at the other 6 disciples and said, Brothers, you can stand aside and look out for us or leave when Duan Ling Tian appears. With me and Junior Brother Tan Yuan here, he won't be able to get to you. The other 6 disciples began to reply one after another. Senior Brother Mo, I won't leave. I'll stay back and look out for both of you. Moreover, I want to see how you defeat that person from the profound nether mansion. Senior Brother Mo, I'll stay as well. Senior Brother Mo, I want to watch both of you eliminate Duan Ling Tian. The 6 disciples were adamant about staying back and looking out for Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji. Naturally, they knew Tan Yuan was only being courteous when he asked to be on the lookout. In reality, even if the 6 of them combined their strength, they were still not a match for Mo Pingji and Tan Yuan, let alone an opponent who was stronger than Tan Yuan. After the 8 of them came to a decision, they stayed in the same place, waiting for Duan Ling Tian to find them. Meanwhile, the other disciples from the Fireglaze Mansion within 10 kilometers of their base who were on the way to the designated meeting place received the messages from the Fireglaze Mansion as well. All of them left immediately, unlike Tan Yuan, Mo Pingji, and the disciples with them. After I eliminate 2 groups of people, the Fireglaze Mansion must know I found out about their meeting place. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself inwardly as he continued to search the area within 10 kilometers of the Fireglaze Mansion's base. I've already searched half of the area. When I finish searching, I'll return and look for Wan Qingqing. Although Duan Ling Tian did not think he would meet any more disciples from the Fireglaze Mansion, he decided to complete his search around the area. Due to his decision, he eventually encountered the strong and bold duo, Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji, and 6 other disciples of the Fireglaze Mansion. Swoosh! After teleporting for a while, Duan Ling Tian saw 8 figures hovering in the distance. In just a blink of an eye, he teleported in front of them. As soon as he appeared, he looked at the identity tokens hanging from their waists. Upon seeing the identity tokens, his eyes lit up immediately. They're all disciples from the Fireglaze Mansion. With just a glance, the names Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji caught his attention immediately. He knew the duo were the 2 most outstanding 10 Directions Celestial Dukes in the Fireglaze Mansion. Wan Qingqing had briefed him about the duo previously. Therefore, he knew Tan Yuan had comprehended the law of metal whereas Mo Pingji had comprehended the law of water. His speed was comparable to Mo Pingji, but Tan Yuan was slightly faster than him. However, with the teleportation profundity, Tan Yuan would not have an advantage over him in terms of speed. Offensive strength-wise, Mo Pingji was far inferior to Tan Yuan as well. It's obvious they were waiting for me. Duan Ling Tian could easily tell they had deliberately waited for him and that their confidence was boosted by Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji's presence. Meanwhile, as soon as Duan Ling Tian appeared, all 8 disciples from the Fireglaze Mansion glared at Duan Ling Tian. They easily identified him after looking at the identity token hanging from his waist. He's here. It's Duan Ling Tian. It's the outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion, Duan Ling Tian. Tan Yuan stepped forward with a solemn expression on his face. His eyes glinted coldly as he said, Duan Ling Tian, you're finally here. Although he could not wait to kill Duan Ling Tian, he did not dare to act recklessly. After all, who knew if Duan Ling Tian had an extraordinary background? Even the higher-ups in the fire-glazed mansion had told them repeatedly not to kill Duan Ling Tian, even if they were capable of doing so. It was imperative that they investigated Duan Ling Tian before they acted. Swoosh! After Tan Yuan stepped forward, Mo Pingji followed suit and stood next to Tan Yuan. He looked at Duan Ling Tian coldly and said, Duan Ling Tian, you're really something. In less than a day, you eliminated roughly 40 inner court disciples from our fire-glazed mansion. There were roughly 200 inner court disciples from the fire-glazed mansion who entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm this month. Alas, in less than a day, Duan Ling Tian eliminated roughly 40 disciples from the fire-glazed mansion, setting an unprecedented record in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Whoosh! 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 As Tan Yuan and Mo Pingshi confronted Duan Ling Tian, the remaining 6 disciples spread out and surrounded Duan Ling Tian from a distance. However, despite their actions and Tan Yuan and Mo Pingshi's presence, it was obvious they were still slightly fearful and wary of him. After all, they knew he had comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity. If he wanted to eliminate or kill them, Tan Yuan or Mo Pingji might not necessarily be able to save them. At this moment, they felt slightly regretful that they did not leave when they had the chance to leave. Soon it'll be roughly 50 people. Duan Ling Tian smirked when he heard Mo Pingji's words. At the same time, his celestial origin energy coursed through his 99 heavenly veins before surging out. The air around him rippled and distorted immediately. How dare you? Mo Pingji's expression darkened immediately when he heard Duan Ling Tian insinuating that he would eliminate all 8 of them. How could he not be enraged by Duan Ling Tian's disdainful words? Did he think they were so easily eliminated? The 6 disciples' expressions were no better than Mo Pingji's expression. Preposterous. Do you think you're a match for our seniors? You're not even 100 years old. You must have had some sort of fortuitous encounter to possess such strength at this age. Regardless, you're destined to be eliminated by Senior Tan Yuan and Senior Mo Pingji today. Your time in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realms this month will come to an end today. If you're smart, you should just crush your accumulative point jade now and leave. If you insist on being stubborn, our seniors will definitely teach you an unforgettable lesson today. At this moment, Tan Yuan said, everyone can boast. You'll have to see if you have the capability to eliminate us. He smiled coldly as a burst of golden light shrouded him. Then, his skin seemed to be plated by gold, making him look like a golden statue. The law of metal's metal-style profundity. Duan Ling Tian raised a brow. Mo Pingji scoffed. Then, a surge of blue light shrouded him. In just an instant, it seemed as though he had turned into a body of water. Whoosh! Tan Yuan charged out, looking like a streak of golden light, as golden sword rays trailed after him. It was a dazzling sight to behold. Buzz! 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 Whoosh! Mo Pingshi did not waste time and followed suit. He seemed like the towering waves as he swept out toward Duan Ling Tian. Splash! 2 streams of water shot out, looking like water dragons charging at Duan Ling Tian with their fangs bared. The duo from the fire-glazed mansion was swift with their attacks. In just a blink of an eye, they were almost upon Duan Ling Tian. Swoosh! However, seconds before their attacks landed, Duan Ling Tian suddenly vanished into thin air. When he reappeared, he was behind the duo. Crack! Suddenly, a spatial tear appeared out of thin air before a gray sword ray shot out. Cross-dimensional / profundity. This cross-dimensional / profundity caught the attention of the 6 fire-glazed mansion disciples immediately. They were not surprised about the teleportation profundity since they had heard about it many times before. They were shocked when they saw Duan Ling Tian casting the cross-dimensional / profundity. Is that the law of space's cross-dimensional / profundity? Buzz! 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 Swoosh! 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 When the duo saw Duanling Tian vanished and their attacks had missed, they instinctively spun around. Naturally, Tan Yuan was a step faster than Mo Pingji. After all, in terms of reaction, strength, and speed, he was superior to Mo Pingji. At this moment, Duanling Tian clearly had the upper hand. In order to end this quickly, he asked for help from the Chaos Divine Flame and the Profound Divine Metal. In just a second, the gray sword ray was further boosted as a golden flame shrouded it. Upon seeing this, the 8 disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion were confused. They did not know what technique Duanling Tian had used to boost the cross-dimensional profundity, but they knew it was not the other profundities from the law of space. Naturally, they knew it could not be celestial talismans, celestial pills, or celestial weapons since they were prohibited in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. What technique is this? Buzz. The cross-dimensional profundity cut across the sky, firmly locked on its 2 targets. No matter where the duo from the Fire Glaze Mansion flew, they could shake the gray sword ray of their trail. Tan Yuan sent a voice transmission to Mo Pingji at this moment. Let's face it directly and destroy his attack. Initially, Mo Pingji had been feeling slightly gloomy because they were unable to get away from the gray sword ray. However, his eyes lit up as soon as he heard Tan Yuan's words. He had been waiting for these words. After all, he firmly believed as long as he joined forces with Tan Yuan, they would be able to easily eliminate Duanling Tian. Swoosh, 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 buzz, buzz, buzz. Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji came to a halt immediately and turned around before they attacked in unison. A towering wave swept out and numerous golden sword rays sailed in the sky, in the course of collision with the gray sword ray from the cross-dimensional profundity. The duo watched, certain they would be able to eliminate Duanling Tian. Soon after, they discovered they had been too naive. The cross-dimensional profundity's gray sword ray easily cut through the wave of water and golden sword rays like a hot knife through butter. The duo saw the golden flames on the gray sword ray disappear after that, but its momentum did not seem to decrease at all. It continued on its trajectory toward them. Their combined attacks did not weaken the gray sword ray at all, let alone nullify it. Swoosh! Faced with the terrifying and domineering gray sword ray, the golden light shrouding Tan Yuan brightened before he fled like a streak of golden light. Alas, he had just moved when a crisp noise rang in the air. Soon after, blood splattered in the sky like blooming red roses. Another crisp sound rang in the air. Unfortunately, Mo Pingji, who was slower than Tan Yuan, could not escape in time. The gray sword ray left a terrifying cut on his chest. At the critical moment, the gray sword ray suddenly disappeared before piercing through his chest and flew back to Duanling Tian. Thank you for sparing my life. Mo Pingji thanked Duanling Tian at once. He was drenched in cold sweat and fear lingered in his heart. He knew very well that if Duanling Tian did not show mercy, he would have died. The other 6 Fire Glaze Mansion disciples were shocked as they watched the one-sided battle in front of them. They did not regain their senses for a long time. It was simply too terrifying. Not only did Duanling Tian injure Tan Yuan, but he nearly killed Mo Pingji as well. Moreover, it was apparent that if Duanling Tian did not show mercy, Mo Pingji would have died. Watch out! Tan Yuan cried out. The 6 disciples shuddered when they heard Tan Yuan's warning that thundered in their ears. When they regained their senses, they saw the gray sword ray flickered in front of them one after another. Soon after, they felt a cold sensation on their chests. When they lowered their heads, they saw their robes were torn, and they were bleeding on their chests. It was very clear to them that Duanling Tian had held back. Swoosh! The moment Duanling Tian struck the 6 disciples, he vanished, causing Tan Yuan's attack to miss again. Damn it! Tan Yuan cursed loudly. His expression was incredibly unsightly at this moment. Mo Pingji spoke up at this moment. Senior brother Tan Yuan, let it be. His attacks are too terrifying. Moreover, although his speed is slightly slower than yours, your speed has no advantage over him. Then, without waiting for Tan Yuan's reply, he turned to Duanling Tian and said earnestly, Duanling Tian, I was wrong to underestimate you. I hope you'll be able to make it to the top. After he finished speaking, he did not waste time and brought his accumulative point Jade out before crushing it. Mo Pingji was aware that if Duanling Tian did not spare him, he would not be alive. He had done all he could by warning Tan Yuan. He knew there was nothing else he could do, so he did not waste time and left the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm immediately without wasting any more words. He thought to himself as he was transported back to the fire-glazed mansion's estate. Duanling Tian, thank you for your kindness. If there's a chance, I'll certainly repay you in the future. After Mo Pingji crushed his accumulative point jade, the other 6 disciples from the fire-glazed mansion brought their accumulative point jades out and crushed them with a helpless expression on their faces after they thanked Duanling Tian. Similar to Mo Pingji, they knew Duanling Tian had spared their lives. Although they were thankful, they knew it was futile to stay any longer. Moreover, they were too embarrassed to stay as well. Light and shadow profundity. Mo Pingxi's parting words to Tan Yuan successfully calmed him down. When he was first injured by Duanling Tian, he had been enraged and lost his reason for a moment. Mo Pingxi's words were like a bucket of cold water that was splashed on him. He quickly prepared to escape using the law of metal's main movement profundity. At the same time, he prepared to boost his speed with other profundities from the law of metal as well. Too late, Duanling Tian said indifferently. At the same time, Tan Yuan discovered he could not leave. When he tried to move, he crashed into an invisible wall, causing the air to ripple. He was even sent flying by the impact. His eyes widened as he cried out the law of space's restraining profundity. Nevertheless, Tan Yuan had no intention of giving up. He lifted his hands, ready to cast his offensive profundity. This time, his target was not Duanling Tian, but the invisible prison he was in. He knew that as long as he had sufficient strength, he would be able to break free of the law of space's restraining profundity. However, as soon as Tan Yuan attacked, golden flames burst forth from the edges of the invisible prison, illuminating the boundaries of the otherwise invisible prison. If Duanling Tian did not seek help from the chaos divine flame and the profound divine metal to boost the restraining profundity, he might not be able to restrain Tan Yuan. With the 2 divine elements' help, Tan Yuan was firmly trapped in the boundaries of the restraining profundity. Naturally, with Tan Yuan's continual assault, signs of weakening were starting to appear. However, it would still take Tan Yuan a few breaths to break free. This time was more than enough for Duanling Tian to act. Buzz! Duanling Tian, who was standing in the distance, waved his hand. A gray sword ray shot out the spatial tear as Duanling Tian cast the cross-dimensional slash profundity again. Similar to before, it was shrouded with golden flames as it flew toward Tan Yuan. Crack! Faced with the incoming gray sword ray, Tan Yuan weighed his options. It did not take long before he hastily brought his accumulative point jade out and crushed it with an unsightly expression on his face. When the gray sword ray arrived in the invisible prison, Tan Yuan had already been transported out of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. However, even if Tan Yuan did not escape in time, Duanling Tian had no intention of killing Tan Yuan. He knew he had trodden on the fire-glazed mansion's bottom line with his actions this time. If he killed the fire-glazed mansion disciples as well, it would only aggravate the matter. After all, if he did not kill their disciples, they would not go over the line as well even if they sought revenge from him. Duanling Tian's objective was to gain as many points as possible. He would not hesitate to offend grade 6 celestial mansions in order to achieve his goal. However, it was not necessary for him to kill his targets to obtain their points. Now that he had eliminated the 8 fire-glazed mansion disciples, he quickly brought out his accumulative point jade. His eyes widened and shone as bright as the stars in the night sky when he saw his current points. My points! In one of the sites of the transporting formations in the fire-glazed mansion's estate, Mo Pingji and the other 6 disciples appeared one after another. Mo Pingji? Heavens! Senior brother Mo Pingji was eliminated. The elders and the disciples were still shocked by Mo Pingji and the 6 disciples' elimination when, swoosh, an uproar greater than before broke out immediately. The site of the transporting formation resembled a market at this moment. Tan Yuan, it's senior brother Tan Yuan. Heavens! How did senior brother Tan Yuan get eliminated? What's going on? Senior Mo Pingji has been eliminated as well. Both of them are the strongest representatives of the fire-glazed mansion in the middle realm, but they're both eliminated. It's not just that, but they're eliminated consecutively as well. At this moment, someone cried out, "Look at the scoreboard." Everyone shifted their attention to the scoreboard immediately. Their eyes immediately found Duanling Tian's name on the scoreboard. His name had disappeared from 12th place and appeared in 5th place. Duanling Tian, the outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion, was currently ranked 5th with 286 points. Everyone inhaled sharply when they saw Duanling Tian's new ranking. They stared at his name in stunned silence. The outer court disciple from the profound Nether Mansion had risen to 5th place. Most importantly, he had only entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm less than 2 days ago. What kind of monster was he? In the history of our Southern Heaven territory, was there anyone who managed to accumulate so many points in just 2 days? An elder finally asked. I don't think so. There isn't anyone like that. Gaining 286 points in less than 2 days is unprecedented in the Southern Heaven territory. If I'm not mistaken, the highest points someone managed to obtain in 2 days were 190 points, right? It has only been a month since Duanling Tian appeared, but his achievements are mind-blowing. Nobody in this generation will forget his name unless they lose their memories. Where did the profound Nether Mansion find such a monster? The news spread like a wildfire through the fire-glazed mansion's estate, leaving commotions in its wake. The members soon discovered the reason for Duanling Tian's rapid rise in rankings. He had eliminated their mansion's Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji. Tan Yuan had entered the middle realm a few days later than Mo Pingji, but he had close to 100 points. After adding Tan Yuan, Mo Pingji, and the 6 disciples' points, Duanling Tian's points jumped from 93 points to 286 points. At a grand hall in the fire-glazed mansion's estate, the higher-ups in the fire-glazed mansion were furious. They were rebuking 7 disciples who were standing before them. These 7 disciples were precisely Mo Pingji and the 6 other disciples. For some reason, Tan Yuan was not present. Why? Why didn't all of you leave? All of you could have left without any problem, but you intentionally waited for Duanling Tian? Were you confident about your strength? Damn it! All of you could have easily avoided him. Now, due to your arrogance, all your points have gone to him. The fire-glazed mansion is humiliated this time because of all of you. Tan Yuan, who represented the fire-glazed mansion in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, was one of the few, if not the most, extraordinary 10 Directions celestial dukes in the fire-glazed mansion. Due to his extraordinary status, he was able to behave willfully and not show up after being summoned by the higher-ups of the mansion. Mo Pingji could have done the same and disregarded the higher-ups since he was an outstanding disciple in the fire-glazed mansion as well. However, he decided to face the music after considering the other 6 people who were eliminated along with him. This was the reason he was much more likable than Tan Yuan. The other 6 disciples of the fire-glazed mansion were rather moved when they saw Tan Yuan standing alongside them and getting rebuked by the higher-ups. After all, they knew Mo Pingji did not have to be there if he did not want to. At this moment, Mo Pingji stepped forward and said, "Lord Vice Mansion Masters, Elders, this matter has nothing to do with the 6 of them. I was careless and underestimated Duanling Tian. I had believed that as long as Tan Yuan and I worked together, we would be able to eliminate Duanling Tian." Upon hearing Mo Pingji's words, the higher-ups of the fire-glazed mansion sighed inwardly. They knew they could not be too harsh on Mo Pingji. If they were too excessive, it might displease Mo Pingji. At that time, who knew if he would still enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in the future? If he decided not to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm anymore, the mansion would only suffer a great loss. After a few moments, one of the Vice Mansion Masters said with a sigh, "In fact, we can't solely blame Mo Pingji for this matter. After all, he had never met Duanling Tian until today. It's understandable that he thought he would be able to defeat Duanling Tian as long as he joined forces with Tan Yuan. No one expected the profound Nether Mansion to find such a powerful helper after all." The other higher-ups nodded and expressed their agreement when they heard these words. Upon seeing this, the other 6 disciples sighed in relief inwardly. They felt even more grateful to Mo Pingji at this moment. They were aware that if it were not for Mo Pingji, there was no way they could avoid shouldering the blame. At this moment, all the grade 6 celestial mansions had seen Duan Ling Tian, the profound nether mansion's outer court disciples, rising to 5th place with 286 points. Most importantly, he had risen to his current rank within 2 days of entering the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Currently, even those who did not pay much attention to the ranking in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm had heard about him. Where did the profound nether mansion find such a monstrous talent? All of the disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion have been completely eliminated this month. Duan Ling Tian is really bold. Isn't he afraid the Fire Glaze Mansion would hold a grudge and seek revenge from him? Based on Duan Ling Tian's strength and bold actions, do you really think he has a simple background? Before verifying his background, the Fire Glaze Mansion won't dare to act against him. In fact, they probably wish nothing would happen to him for now. After all, if something were to happen to him, they would be the prime suspect. I'm really curious about where the profound nether mansion found him. What does he want from the profound nether mansion? He's even willing to represent them in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I'm afraid only Duan Ling Tian and the profound nether mansion have the answer to this question. Meanwhile, the profound nether mansion's estate was like a bustling market at this moment. There was a huge commotion in the estate. After all, the mansion had not trumped all the major grade 6 celestial mansions in this manner for a long time now. Good kid. He rose to 5th place within 2 days. It's truly an impressive feat. Shi Tianming, an inspector of the profound nether mansion, laughed heartily when he received news of this. He was naturally delighted with Duan Ling Tian's impressive achievement in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Meanwhile, Bihai Mingfeng, an inspector of the profound nether mansion and also one of the sect leaders of the coupling celestial sect, was shocked as well when he received news of what had happened. Duan Ling Tian rose to 5th place? He single-handedly eliminated the Fire Glaze Mansion's Mo Pingxi and Tan Yuan? He's actually so strong. If I'm not mistaken, he has a pretty good relationship with one of the disciples we accepted at Scaling Cloud Lake previously. What's that disciple's name again? With these thoughts in mind, he quickly sent a communication talisman back to the Grade 7 Coupling Celestial Sect. When the other sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect received the message from Bihai Mingfeng, he quickly ordered his subordinates to investigate the identity of the person who was said to have a close relationship with Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was not even 100 years old, but he was already a 10 Directions celestial duke who had comprehended so many profundities from the law of space. Apart from that, he had risen to 5th place in less than 2 days after entering the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Such a person's future would be exceptionally bright unless he died an untimely death. It was beneficial for the coupling celestial sect to strike a good relationship with Duan Ling Tian. Now that they learned one of their new disciples had an existing relationship with Duan Ling Tian, how could they remain indifferent? It did not take long before Huang Jialong was brought to the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. A confused expression could be seen on his face at this moment. It was obvious he did not have the slightest clue about what was going on. He even wondered if Duan Ling Tian had gotten into some sort of trouble. Lord Sect Leader, you're Huang Jialong? Huang Jialong, who had been nervous about being suddenly summoned, sighed in relief when he saw the sect leader's amiable expression. It seemed like he had been overthinking things. The sect leader of the coupling celestial sect did not beat around the bush and asked, I heard you have a good relationship with Duan Ling Tian? Huang Jialong nodded faintly. He's like a brother to me. Lord Sect Leader, is something the matter with Duan Ling Tian? A hint of worry could be heard in his voice at this moment. Although he did not know Duan Ling Tian for long, due to their compatibility they were close friends. It was only natural that he would worry about Duan Ling Tian. The sect leader of the coupling celestial sect did not answer Huang Jianlong's question. Instead, he asked in return, how did both of you get acquainted? We met in the supporting Fall Nation. My father's the city governor of Passage City in the supporting Fall Nation. Upon hearing Huang Jialong's words, the sect leader's expression turned cold without any warning. I'll give you one more chance to be honest. Do you really have a close relationship with Duan Ling Tian? Yes, Huang Jialong's heart sank when he saw the sect leader's abrupt change. It seemed like his initial thoughts were correct. Duanling Tian had indeed gotten into some sort of trouble. Moreover, it seemed like Duanling Tian had somehow offended the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. The sect leader of the coupling celestial sect looked at Huang Jianglong with narrowed eyes and said in a threatening and low voice, "You should have Duanling Tian's soul pearl, right? Bring it out. I'm going to send him a message. If he doesn't come to our sect, I'll kill you." After a brief pause, he added, "Naturally, I'm not going to really kill you. I'm just planning to use you to lure him here. As long as I manage to kill him, I'll definitely reward you. I'll accept you as my last disciple. In the future, you'll stand a chance of becoming the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect." It was clear now that the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect was trying to entice Huang Jialong into helping him to kill Duanling Tian. "Lord Sect Leader, may I ask how Duanling Tian offended you?" Huang Jialong's expression changed drastically. Crack! A crisp noise rang when Huang Jialong suddenly fell to his knees. When he rose to his feet, a shattered soul pearl could be seen lying on the ground. With this, the soul mark branded in the soul pearl was naturally destroyed as well. Before he destroyed the soul pearl, he had managed to quickly send a message to Duanling Tian. "Brother Duan, I don't know what happened, but don't listen to any threats from the coupling celestial sect. The sect leader wants me to lure you here with your soul pearl and threaten you using my life. I'll be destroying your soul pearl after sending this message. I hope I'll have a chance to be brothers with you again in my next life." "You destroyed the soul pearl?" the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect asked incredulously. "You're not afraid of death?" "Of course I'm afraid of death. Who isn't? However, I'd rather die than betray my brother," Huang Jialong said resolutely. He was fearless now that he had accepted the fact that he was going to die. At this moment, whatever respect he had for the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect was gone. Contrary to Huang Jialong's expectations, the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect laughed heartily and applauded as he said, "Good. Very good. From today onward, Huang Jialong, you will become my Gongsun Wenqing, last disciple." Huang Jialong was stunned by Gongsun Wenqing's sudden change in behavior. When he finally recovered his senses, he asked in confusion, "Lord Sect Leader, what's going on?" In the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Duanling Tian, who had just met up with Wan Qingqing, just received Huang Jialong's message. His expression changed drastically when he heard the content of the message. His expression was one of confusion and worry. What happened? Why does the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect want to lure me to the sect? Despite his confusion, Duanling Tian was certain Huang Jialong's message was real. He knew Huang Jialong would never play a prank like this. He turned to Wan Qingqing and said in a grave and urgent tone, "I have something urgent to deal with. I'm returning to the profound nether mansion. Follow me to the profound nether mansion's base before we part and give me your soul pearl. I'll contact you once I'm done dealing with my affairs." Duanling Tian wanted to show Wan Qingqing the way to the profound nether mansion's base so it would be easier for them to meet up later. Although he could also meet her at the martial battle mansion's base in the middle realm, he knew it would be difficult for her to reveal the location of her mansion's base. After Duanling Tian received Wan Qingqing's soul pearl, he said, "If the Fireglaze Mansion's base is close to the Martial Battle Mansion's base, we can meet near the Fireglaze Mansion's base." "Where's the Profound Nether Mansion's base in the Middle Realm?" Wan Qingqing asked. She did not fuss about Duanling Tian's sudden need to leave. She could tell he was not trying to get out of his promise to her, and that he genuinely had something urgent to attend to. After all, if he really wanted to renege on their deal, there was no need for him to come up with an excuse at all. "That way." Duanling Tian raised his hand and pointed in the direction of the profound nether mansion's base. Wan Qingqing nodded. "Let's meet near the Fireglaze Mansion's base then." Since she would need to pass the Fireglaze Mansion's base on her way to the profound nether mansion's base, it was more convenient for both of them to meet near the Fireglaze Mansion's base that was like a middle point for both of them. "All right." Duanling Tian nodded before he added, "I'll send you a message before entering the middle realm again. If you're occupied and can't enter at that time, just let me know." After he finished speaking, he did not wait for her response and cast the law of space's teleportation profundity. Swoosh! Swoosh! Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In just a few moments, Duan Ling Tian vanished from Wan Qingqing's sight. With this, she returned to the Martial Battle Mansion's base as well. Like a streak of green light, she made her way to the base. Her speed was so fast that Duan Ling Tian's teleportation profundity would not have been a match for her speed at all. The distance between the Martial Battle Mansion's base and the Fireglaze Mansion's base was closer compared to the distance between the Profound Nether Mansion's base and the Fireglaze Mansion's base. Coupled with her superior speed, Wan Qingqing arrived at the Martial Battle Mansion's base before Duan Ling Tian arrived at the Profound Nether Mansion's base. Senior Sister Wan. A group of disciples greeted Wan Qingqing in unison as soon as she arrived at the Martial Battle Mansion's base. She nodded faintly in response before she left the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Upon seeing this, the disciples of the Martial Battle Mansion discussed fervently among themselves. I heard Senior Sister Wan was working with Senior Brother Hung Feng. It's unfortunate that Senior Brother Hung Feng was eliminated, one disciple said with a sigh. I just entered the middle realm. I didn't see Senior Sister Wan's name on the scoreboard at all. It seems like things aren't going well for her after Senior Brother Hung Feng was eliminated, a disciple who had just entered the middle realm 15 minutes ago chimed in. With her capabilities, it won't be difficult for her to make it onto the scoreboard. It's only her 4th day here, after all. It won't be a problem for her to make it into the top 30 over the next 6 days. That's right. Unless Senior Sister Wan has really bad luck, she shouldn't have a problem ranking in the top 30. But why is she leaving? Who knows? Maybe there's something urgent she has to attend to. At this time, Wan Qingqing appeared in one of the sites of the transporting formations in the Martial Battle Mansion's estate. Since participants who were eliminated and participants who left on their own accord were sent to different sites, people knew she was not eliminated. Wan Qingqing instinctively turned to look at the scoreboard as soon as she arrived. He's ranked 5th. It did not take long for her to discover Duan Ling Tian was ranked 5th and had 286 points. A disciple who had discovered Wan Qingqing's presence asked curiously, Senior Sister Wan? When Senior Hung Feng was eliminated by Duan Ling Tian, it must have been terrifying for you when you were escaping, right? Another disciple chimed in. Of course it's terrifying. Even the Fireglaze Mansion's Mo Pingji and Tan Yuan failed to eliminate Duan Ling Tian after they joined forces. Senior Sister Wan is really lucky that she was able to escape. That's right. News from the Fireglaze Mansion said that in terms of speed, Tan Yuan failed to escape even though his speed was on equal ground with Duan Ling Tian's speed. Duan Ling Tian prevented him from leaving with the restraining profundity before eliminating him. Well, you can't say Senior Sister Wan managed to escape due to luck. After all, Senior Sister Wan is much faster than Tan Yuan. Moreover, Tan Yuan has never been able to eliminate Senior Sister Wan. Whatever it is, Tan Yuan was eliminated by Duan Ling Tian, and Senior Sister Wan successfully escaped from him. This proves that she's stronger than Tan Yuan. It seemed as though Wan Qingqing was deaf to the praises and flattery in her surroundings. She seemed to be lost in thought, and a hint of surprise could be seen in the depths of her eyes. He eliminated the Fireglaze Mansion's Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji? Didn't he just enter the middle realm 2 days ago? Duan Ling Tian and Wan Qingqing had only just met up in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm before he suddenly had to leave. Therefore, she was unaware that he had eliminated Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji and was clueless about his current rank. I have 6 more days to raise my ranking in the middle realm, Wan Qingqing thought to herself excitedly. She could not wait to meet Duan Ling Tian in the middle realm again. She wondered how many points she would be able to gain and how high she would rise on the scoreboard with Duan Ling Tian's help. At this moment, she seemed to recall something and hastily sent a message to Hung Feng. Senior Hung Feng, did you tell anyone that I'm working together with Duan Ling Tian? Apart from Hung Feng, who knew there was a possibility she would work with Duan Ling Tian, no one from the Martial Battle Mansion knew anything about this matter at all. After all, before Hung Feng shattered his accumulative point jade, Hung Feng had heard Duan Ling Tian inviting her to join forces with him. Moreover, Hung Feng had also persuaded her to join forces with Duan Ling Tian before he left. Junior Sister Qing, does this mean you ended up joining forces with Duan Ling Tian? A hint of surprise could be heard in Hong Feng's reply. Since you're able to send me a message, does this mean you're out of the Middle Realm? Since one could not send messages out of the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Hung Feng knew Wan Qingqing had left the Middle Realm. He asked, "Were you eliminated?" "No, I left the Middle Realm," Wan Qingqing replied. "You agreed to work with Duan Ling Tian, right? It's highly unlikely for him to be able to locate the Fireglaze Mansion's base on his own. I remember both of us running into the Fireglaze Mansion's base previously," Hung Feng replied through voice transmission. 4 days ago, when Hung Feng and Wan Qingqing entered the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, they accidentally discovered the Fireglaze Mansion's base. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to figure out that Wan Qingqing had joined forces with Duan Ling Tian and had led him to the Fireglaze Mansion's base. "Yes," Wan Qingqing replied honestly. There was no need for her to lie after all. Hung Feng asked solemnly, "You didn't reveal the location of our base, did you?" "Of course. I'll never reveal something like that to him," Wan Qingqing said. "That's great. It's best that no one knows about you joining forces with Duan Ling Tian. At the very least, you can't let people know you've already joined forces with him before he went to the Fireglaze Mansion's base. Otherwise, the Fireglaze Mansion might seek revenge from you," Hung Feng reminded her. "I know. That's why I hid myself when he went to the Fireglaze Mansion's base," Wan Qingqing said. "That's good. Rest assured, your secret is safe with me," Hung Feng added. "Thank you, Senior Hung Feng." Wan Qingqing promptly expressed her gratitude. She knew Hung Feng was trustworthy. Otherwise, she would not have agreed to work with him at all. In the profound Nether Mansion's base, Duan Ling Tian's sudden appearance, naturally, caught a group of disciples' attention. With his achievement, he had become the pride and treasure of the profound Nether Mansion. Duan Ling Tian? Before the disciples regained their senses, Duan Ling Tian had already teleported out of the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Why did he leave? It seems like he's in a hurry. Something must have happened. Similarly, when Duan Ling Tian arrived at one of the sites of the transporting formations in the profound Nether Mansion's estate, he caught everyone's attention again. "It's Duan Ling Tian."